It all begins with a solemn ritual. Among the fires and the elders of the elders, the elderly speech on the gifts of the gods of the universe, who gave them their ability to withstand monsters. This is how the tree is born. The newborn basket rests firmly in the raised hands, and loudly hears. The Torah has a branch of skills called recovery. The baby does not subside and still cries out. In another epic, the entrance to the goblin forest appears before the eyes. Among the shadows of trees with a hunter with dark hair and in armor, an unknown creature is closely trapped. The path is blocked by a strong trunk of the old tree. In one hand, a dagger squeezes, and a long sword swings on his belt. He rushes to an unknown creature, desperately waving the blade, and after a few unsuccessful cases, he joins simply into the heart of the enemy, tearing it into pieces. Having pulled the dagger, he notices that the blade was noticeably twisted and damaged. Corrosion acid has destroyed metal, and this awareness of the cold runs on the back. The look slides on the sword, after which the confident use of the recovery force returns the blade to the former shape. The blade straightens, again acquiring the original sharpness. Filling the vessel with the remnants of the vanquished mucus, it counts. The 12th sample of rigid acid is collected. Suddenly, an unexpected call came behind, forcing him to stop. Returning, the man notices a dying creature in front of him. The beast with mustache and sharp fangs breathes hard with the last breaths. The piercing look suggests, as soon as magic was acting here, the strike of foreigners is directed exactly to the target. But the smart jump saves from danger. The attack flies by, and a powerful tree behind it cracks in half from hostile pressure. Once on the ground, the man looked over his shoulder. Among the hunters, the fair-haired man was indignant. They say, only he tried to hide a stranger, but some grandfather spoiled him with the whole magician plan. Gathering the remains of the prey, the hunter was nervously asked where to put the carcass and how to sell it. He is interested in the main character. Did he not know that he was constantly wandering near the forest border in search of snails for dinner? With fury in the voice of Blondin states that she does not collect anything besides junk. A friend with a fire in his eyes declares Blondin that his words are pure truth, and offers to cast a look at his weapons and armor. No scratches, everything seems to be from the smithy. This is, they say, the best proof that it houses only the weakest monsters. The angry blonde burns that it is pointless to waste time here. Awing others to move further into the forest, she calls for a more serious prey. 30 years ago, the priest, along with the peasants, gave him a special ability, which gives the ability to restore anything. It is this force that has just allowed to return the integrity of the broken knife, which was destroyed by the mucus core. It is possible to activate this skill only on monster-related items, so it is useless in battle. For a long time the path to the forest remained closed for him. Dedan, directly to the gate, is approaching a stranger. 2 night guards are chatting near a strong brick wall that frames the entrance to the border settlement. Another man with gorgeous, extremely long blonde hair appears at the entrance. With an ironic smile, he turns to the interlocutor, mockingly asking if the garbage is already enough. The old one is already enough. The silence of the nighttime, which waves them both as if saying to him, persuading to stop these KPs. The hero's gaze stopped on a stranger, and, silently, he showed his badge. Blondin only smiled skeptically, noting that he sees this icon for the first time. Before him there is again the seeker of the adventure of the rank G. Twilight, the protagonist goes away. Behind the cry of a white man heard, he mockingly advises him to go to rest, they say. It is much easier to guard the gate. The sigh of the Blondin's mouth. In the Adventure Assessment Department, an employee invites the next client to approach her. The main character confidently approaches the rack and transmits her to the snail acid. With disgust, taking into account incomprehensible things, the employee wondered what it was. The silence of the protagonist only added tension. The woman, however, asked if he was not accidentally mistaken, because the trophies obtained during the hunt were evaluated here. Suddenly, they are joined by the company with the same blonde. Smiling, the guy admits, he was wrong, because hunting for treasure is also a real hunt. The detractors come closer, reproaching him for waste while hunting, so they intend to pick up the prey. The third of the company orders the second to get up. It is only necessary to reach for the mucous membranes, as the protagonist instantly strikes the man in the face of a man, intercepting prey. Blondine is rapidly on the offensive, and the opponent is skillfully evading, so the rapid striker flies simply into the counter, which workers crawl. Panic covers the worker. Her body begins to tremble. Drops of acid from thick mucus burn the skin. In despair, she exclaims the question, trying to understand what the substance is, and urgently calls someone to cause protection. They are approached by another friendly employee, addressing the first name of Marek and wondering whether the same thing happened again. Marika returns, gently thanks to the protagonist for his support, and addresses him in the name, Tora. The woman thundered at Marek, reminding, she warned to be careful, even if the liquid and safe. Marika only shrugged, assuring that she was not guilty. The guards take away their comrades, take tears. And the woman, returning to Marika, orders to stay and remove everything in place. Suddenly, all the mucus mass is rapidly gathering in a dense cloud just in the middle of the air, and instantly disappears in her own shell, striking Marek by surprise. The voice calculates. Mole, horn, and 15 forest snails will cost 95 copper coins. The girl reaches out this amount, and he nodded with the bag of money. In the meantime, the Tora gets to the meat bench. The seller welcomes Torua with a smile, and notices a clogged animal. In the silent silence of Torua, the butcher is taken to business. He lifts the carcass, noting that it will be easier for him to tear his skin. Asking a fraction of meat for Torua, he offers, half of you, the rest I redeem myself. A little time has passed, and the butcher extends him something wrapped, assuring that it is personally for him. After that, he leans closer and whispers, adding, they say, this is the usual allowance, so let the bosses remain in ignorance of the gift. A loud cry comes from the hall. One of the crowd orders the employee to stop the chat and take the case. The butcher, quite satisfied with this requirement, is obediently returned to work. Under the cover of the Tory night, quietly turning the horn, settles on a dark street with a bag of meat. The light movement opens a purse with telbujas, and within a moment the smell attracts stray cats, which carefully look out of the darkness. A murmur float rushes to food, starting with the appetite to eat treats. A satisfied smile appears on the face of the Tory when it gently strokes them on the head. Suddenly, the gloomy eyes of a creature appear in the darkness. The sadness is quietly settling in the soul. The third animal still does not dare to approach. Raising, he states that he will not eat in the presence of the Torah, so it's time to say goodbye. Grazing the remnants of the package, hurries to leave. Another, third animal is slowly out of the darkness. April appears on the threshold of the boarding house. Opening the door, it is met by a woman with elfy ears. Giving her a package, Tora reports that inside is fresh horned meat. Her landlord stands in front of her. April thanks politely, with a slight smile, assuming that this is likely to agree. Her face radiates calmness and gentleness, in her eyes, a sincere wish of good. Entering his room, the Tora descends on the bed and closes his eyes. There is confidence in thoughts. Today is not different among others. The same predictability is expected tomorrow. In this belief, he solidifies in silence. The eyes are open, the look slightly slides on the cabinet door. Having waved the dust from the beige, he quickly views how many points of skills he managed to get on the present day. The staggering covers when it suddenly jumps to your feet, noticing the required number of control points is already in your pocket. The gaze stops on the closet unexpectedly, and he slowly turns his head to her direction. Full of determination and challenge, confidently approaches the closet and widely dissolves its door. In the depths of the cabinet, a soulless girl with long hair and dress, similar to a doll dress, was hidden. She frozen with a silent figure without drawing a close look from him, and her huge body is silent without saying a word. With a look full of pity, the Torah is immersed in the memories of the ancient events of 25 years ago. In those days, the servants of the gods crawled from the large abyss, which lies in the heart of the world, and destroyed their anger in his village. Everly devouring the peasants one by one, the monster did not know regret. The precious moment, and to the hidden course leading to the main road, there were only a few steps. Suddenly, a beast was attacked, but Tori reacted instantly and was able to curb it. As soon as the joy filled his heart, suddenly another monster appeared behind his back. The name of the young man breaks out of the mouth of a girl who shouts with fright and excitement. Rapidly picking up, the girl rushes forward and takes a devastating blow to the monster on herself, protecting the Torah. The boy's gaze meets her. Everything trembles, filled with blood. The old man is annoyed with his tongue, and in a moment he lifts his strength, forcing time to stop. Everything around is dying in absolute real estate. The old man appeals to Tora, reporting that he stopped their time and now has to take it with him. The boy's body trembles, and tears seem to break out of his eyes. In vain trying to hold back emotions, he does not look from the interlocutor. Closing loudly, The old man emphasizes. She is still alive. At this point, a spark of hope flashes in a familiar look. The gate leads them to the Temple of Healing. Hearing about this trouble, the healer sighs the healer. Even the power of the water god Aurelia is powerless, as long as the girl lies the spell of the stop. If you remove it, death will not be slow. Herd causes a fierce outbreak in Tor, and he rejects any further attempts. The old man, with a serious expression of the face, suggests that it remains, perhaps, the only way to save a girl. The Torah does not make a moment. He urges to share this secret. Grandpa assured that his ability to heal is able to save her. The words were a surprise for Toro. The boy's eyes expand from surprise, and he looks at the old man. Purifying loudly, the hero assures that it is impossible. His ability allows you to return time for only 10 seconds. In addition, no living being is exposed to this force. The grandfather assures that it is only necessary to increase your own level. Everything around will change. Torah causes his every word full of curiosity. The gray-haired sage shares. As soon as the 10th level reaches, the divine power will open. Until now, even with the ability to stop the time, everything remained unchanged. Tori exclaims that it is not too late to save her. The old man nods and warns, the path to salvation will be lit. But even it does not frighten the Tori convincingly states that it is ready to demolish any tests so that it remains alive, and no price will stop it. The road was as dangerous as the priest warned. To raise his level, he had to destroy the monsters. But Tori was only forced to flee, because the ability to fight was lacking. Over time, the gates stopped meeting him with a harsh look, and the guard did not even dare to look in his eyes. And one day, the guard began to teach the guy to own a sword. Soon he was confidently hunting. Beginners who joined the teams and studied the skills of skills were constantly appearing in the boy's eyes. Having reached the 30th level, skillfully honed the art of evasion and parry, turning into a true virtuoso in battle. One day, at risk of his own life, he saved the child from an attack by a monster in Dudan, causing half of the strength in his left hand. Despite the painful injury, he did not stop destroying small monsters. Every day, from dawn to twilight, efforts to improve skills have become more grueling. Even this did not give any confidence that the desire would come true. But the Tori was not going to capitulate. Breaking away from memories, he extends her hand to the girl. With his hand, he slowly descends to the edge of the bed and makes him first need to increase his level. Each person from birth is given a special talent, similar to their own abilities. The skill, hidden in these branches, opens the way to true miracles and amazing achievements. Imagine the guy lifts a vessel filled with 10,000 points of skills, and without hesitation, pours everything to the last drop on the tree of skills. Recovery returns combat objects to their original appearance. The level of ability, 10th. This is enough to allow the ability to use the ability 10 times during an hour. Activation is possible with simple conscious clip. Torah comes. Now the limits of his recovery ability are not only objects, but also objects in general. Holding himself in his hands, she closes his fist, feeling increasing. In memory, the grandpa's guideline pauses. The true power of the time of time will be revealed only when you overcome 10 levels. He also acted his ability to stop everything around. The look slides to the vessel in the hallway. She allegedly left them halfway, but the ashes of her grandfather and a short stop were left next to him. Carefully approaches the vessel, opens the lid, and, holding the breath, picks up ash. Looking closely at the sand, he tries to use the recovery skill, but no reaction follows. Not the slightest change. Awareness comes. Even the gods of the universe are powerless to return the souls of those who left this world. Otherwise it could not be. The gaze slides to the wounded left hand. The memories were scooped by a wave. Everything is mentioned suddenly and acutely. The surprise does not leave. Why suddenly the moment of the injury came before the eyes? Is the recovery allows you to grasp the past of those who touches? The fruit of the tree opens the vision of time as a single jet, allowing it to grasp its holistic flow and accurately perceive the path to the goal. The confused look is stuck in its own palm. A warm blood flow imperceptibly flows on the left hand. The fist is stained to the white. He gently draws his hand to himself. Obviously, activation has taken place through gloves, which allows you to use recovery, avoiding direct touch. Sharply turns his head toward the closet. Raising, extends her hand to her neck, where the wound is still visible. At the heart, he pursues silently. Let him work. Applying his ability, his eyes opens a kaleidoscope of memories from that day. After focusing on it, he is surprised to note the complete lack of reaction and begins to doubt whether he worked. The barely audible sound erupts from her mouth, and at the same moment the Tora's eyes expand from surprise. Sleeping from the closet, the girl looks around and is questioned whether she was in the world of the dead. Tora is calm. Here is only a regular cabinet. He proposes to explain everything as it should, and a girl with a gentle smile asks him to tell her everything. Once upon a child, my grandfather was able to stop her time with a special clock. The treatment continued, but it took considerable funds, so it has been stretched for many years. The girl is careful if he left them her grandfather. Thinking, the girl is lost in guesses. Tora is convinced that she does not recognize him. The smile runs on the boy's face. They say, if he used the recovery, he would again become the young man who was once. But even rejuvenating the body, he would still remain old. Suddenly the girl voices that there was another guy next to her. Sitting to the side, the Tora, through uncertainty, replies that he has not heard anything like this. The girl sighs quietly and says that she understands everything. At the forefinger, the guy sighs mentally. Yes, it will probably be easier for everyone. Suddenly, the girl sincerely explodes with laughter and, trying to hold back fun, notes that the habit of involuntarily touch the chin, thinking, still did not leave him. After these words, he gently refers to him. Hearing her own name, Toraman barely hides the surprise and says, Sarah. A vicious look, as if he wants to make sure that all this is not a ghost. Sarah, without hesitation, with a happy exclamation, rushes into his arms, filling the space with genuine joy. Asked when the girl realized that she was standing in front of her, Tora receives a confident answer from Sarah. She recognized him from the first moment of the meeting. Smiling his mouth, the Tora insists that Sarah really tells the truth. Sarah only assures that he says sincerely, and does not hide anything. The girl confesses that she has known about her grandfather's tragic heart attack for a long time. So she was convinced that this event would be the key to his healing and returning to his relatives. In her heart, the hope that the lost spirit of the grandfather's personality will wake up again, and he will return as he was once. Pressing him even stronger, Sarah hides his face on his chest, quietly confessing how it was painful to learn about his grandfather's death. Grateful overwhelms her heart, for her support, for being near, alive, and she feels true happiness at that moment. Tora, noticing her tremor, gently holds his palm on the hair, as if soothing the baby. A warm smile blooms on his face. With sincerity in her voice, he says that meeting with her fills the heart with joy, and so she thanks Sari for standing, and was able to go through all the trials of this cruel world. Tears are unnoticed by the cheeks of Sarah when she is bitterly confessed. In the logic of years, she should be older than Torua, but you are amazed at how long he has ahead of her. Torua just smiles, agreeing with her. Yes, it is all. Youth has long been behind. Tears of lightning excitement cut through Sarah's face. She is overwhelmed by the admiration of Tori's unwavering, and the girl confesses that she could not imagine him so courageous. And Tori, confused, murmured quietly that it probably seemed to her, because he is not the one for whom she perceives him. Mentally stroking her on the head, Tori tries to distract the girl from bitter thoughts and calm. She asks if she is hungry, offering a slight snack. In response, Sarah is just silent, even more denser to his chest, and quietly sealing. Full of love, tenderness, and worry, Tora gives her a look warm, always ready to put a shoulder support and pray in a difficult moment. Dawn quietly wraps the boarding house of Uriel. The first rays are pouring out of the window, and the singing birds singing. On the chair near the sofa, where the Tori sleeps firmly, Sarah was stuck. She monitors his face with genuine curiosity, and patiently awaits the moment when the young man opens his eyes. The awakening touches the To's eyes. He sparse on his feet and gently attracts Sarah to himself, carefully taking the chin. Suddenly the girl's face was reflected. Sarah involuntarily closes his eyes, having froze in anticipation of something unknown. However, the Tory sharply breaks the tense silence, noting that it seems to be fine with it. Sarah is sharply removed and reports that the hostess has already covered breakfast. Tori notes that this is how he met her for official acquaintance. Sarah ignores his words and sounds the sound of Jurel, saying that Tori has already woke up. Tori gets out of bed and moves to the kitchen, where Sarah is already sitting. She reports with respect that for the first time in 25 years she is having breakfast. Dissatisfied, Tori throws an indignant look at her, while Uriel only laughs and notes that Sarah is able to surprise in her own words. Taru apologizes to the hostess for an unexpected visit with a guest. Uriel, only good. Naturedly waving his hand, reassures. Sometimes each of us has to create inconveniences by others. In addition, in the past a desperate traveler, she is genuinely pleased with the opportunity to put her shoulder brand new. The vigilant view of Tor stops on Sari, which is a lively breakfast. Without holding back, the girl turns to Uriah, asking if he can become an adventure search. In response, the Torah sharply breaks her impulse, stating that she cannot imagine how difficult the path is. Sincerely smiling and radiating confidence, Sarah replies that this is why the Torah seeks to support. Silence falls. Thor is left without words. Changing the topic of conversation, Sarah asked what meat was served. She does not hide her admiration. The dish was surprisingly delicious. Errol, with warmth in his voice, admits that the council is affected by the guest with such culinary talents. At this time, Tora thinks about how he tried to protect Sor from the horrific memories of the slaughterhouse that happened in their village. Gradually, it is thought that this old age makes itself known, because for Sarah, every little thing is like a discovery. The look stops on a girl who sincerely rejoices in a new acquaintance with the housewife. Inspired by the idea, Tori proposes to visit the guild after breakfast and register Sarah as an adventure. This thought instantly lights the girl with joy. But before you go, Tori notes that one important thing should be taken care of. Hearing this, Sarah bows his head in sincere apologies to Ale. She asked with interest. Could she lend his armor until he gets new? Promises that it is not for long. Uriel confesses that she has not worn that armor for a long time, so carefully wondered if it would not be a problem for her. Sarah gladly agrees to take it. At this point, Jeriel appears with armor and, as expected, wrapped in attention. The cloak was already yellow, and the bib was moldy and covered with rust. She asks again if it really does not bother her. Thanks to Sarah, the Torah reaches out to her clothes and activates his ability to recover. Various memories flash in his mind with this clothing. In a moment, the whole armor is completely recovered, as if it were just created. The surprise of the Errol has no limits. It is not held and wondering what it was. Thor, barely noticeably smiling, explains. This is his ability to heal. It gently apologizes if it was amazed. The noble armor wraps Sarah with decisive eyes shining from the helmet. Thor glances at her glance, and Uriel states with a smile that it was created for her from the very beginning for her. In the end, Toria and Sarah quietly leave the house without looking back. Among the hostile city, where everyone is passionate about their worries, Tori and Sarah are slowly walking nearby. The interested look inspects all the trading rows, wondering whether the festival is celebrated here today. Tori calmly explains that many people live in this ancient border town, so benches work daily, regardless of the holidays. In the heart of the world there was a giant depression, a black hole. A thick fog climbed from the ground, enveloped everything around the invisible diaper and gave rise to spooky monsters. These places were nicknamed the Deficients. Horrible creatures, and doom for human life left no hope for salvation. The city served as a kind of shield that protected the residents from the threat of darkness. Tori tells how the army of monsters raged on these streets once, but it managed to overcome, and the brave men who participated in that battle gained invaluable experience. Gray is questioned why there are so few adventurers among these walls. Tori confesses that his path was here just to meet with local adventure seekers. Suddenly the guy stops, throws a few words. Then she can go alone. The girl returns and asks worried about why he does not want to accompany her to the end. The Torah reassures. It is not necessary to worry, because it will remain nearby and make sure that the acquaintances do not guess. A moment of thought flashed into Sarah. Instantly being on the ground, the girl loosened with pain, grabbing his stomach and complaining that it had a burning pain. According to her, the mood inevitably improves if the Torah takes it to that building. Torah turns his gaze to Sarah. Unexpected surprise and confusion appear on the faces of the pastors when the views are directed to Sarah. Tori exhales, breaking the silence, briefly states that he will return his youth this time, and he considers 25 years sufficient. Calling loudly, Sarah insists. There is no need to change his appearance. Tori confesses that in the eyes of others he has a low price, and when he is near him, Sarah is unlikely to suffer something good. Surprised by these words, the girl is wondering if he did something wrong. In response, the interlocutor notes, "The point is that, despite his years, the old man, as if he, remains a regular ordinary adventurer. And there is no reason for pride here." Sarah exclaims that he is proud of him. He burns lively that she was interested in the hotel owner. How difficult it is to be an adventure seeker. The view of the tour does not change, so the girl adds, "An ordinary person would hardly withstand a quarter of a century of such a life. In her place, she would have left the matter for a long time." Tori asks for doubt whether it is really worth it, given his respectful age. Sarah jokingly replies that he is a real cool old man, and it is quite suitable for her. Grabbing his hand, Sarah drags forward. They stop at the bulletin board, where the message is flared. They are looking for sorcerers. A detachment of 3E rank warriors is recruited. Another urgent message is required. Mag of rank D or higher is required. The term is also indicated. The answer is expected no later than 2 days. Full of curiosity, Sarah asks what it is. Tori with a smile replies that a board, on which everyone can leave their request or invite new participants to the team. Interest broke out in the eyes of Sarah. She noted that it was really interesting, and then wondered if the Torah ever wrote something. In response, a calm objection came. The need for this never arisen. The Trinity appears in front of them, and this time the fair-haired man is at the forehead, carefully examining Sarah. Along with the Torah, Sarah steps up to the employee. Immediately recognizing the Toro, she asks in surprise whether he really returned. He smiles in response, they say. Today he only accompanies one acquaintance. With a spark in his eyes, Sarah happily reports that he is crazy to enjoy dating. She seems to open her name, and immediately confesses that she has not yet joined the ranks of adventure seekers. The girl is wondering with a blinking look whether Mr. Tor has brought her. She is further worried about what relationships associate. Sarah, without, blurts out, "They will soon be gratifying." However, the words barely have time to break from the mouth, as the tourist takes the initiative, puts her hand to her mouth and explains, "A girl is just a countryman, so he looks after her." Looking closer to the document, the employee notes that the girl is only 17. It extends a mysterious ball, offering to touch it. Sarah rotely asks what it is, instead learns, in his hands, a device called the Soul Analyzer. It is he who will help to test her abilities. The palm is lowered to the surface of the ball, and Tori, holding his breath, watches carefully at every movement. Through the transparent shell inside the branch, which he notices immediately. A moment before their appearance here, the Torah involves its unique ability to perceive the flow of time to look into the tree of Sarah's skills. His ability allows you to see much more details than a regular soul analyzer. The opposite effect is tolerate the attack or the enemy's effect on himself, working at the first level. You can use this ability 5 times an hour, and it is activated by simple eyes blink. The employee enthusiastically notes, "A white tree is a rare find, and for the first time faces such a charming skill as the opposite." He claims that even in his native village, she was the only one who had such a force if she used it. All the blows bounced back if they were not too fast. The seriousness solidifies on the face of the Torah when memories come to life, closely intertwined with their own abilities. The throat's reflection suddenly interrupts Sarah, which with a smile extends his distinction. The girl happily points out that her icon is the same as in him, so they are like a couple. The heart is filled with pride. Now she is also an adventurer. Flat, near the Torah. Suddenly, applause is heard in silence. Looking back, they notice 3 strangers who sincerely greet Sarah on the introduction, jokingly turning to her baby. One of them, with a smile, notes, "Just the perfect moment," because they were looking for a magician. One of the guys proposes, "Maybe it is worthwhile to leave that old grandfather, a gran, and go to their team." He assures that they will teach all the intricacies of the matter. Tori, in an icy voice, orders Sari to return home. The angry Bloody explodes, emphasizing that the old man did not make any promises. The enemy rushes forward, swinging his fist, and the Torah gracefully evades, leaving it to miss. Hardly noticeable movement of the Torah touches his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the blonde suddenly shakes and screws down the whole body, plunging into a semi-conscious state. The surrounding, panic from what they saw, raise a noise, trying to understand what Tori did. Tori does not stop for a moment. Moving decisively, he also touches 2 more people who rush to him. The guys fly down, losing their balance. Sarah watches everything that is happening, and in her eyes play genuine admiration and joy. Torio, meanwhile, returns to her and explains that he once again immersed those people into the same state of a strong alcohol intoxication in which they were before. Leaving this place, Tori addresses Sarah with a question, whether she really does not object to everything that is happening. There are many similar trials ahead, and in addition, she will have to fight with dangerous monsters. With confidence in the voice of Sarah, reminds how in the morning she frankly expressed her desire to help the Torah in everything. So now she is genuinely pleased with the opportunity to go next to him again, enjoying a joint walk. Opening Tiva with gentle embrace, the woman smiles gently and asks, "Did he really dream of in his heart?" Inspiring the boy, she strongly advises to share everything with her sister, convincing that he will certainly support and help to find a way out. Looking thoughtfully in the distance, the Tor shares his secret desires to break away from here, confessing that for 25 years in a row, the path leads it through the same gates to the forest, as if the closed circle did not let him go a step. Sincerely worried Sarah in his voice is called out if he regrets the tour about how his life has developed. But in response, it sounds confident. With a warm smile, he assures without a shadow. There is no regrets in his heart. With a sincere passion and a smile on his face, the guy confesses, the desire to go to meet new adventures and amazing surprise is still burning in his heart, and the path of the adventure seeker remains his dream. With his hand, Sarah invites him to become a partner in adventure. So on this day, a lone traveler of Taurus finally finds a friend in Sarah. Together with her, against the backdrop of the burning event, they are full of joy in the forest. In the depths of the goblin forest, Tora confidently demonstrates the frightened Sari how to go into this gloomy land. His posture is calm, and the sword is decisively lowered down. Suddenly, a mole jumps out of the ground with a horn on the head. Sarah, without a moment, directs his stick simply for a wonderful monster. The grid movement, and Toru kissed the target directly into the target, and the stubborn beast does not seem. It disappears again underground, buried even deeper. Sarah, looking at the place, asks whether it fled. Tora confidently denies that not, assuring that next time, if it is ready, you should try to apply your skill. Squeezing the stick stronger, Sarah strongly promises to catch him this time. Suddenly, the mule breaks out of the ground and rushes rapidly towards the Tora. Looking closely at the birthmark, Sarah carefully examines her contours. Using inversion, the young sorceress directs the mole down. The beast kills the ground so that blood flows richly. A strange creature gets into the eyes of Sarah, and she is wondering whether it is a horned Krothic. In response, he hears the affirmative, yes, but confesses. With the corner a little overdo it, now he is completely broken. Practicing himself, Sarah apologizes to the Torah. He does not hesitate and approaches the crippled monster, gently assuring, "Don't worry, now I will repair everything." The recovery spell enlightened the horn, turning its original appearance, but the body of the sorcerer remains stationary and breathing. Sarah reports that he returned to life thanks to her. In response, the denial is not possible, because the soul belongs to the God of creation, in his power only to return the body to the condition that it had to death. A long knife whistles in the air. The sharp blade skillfully cuts the horn. Once again applying the recovery skill, the hero notices how a horn grows on the head of the mole again. Sarah quickly understands the idea and notes that he works quite cunningly. One by one, the abilities multiply the thorns, as if it launches an endless cycle. Tori points out that their family has become larger, so they will have to increase their earnings a little. Sarah radiates happiness, hearing what Tori calls her his family. Together they go away, and Sarah confesses that she was struck by the incredible speed at which the Torah evaded the impact. Responding, the guy explains, he restores his body at different spatial points, and the more trains, the more skilled he maneuver in space. Trying to guess the reason, Sarah says, "That's why you have treated it today." Thori gently touches her cheeks with her hand. Rumyanets fades on Sarah's cheeks, and the question is raised. It is unclear why he behaves. At the same moment, the Tori carefully studies her ability of abilities and notice the skill of spatial perception. A detailed analysis of space is not difficult for it. In fact, Sora is extremely skillfully tracking the movement of a horned mole precisely because of the unique ability to feel space. Her gift is significantly different from the hero's ability to read the course of time. The glow of tenderness on the face of Sarah is waiting for a kiss, but it is suddenly turning away and silently goes away. Outraged, Sarah asks, "And that's all?" Thor is returning and wondering what she is talking about. Without answering, Sarah with the insult passes by him. In the thoughts of Torua, the recall flashed. When he hunted himself, it took 20 minutes, and now all the fight lasted only 3. Having caught the surrounding space with a careful look, he said aloud that they seemed to be able to move deep into the forest much faster than expected. Inside the hollow tree, on a cozy hiding, 3 friends settled around the food. Among the dishes is meat, why Sarah is genuinely rejoiced without hiding a satisfied smile. With tangible enthusiasm and appetite, he is drunk with teeth in juicy meat. Instantly her face overlaps anger, and she cries that he is too salty, which immediately attracts the attention of all forest dwellers. Instantly grabbing a bottle of water, Sarah eagerly drains it until the container, watching her exhausted face, smiles warmly. It is easy to explain. First, you need to thinly cut the dried meat with a knife, then wrap a piece of cheese and cracker in it, and so taste the dish. Having done with everything with a visual example, he catches the indignant look of Sarah, which is dissatisfied. It was necessary to warn in advance. Having tasted, Sarah exclaims that the taste is just wonderful. Tokri's request about whether she noticed something on the road causes a slight surprise in the interlocutor. The way seemed to her surprisingly simple, and the visibility pleased her eye. The girl also pays attention to the trimmed branches and well-groomed thickets of ivy. Obviously, the terrain receives plenty of sunlight. Tori with delight notes that she noticed the changes. Tori says that once the goblin forest adjacent to the city surroundings was declared a zone of felling. Gradually, safe paths were laid here, trees were cut, and all wild animals were driven. Now, according to him, from a familiar trail trapped the road directly into the very heart of the forest, where the legendary felling with the highest quality wood is located. Sarah is wondering, maybe these people are forest caregivers? But the Torah is just Capulant, they say, rather similar to hunters for pests. With the inquisitive glitter in the eyes of Tori, she addresses the question of how much, in her opinion, the experience managed to gain thanks to the water jar. The girl, without hesitation, counts her trophies. 3 monsters, so 3 points. But the Taurus immediately corrects. In fact, only 1 point, because they overcame the mole and the bird together, so they did not receive the remuneration for these 2. The explanation sounds quite simple. The experience gained is divided into all participants of the battle, and the rest is rounded to a smaller whole. So, in fact, she gained experience only for the mucous membrane that she managed to kill before dinner. Wink slightly, she is interested. Did she think about how difficult it is? While Sarah's thoughts are spreading around the Tory, confidence unfolds in the mind. These 25 years have been traveled to him only for her. With fierce joy he rushes to him in arms, squeezes firmly and exclaims what he is incredible. A smile appears on the Tor's face, and he explains that that is why he intends to go even deep into the forest today. She agrees with this proposal. Tora suggests that when the action of their skills is completed, you should try to find the goblins that have glorified this forest. The trail, shrouded in thick greenery and majestic old trees, travelers slowly move forward. Suddenly, strange sounds appear in the air. The warning of the tour sounds tense. The goblins hunt flocks for 2 to 3, trying to surround the victim on all sides. It is not necessary to lose vigilance. The advice is not waste, and the girl obediently remains alert. Goblin suddenly jumps out of the shadows, growls hoarsely, and immediately rushes with a stick on them. From the shrubs, another appears rapidly, and another attacker breaks out of the tree. Both rush to them with passion. Without any effort, Tori evades their blows and instantly corresponds to a powerful counterattack. One by one, the goblins fall from its exact beats and devastating power. The goblins do not stop crazy, their screams break silence. The eye escapes from the orbit, while the opponent instantly evades the jump from the next blow. The hero strongly enters the battle, showing a great skill in every movement. It is at this point that Sarah rapidly breaks into the battle and the goblin destroys a lightning blow. Outing the air, Sarah looked at the mutilated bodies of goblin. These monsters looked even more disgusting. Toruk passes her dagger and explains, "Before you go on, you should cut off the right ear. This is their official receipt about the task." Sarah compresses the cold hand and is taken to business. On the advice of the Torah, the next step is to gently push your fingers into the area under the jaw. Gently fasten the dense solid object inside. In his hands, Sarah holds a strange object, and without holding back curiosity, asks if it is not accidentally a goblin crystal. Torud is enthusiastically celebrated her find, a real stone. Tah only shrugged, not understanding the significance. Torud patiently explained that this stone itself is worth nothing, and skillful hands skillfully insert it into a variety of equipment, opening up new opportunities. Trade in such gems is one of the main sources of profit for the city. Toru is strongly raised and throws the proposal, to have time to interrupt as many goblins as possible before the sun. Sarah, hesitant, is wondered if he is about to grab their meat with him. The neglect is answered. Goblins' meat is tasteless. No one will even offer a small coin. Sarah sighs and says that it is fully understood. Such an unfortunate loss. The road to the Academy of Adventure has passed in a sublime mood. It was impossible to stop Sarah. She repeatedly about their grand victory, having fun stepping in front. A familiar security guard, the same long-haired blonde. Sprinkled at the Torah, he noted that he had come earlier today, and jokingly asked, was it not bored to collect all sorts of unnecessary, but whether the warrior is thinking about resting from this case. Sarah cuts into a conversation, welcome, and sincerely thanks for the diligent service at the gate. In response, the guy smiles and jokingly calls her beauty. The guy is interested in Torah who this girl is. Excited, the Torah involuntarily begins to justify. They say accidentally go together. A real coincidence of circumstances, no more. Sarah sincerely thanks him for the concern for the Torah, and he, standing at the gate in confusion, is amazed. From what time the elderly people became in fashion, the indignation broke out in the blue-eyes blondaine. He requires a friend to finally say something. Sleeping, he notices. Rickon stands like a fossil, and is interested in what happened and why he froze. Suspicious, Rickon clumsily murmurs that everything is fine. Tori reports Sarah, who goes to the meatball, and it is better to go to the appraiser. Without hesitation, Sarah agrees. When the destination gets, the turn of the people opens before her look. So many people who want to give her a sincere surprise. Her ears come to passages of conversations about another victim of hunting. The company's company discusses the events lively, and one of them states that this is how the thoughtless, unconcerning pursuit ends. He assures that if it were not for his intervention, the other would not survive for a long time. The rest are approvingly nodding, fully supporting it. Suddenly, all attention is directed to Sarah. They say that she is a real beauty. Sarah returns to them, smiles warmly, and apologizes that she has accidentally listened to their conversation. But one of the guys immediately assures, nothing wrong, to blame himself, who said so loud. This is the Genk, the owner of long black hair. Sarah states with self-confidence that the task of her. A man with a smile notes that they are real experienced adventurers. Sarah confesses that today it is the first exit experience. In response, the man immediately offers her a place in the team. If she has not gone hunting, she advises to join them. A girl from this company asks why he suddenly invites her to join them. Suddenly, the company approaches the company and turns to Sarah, asking if she is still waiting in line. The outraged guy draws the attention of Tarius that he tries to climb without a cue. Sarah waves the boy briskly with his hand, radiating the delight. Others are only confusedly viewed without understanding anything. The Taurus is hastily apologized and explains that he came with Sarah. Without saying a single word, he steps forward, leaving friends in full confusion. Meanwhile, the employee apologizes to Sarah for the delay, and is interested in her day. The girl gladly shares that she was her first working day, and she liked everything incredibly. A whole bunch of ears and horns flies to the ground. Today's trophy, which is proud to be shown for inspection. Behind, a group frozen in the silence, without believing their own eyes from such a spectacle. Carefully checking the records, the employee certifies. 2 forest snails managed to curb, 5 horned moles, a single acid, and 6 liquids were also taken under control, and a few more goblins. A together 21 calm incident. It also adds sale of 57 stones. It extends the coins, politely asking them to list them and confirm the reception. Having taken the bag, Tora turns to Sarah with a proposal to return home. For the farewell, Sarah thanks the whole company for the invitation, and finally promises jokingly that he will definitely share the secret of victory over Goblin. At this point, the employee approaches them, noticing that there are only 4 goblins for humiliation. Everyone extends one ear to Goblin. The heroes run into the street full of happiness and unspeakable joy. Tori extends the Sari a large copper coin, stating that it is its share. In response, the girl thanks him, adding that she does not need this coin because she already has a lot of new things. Tori insists, without her help, this reward would not get. And yet, girls always need so much, right? Sarah is wondering if this money is intended for wedding preparation. Tori denies without any emotions. Not at all. With a slight impulse of joy, the girl rushes forward, and gesture calls him to join him to admire the showcases of the trade gallery together. Traveling between the shelves, Sarah is wondering that he likes for dinner. There is a narrow street, in passing stops near the counter with a skewers stuffed with a beak and asks with interest, "What about that?" The seller replies lively, "Honey sauce is added to the dish. The taste is unforgettable." Sarah's shining face is delight. The dish looks extremely appetizing, and the temptation to try it is irresistible. Without hesitation, she buys 3 portions at once, which causes genuine surprise to the Torah. Can Sarah really handle all 3 pieces? Responds to the refusal, at the same time pulls forward a skewers with a juicy barbecue and asks to open his mouth. After playing, the hero absorbs and ties a piece of aromatic dish. Having tried the dish, Sarah is amazed at her tenderness and refined taste. Enchanted, begins to think about what all this is prepared. Toru assures that the essence does not change. He adds, "It is worth grabbing another, for the housewife." The girl fully supports this idea. But suddenly, someone jokingly warns, if they eat so much, it is unlikely that they will climb into the door. The owner himself accidentally approached them. Thor Yu tells how this morning the mistress instructed him to take Sarah to a certain place. Sarah was immediately interested in whether they were so suddenly returned from hunting. Finally, a public bath appears on their way. Sarah confesses that she has never bathed in a large bath. Trody looks like she should be tired after the first walk. Since he cannot make her company, he asks the owner. Sarah is casually throwing that she is indifferent, so they may have to go together. Such a proposal is surprised by the Torah. Unexpected words are knocked out of balance. Yuri drives his girlfriend, insisting that she does not delay and move right now. Having passed through the door of the public bath, dozens of girls who spend time live before the eyes. Uriel goes nearby in passing where the bathroom is. Sarah rushes to her rapidly, holding the towel at the ready. Shrugging in a hot bath, Sarah gladly notes what a luxury. In the next room, the voice of Uriel comes to the Torah, which warns Sarah that it is forbidden to swim here. A smile appears on the Tory face. For a while, Thor appears from the room, followed by Uriel and Sarah. "Sarah, sincerely thank you that I waited." Sarah shares the impressions of the sauna with delight, confessing that she had been there for the first time in her life. It is proud to boast. Her hair and skin have become surprisingly smooth. Tori is passionate about confessing that her beauty is so impressive that he first did not recognize her. At that moment, Uriel appealed to Sam to go away for a moment to talk alone. According to the Urals, Sarah seems to wear only the same clothing. In the end, their path leads to the store. Seeing Miss Euro, the worker asks in surprise that they plan to pick up today. Uriel shares with her the idea of going for the guys. She refers to his comrades. The heat is now remarkable. So how about linen or cotton things? Tori, a little discord, replies that she is more visible. A woman with a smile offers them an extraordinary fabric with a granite pattern. Sarah, full of curiosity, wondered if you could look at other products of the shops, which the employee nodded welcome. Of course, everything is available for inspection. While the master removes measures, the Euro is interested in when everything is ready. The woman replies that there is little work right now. For the young man, the case will be completed tomorrow, and for a young lady, in 3 days. Noticing something unusual, Sarah, walking through the store, suddenly stops sharply and almost jumps. Tori comes closer, is alertly wondered if everything is fine and whether or not, it may not take her stomach. Having extended a few sections of fabric, the girl is wondering which one looks more attractive. The Tor notes that the fabric of heavenly shade will be perfectly for her. The smile shines on the girl's face. That is how she imagined her renovation. After stepping forward, the girl approaches the worker, and showing a bag of money, wondered if she could buy this fabric for an existing amount. The employee reports that there are 94 copper, and at such a price, it can only give a small part of the product. The Tory extends a few more coins, wondered if this amount is enough. Sarah is greatly asked if it is possible. Tori is convinced that she will be able to earn much more, so there is no reason for concern. Sarah thanks and confesses his feelings, saying the words of love. After all, Sarah goes, grabbing the bandage. Juril is relieved that the girl's mood has improved. Tori with a smile notes that Sarah was always like that. Doubts about his own actions are encouraged by Juriel, whether Sarah does not cause her extra trouble. However, Juriel only assures, there is nothing to worry about, because Sarah reminds her of the heroine of the best fairy tales. His smile is asked if she understands everything now. She with sincerity replies that Sarah really shines like a star. On the way, Yurei says that it is worth hoping for the best and bypassing the extremes. Thor supports her, and Sarah herself is stealing her nearby, glittering with a new bandage on her head, deep in the forest of Goblin. Toru warns Sarah loudly, noticing how Goblin rushes rapidly in her direction. Sarah's strength does not know the mercy. Goblins fall under its pressure one by one, but their invasion seems endless. Every time new creatures jump out of the dark, attacking from all sides. Suddenly, one of the goblins emerges from her back. The blade of the Tur's sword with a roar punches the enemy of the jaw, destroying it in a decisive moment. Sarah witnesses this spectacle and finally sighs relief. Day by Tori, Day and Sarah are increasingly focused on the destruction of goblins. This goal has become the main one for them. Zamurzana, after the battle, Sarah appeals to Tori to use her ability to recover to cleanse dried blood from her clothes and skin. The search leads them to the plant that Sarah recognizes. The girl has wondered if the bitter grass, which the Taurus, has previously been told. The guy confirms that she is an important component of therapeutic ointment. In urban conditions, it is impossible to grow this plant, so there is a considerable price on the market. Tora is advised to cut only the top, so the plant will grow quickly, and in 3 days it will be possible to harvest again. This feature causes Sarah sincere surprise. It turns out that these fruits can be harvested many times. The main thing is to remember where they grow. However, Tora warns that such happiness is possible only now, because with the departure of the summer season will pass. Taking baskets, both return to the gate. On the way, they again happen dissatisfied with Blonde, and they imperceptibly pass it. Nearby, the blonde girlfriend throws a vigilant, suspicious look. Sarah shares with a smile with Tor. The catch today. Thor agrees, warning. Prey is so generous that he will probably attract an unwanted views. Among the dense environment of the guards, a mysterious stranger watching closely. Sarah, along with Tora, do not bring his eyes on an influential figure and brilliant weapons next to him. The silver plaque on the breast of a man immediately falls into the eye. She testifies that in front of him the fighter of rank B. The stranger casts a short look into the crowd, and when addressing Reagan, asks if he is he. The nod responds to Reagan, and the fair-haired girl is embarrassed by indignation. His whisper behind the back of a high-ranking person causes her a clear discontent. Mantle notes in the store that there were complaints that he was using the inexperience of a newcomer as a guide. Then, the gesture invites him to follow him. The sudden wave of indignation covers Sarah, but Tori soothes. Everything is under control, it will not last long. The couple hastily moves away, and the blonde trembles from anger, without taking an angry look from Raycon. Corrupting loudly, the character accuses the interlocutor of the treacherous person. The bold and prickly words are unceremoniously pouring further, full of superficialities and disrespect. With a tangible authority, Raycon explains Carlos that he was governed at the time of their adventure journeys. But now, in this case, his position is higher. Therefore, to obey orders and follow the official hierarchy. At the same time, Raycon appeals to Carlos. Does he really think that respect should be applied to the one who has given his friend? After his gaze, Recon notes. They say that the violation is obvious, so it is no wonder that the goalkeeper reported it. In addition, it is looking for a compromise. Therefore, it is better to hold the toe to the tongue. Fire, like a flame, covers Carlos. The blow of the chest is striking the Recon, and his cry flashes on the accusation. This guy, unlike others, knows no rest. Recon's gaze slides down, where instead of a brush, Carlos only emptiness. In despair, Carlos does not voice, accuses of envy, and the desire to be in a way to him. Finally, anger. Carlos shouts that no matter how to look at this situation, Recon is the only truly terrible person here. Rykon notes that Carlos himself repeatedly repeated, "It is time to Tori to go on vacation." In response, Carlos without hesitation exclaims, "They say except otherwise." The same Taurus is stubborn, like a donkey, and not for nothing to resign. Recon is surprised to note that it is strange. Why did Carlos suddenly take care of him? The gaze slides sideways, and when she shakes his voice, he adds that it does not apply. In the memory of Carlos, memories of hunting side by side are emerged. Tori was near the beginning, patiently instructing, shaking his experience when he did not understand anything at all in adventure. The surprise overwhelms him. How could this happen to be involved in this case even from rank B? Did you go crazy at the headquarters? Together with the Torah and the guards, Sarah gets to the mysterious place. Her gaze wanders around, and, full of curiosity, she asks that it is a building. No one is in a hurry to answer. Without restraining impatience, the girl turns directly to the Torah. He calmly explains, in front of them, an emulatory structure that feeds the built, in crystals of mana. Sarah is surprised to ask if this is a place for training. The heroine specifies, in this place both magic and the usual martial arts skills are completely blocked if opponents are not monsters. But even in clashes with monsters, only recently gained abilities remain available. In response, the rank bracker is confidently grabbing the sword. Torah is asked to listen to it first. He explains that together with the girl they are villagers and, in addition to partnership, drives a circumstance of common origin. Torah assures his goal is to teach it, not to use it. The man notes, if he really becomes supported, then together they will be able to meet the enemy and bring his own power. The tough height of the Torah promises to add benefits to this couple. Assuring that he does not want to thaw his own sword, he asks if another can take another. In response, he hears indifferently. Let him do as he pleases. Toru goes to the stand with the sword, takes one floor of the other, but immediately decides. So it will not work. The indignation in it is growing. How much else will you have to review before everything becomes clear? Finally requires to decide it as soon as possible. Tori with annoyance notes, no worthy attention is found here. The gaze rests on the sword that has taken away the enemy. Now he is interested in him. Anger boils in the soul. Tori is a worthless worm. Why does it only be as follows? Tori's fingers confidently squeeze the handle of the sword. The gaze slides carefully with the blade. This time the blade will stand it. The barely noticeable gnashing of the teeth gives out increasing irritation, which is already broken out. In the end, the final moment appears to them. The judges call to come together, and the views of both cross in intense silence. The enemy instantly takes a favorable position for himself, intensely preparing for the attack. Someone assures that at the start of the confrontation, raise the morale to the maximum. The other convinces that the god of fire, Raphael himself, endowed Sir Russell with the protective capacity of the warrior. Meanwhile, Russell's mind is only one thing. The Torah will fall from his first blow. Tori asks Sarah to carefully monitor what is happening, and in response receives her smiling. She watches for him. In the surprised eyes of Russell, a suspicion flashes. Do Torah dare to challenge him in a Biranga duel, one-on-one? The angry exclamation rises into the air. The man calls the opponent a worthless weakness and waves with a sword. However, to the surprise of everyone, in vain. The blow does not produce any results. A moment of illumination is no opportunity to apply your own combat skills. This instantly uses the Tori. A decisive attack does not make it wait. Not having time to recover, he instantly passes the sword into the stomach. Carelessness is worth a painful blow. Russell is lowered to the knees, hardly grabbing the air. The guard screams with surprise, stunned. Torah confidently puts a sword on his neck and informs with cold determination that it is time to go. Picking up on his feet, he appeals to Sarah to follow him. At the same moment inside Russell, a thirst for struggle flashed with new force. Without hesitation, he calls for a fire blow right in their direction. Immediately a cry breaks out. The name of Sira is heard from the mouth. The barrier works, and the flame is rapidly returning to Russell. Hot pain breaks out of it. Covered with fire, it falls on the back. The guards rush to him in a panic, shouting comrades so that they are in a hurry with water. Sarah is forcing something to turn and cast the last look behind. During the dinner, when the appetizing barbecue was already smoking on the plates, Sarah suddenly wondered, what exactly did he read this time? He raised his head to these words, ready to answer. Sarah notes, when Russell raised his sword, his face flashed as a surprise. He immediately asks whether it is because the sword did not succumb or light in his hands. In addition, he remembers that the Torah was alert to him. After all, It was not necessary to see that someone was a reason for ridicule on the Torah. The container confesses that, when passing a wooden sword, he actually restored his branch of skills through him. Sarah does not hide surprise. It seems incredible for her, because the ability is so impressive. Seeing Sarah's ability, Torah thought about updating his own skills. The opportunity to look into the past has discovered a new idea. Recovery became the key to rewriting, and the trees itself. Trying to reduce his recovery tree a little, the hero noticed. Earlier skills spent returned back to the jug. Sarah notes that after that, it is possible to roll the tree of skills without restriction, and to develop other branches that you like. This is the uniqueness of Atro. The Toro denies that the branches are usually not allowed to move. Immediately adds, that's what the trick lies. All because their skills have only one branch. Sarah, unfortunately, received the same limited in height. Tori points out that he will not often resort to this technique. It is only necessary to know its essence, as anyone can easily withstand. Sarah asks whether he deliberately brought his rival out of balance so that he did not suspect anything. Tora replies, in this everything was decided by a real battle on the swords. When the sword changed the owner for the first time, he launched a reverse of the martial arts. And the last touch of the blade to the shoulder seemed to turn everything to its place, restoring the lost balance. On the way home, Sarah is interested in how he will act if they return. In response, he claims that the basis for the accusations was far-fetched. There was an envious, whom their prey rust, and if they are slowing down now, the troubles will be avoided in the near future. He states that in the adventure world everything is spinning around strength. So if everyone knows about your power, there will be much smaller way. Sorry do not give peace of mind. As soon as everyone knows about his power, women of women are predatory rushing. So the girl asks to stop to avoid extra attention. Without being distracted by the events around, the Torah delves into its own thoughts. Suddenly, he notes that they are monitored by some mysterious guest, which most likely sent to them pursuers of level B. He assures that this is an extremely difficult thing, but talking to them will not be avoided. Sarah is worried about whether a woman is talking about. In response, he hears the objection. Not at all. The lone Tory slowly goes the street until the locals are carelessly giving up entertainment. Along the way, the sounds of the tools are heard. Someone inspires the guitar. The other fun rhythmically knocks on the drum, and the real holiday of life is raging around. The spacious tavern Diner Choi meets it with a humble comfort. A guest appears through one door, and the man immediately meets him with genuine friendliness. Inside the room, the exquisite lands sparkle. Two men are hotly arguing without hiding emotions. The woman's look instantly focuses on the newcomers, and next to her stands a young man. The inscription states that their paths have not intersected for a long time, and the question is said, "What wind did you bring you here?" The other with a slight smile picks up, "How much water has escaped from the time of their last meeting? How many winters and years have passed since then?" Sitting side by side, he notes that a long time has passed since their last meeting. He is interested in the affairs of one of the attendees, and then enthusiastically points out, "Her beauty is still astonishing today that it is difficult to tear off her eyes." Stratia, a man from the Platinum Flame group of rank A, boils from indignation. He is left out again, constantly bypassing the side and paying all the attention to another participant, as if on a real hunter. The choir notes that he was right in the middle of the Platinum Flame, but despite nothing, he willingly spent time here. The scary breaks it. They say it is not necessary to emphasize this, because such praise does not look. The only reason they hold together is a common mentor under whose guidance. The satellite is called. On its neck is noticeable after burns, a long scar released on the skin. Teru orders homemade potatoes and appetizing sausages. The waiter immediately accepts the order and returns almost immediately. Thor again tastes all the dishes and admires that the taste is invariably impressive. The waiter smiles warmly. The beard does not quench, again and again exclaims and proves to the opponent. That is why, as he warned, he will not last long. Status immediately points out that the mentor seems to have not been the best mood. At the head of the bureau of the adventurers of the border town stands Dadan, an experienced leader with a sober look at life. In an effort to teach his wards, he does not get tired of repeating, "Only a prudent approach to money and the ability to multiply even modest amounts distinguish a real traveler from a simple village from a neighboring village." Sako, deputy head of the border town of adventurers, is interested in the teacher, what plans he has for these funds, because he will have to give 30% only for the needs of the army. Picking up on the back of the chair, Diadar leisures slowly from the mug and notes, their wallet is empty. Even the repaired outer wall will not last a long time. Sako only breathes his hands, he also has a coin. If a conceived strategy justifies itself, a chance to attract valuable orders will appear. The surprise was in the eyes of Tora when his questions came from, "What strategy does the interlocutor mean?" The scales with a mysterious smile answered, "It is time to light the light of the ruins that fell into the dust of oblivion." Tori appeals to the application to explain it with simple words that are clear to people. The main purpose of the strategy is to capture the northern part of Besili, which last year is under the control of the enemy, and tomorrow this important offensive is planned to be implemented. Tori suggests that it was because of this morning that there was no apple to the bureau in the morning. Elite exorcists A and B rank clearly received an emergency call. Dadan is distrustful of his tongue, stating, "Even an unknown likelihood of success is a strategy that you can rely on, because iron will never become steel without testing and hardening." Sagko assures that the fact is not that he does not want to attract gifted newcomers. It is simply important for him that the talent and his carrier harmoniously complement each other. He focuses on the Torah. Dagon explains that it was through this that he exploded with anger at the Torah and confesses that he does not stop in achieving the goals. Dedan focuses on the Torah with an unconcealed reproach, asking whether he really is going to remain silent, not giving any answer, because it is for that. Sako, smiling cunningly, notes that he was able to find a girl with an exceptional gift. She asks with interest whether it is time for him to let her go. The Traus, not hiding the excitement, reports that it has brought him here. He appeals to Sako in his voice, begging not to interfere with their lives. Sako categorically states that it is not even subject to discussion. He is convinced only the interaction of true talents will help to reveal and strengthen their abilities. In combination with mediocre, they risk losing their potential. "Someone looks like a treasury here," Nanesa notes. Seeing her, Sako's eyes expand from surprise. Surprised, he is wondering where the scar on her neck went, but she cannot explain it. The girl unexpectedly begins to study herself without creating surprised eyes from every detail. Meanwhile, Scary throws a distrustful, vigilant look. Slowly removing the bandage from one eye, a man with a barely restrained determination says that a magical curse has given an unprecedented eye. And now he will only show a crumb of possibilities he possesses. Tora's look pervades the Scarecrow's eyes, radiating unwavering confidence. Hardly hearing the question, he immediately rushes and apologizes, admitting his own guilt. The terrible response laughs, wondering how quickly he broke and did not resist any resistance. Apply carefully asks to reduce the pressure. Nalix in surprise asks what he meant. The man explains that he just returned everything to this appearance, and if she is not liked, he can restore everything as it was before. The smile was on the face of Nanxis. No, not. She does not even know how to thank him. Sako says he understands. He can heal the old wound. Inquired that he can still hear the answer from the Torah. The opportunities open up a variety. Sakotel notes Dodden, if he has not come away from business, they say. Age is given a sign. Isn't excessive fatigue frightening? In response, Dadan explodes with indignation, which nonsense he invents. While the eyes remain purple, no Bosovskaya office shines. Tori without hesitation orders a portion of turnip with a gentle tenderloin and a drink. The waiter immediately accepts the order. The date, meanwhile, reproaches him lightness. At this moment, there is a truly important conversation. Suddenly the plate is again full of taste. Everyone is stunning to turn views on this amazing appearance. Sago confesses that he finally realized, it all depends on how to use the skill. Znyaklo apologizes for his scornful words. But suddenly in the crowd, Dadan notices something strange and loudly attracts attention. What is happening right now? What role does he play in this? Nanja covers a strange feeling in the head, which instantly causes him to worry and rush to the question of what is happening to him. The palms are involuntarily drawn to the bald, and suddenly, to the touch, he feels there has a thick strand of hard hair. Tori acknowledges, despite his own words, he gave him a more young look. He asks what was said right now and how it happened. The grandfather, with a tired smile, adds that it seems that a lot of time has taken place to master this absolutely useless ability. Sako, boldly saying, hints. Methods to make them silence will be found. Trust them. In the meantime, It is to lock it in the room for interrogation. He assures that as soon as someone will talk about this skill, he will come to his flock of priests and start to be annoyed, and behind them will pull up other people who want to get a magnificent hair. Dadan confesses, in the case of such a mess will have to hide or at all to close at home, and all this through a favorite student. Stresha notes that it seems time to resign. Then the question arises, why not arrange a farewell party? They serve the Torah food, and then he voices his two conditions. The first wants to be left alone. The second insists that those who try to interfere in their affairs no more requires anything. Sako is wondering what benefits they will receive in return. The current, having shot a little, asks to give him time to think. The speaker's confidence is manifested in his words. Give 6 months, and he will prove that he can rise to the same level as these two. Strash smiles mysteriously, as if he were expecting something unusual. Saki's questions were wary. Isn't it too bold for the one who takes such low positions? Stresha is convinced that if he receives his partner's allies, he will be able to greatly accelerate their path to success. Tori replies that he is not able to do so, even in spite of his connections and ability to influence people. He cannot grow true talent. Too much he was given effortlessly, the gift is too big, so he requires the impossible from the environment. The bitter truth has been in mind. For 10 years, none of his people had risen above in the rank. Only 2 carriers of platinum flames, Ninezi and Scary, were managed. Smiling, Daiden jokingly states that he will finally have a chance to express his opinion. Sagko in response notes that they say that their director simply loves the status of a former adventurer, so he started in all fashion for early resignation. Dadan, hearing this, is not indignant. Thoris assures that he does not intend to annoy one of them. The guy only wants to stay himself and continue to live as before. Dadian notes that he, as usual, is not to his liking. He proposes to leave everything and settle with them. In response, it was found that he was not going to leave the case so far. However, if he hears a sincere request from the bottom of the heart, then he will think. The town is rumored, as if it were still attracted by the adventures in wild spaces. In response to the question of the duration of such a path, Tori strongly states that the desire to improve does not leave him. Moreover, he is sure the day will come when he reaches the same top where they are. In the imagination of the tour, the ceiling of the majestic gates of the miasma of the underground maze collapses directly on these two. It is they who have saved the world who now occupy the best places under this sinister vault. The honorary title of the great hero does not give him rest. Thoughts about him were swarming in his head. Warm embrace from Stratius is accompanied by the words of admiration. He pleases these grand plans, even if not all of them have attached him. A special emphasis on this. Saying goodbye, he emphasizes, "We'll look forward to Torua." Watching this, Dadan encourages, "Adventures are what you should live as long as possible, and let others take care of the rest." Sako looks around, reflecting on unexpected events. By the expression of Saki Muses' face, it is visible. Something is not clean here if Russell was knocked out of the game so quickly. The support of the director looks suspicious and politically disadvantaged. The Saka agrees to the conditions. He promises to keep his hands with him. Despite all this, Tora confidently feels progress in its actions. With a calm smile, he notes that he is glad that he agreed to the conditions offered. The coin remains quietly on the table when the guy slowly gets out of place. The discussion is complete, so he politely asks for permission to leave. He also rises down, astonishing with a surprise, asking where he gathered. Time is still baby, says, and therefore proposes to stay and plunge into the memories of the past. Tori goes away, and the waiter with a friendly smile invites him to return. Meanwhile, Adon, annoyed, cannot accept the fact that his words were ignored. Sako asks Dadan if he really just let him go. Dadan confirms with a bitter smile that stubbornness has always been his feature, never obeyed someone's instructions. Sako is wondering if the reason to admit defeat, but denies, meant a completely different. Full of curiosity, the young man is interested in Dadan whether they will let him into the house with such a hairstyle. With a trolley, loaded with prey, Tori, along with Sarah, approach the worker. Seeing 2 huge caterpillars, the woman does not restrain the surprise. Such catch is a rarity, even for experienced hunters. Meanwhile, the Tori gives clear instructions. Leave 1 goose whole for sale, divide the other in half, also put 1 half for sale, and gently divide the rest into pieces. The store is full of hand, meat, and money. Sarah, feeling hungry, suggests to return home earlier and immediately fry fresh meat. Tori advises not to rush, because this day he intends to bring her to a special place. He smiles, remembering how much meat was obtained. I am convinced that the flavors will definitely appeal. In the very shade of the passage chatting a dark corner, Tori gently spread the meat on the floor, instructing the sari to watch it. 2 cats are jumping into the yard. Sarah fades in amazement, and Toru apologizes to them for being late. In curiosity whether it was about these cats, Sarah receives an affirmative answer. It is often feeding them here, although he has not visited a lot of time. Stroking fur, the girl remembers with a smile how she had to help with hunting. Breakdown from attention, True is grinding so that they do not interfere with enjoying the meal. Touching murmur, the cat crawls to the girl. His kindness cannot but be angry. Sarah, glowing with joy, calls Tora to admire this happy furry. He is surprised by watching the toilet of the pet. Another cat is drawn to Sarah. The girl asks if they like such a company. Tori believes that for 6 months he fed them to get the animals accustomed to his presence. With the lift of Sarah, it covers an incomprehensible, strange feeling. Thor gets a remark. Something interesting is going on, and they seem to be watching closely. Not having time to hear a single sound, looks around. And it is at this moment that Sarah shouts loudly, ordered to see that she managed to catch. Turning his head, he notices, in Sarah in her hands, a little girl. Tori fades with surprise. Sarah, with a smile, explains that they play a hide-and-seek. Is she really a local child? The surprise makes Tori internally hold his breath. Is this really a 3rd child? The girl notes that moo is tasteless, so you should not taste it. Sarah agrees, they say, even not going, and she is interested in how this dish actually called. At the same moment, the belly of moo grumbles loudly, and the baby, hearing it, exclaims that he heard a completely different. Like the taste of moo is just wonderful. Cats appear in the eyes, which are lively and prey, and the next moment the guy rushes straight to them. Mon suddenly picks up the Tora and lifts it up. It is surprised to be wondering whether he is eating with cats all this time. The guy shudders, inspects his stalks nervously, and murmurs that his food is. When asked about parents, silence hangs. Tora, having become discorded, begins to justify. There are not enough for the provisions, and so little. For all the homeless are not enough, so it apologizes. Sarah's morning look is accompanied by a slight jerk by his hand. Sighing, reports that first you will have to obtain permission from the owner. Saying confidently, Sarah invites Muda to go with her. The distrustful mood is interested in what they are going to do with it. Sarah fun, as he wants to really taste something delicious. She calls her name, after which she introduces the boy to the Tora, and then gently suggests that her older sister contact her. Moo is carefully trying to memorize the names of new acquaintances, but suggests a fun mistake, confusing the name of the Tora. Having expressed hunger, the bridge asks the child not to turn to him anymore. Finally, Tora, Sarah, Moo, and 2 more cats return home. The owner happily notes that today, in their home, real special guests gathered. According to Thur, these creatures seem to be quite attached to him. Therefore, he asks for permission to stay here a little to take care of them. The mistress does not deny, and is wondering whether to prepare a warm boil for them. In response, he hears that they would be extremely grateful. Looking interested, Moo asks where the food is here. Tori jokingly replies that it must be washed first. Having doubted, Moo asked if they really thought of eating it. The finale turns out that Moo is a girl. Sarah is wondering if you can clean the dirt by recovery. Tori confesses he tried to scan her skill tree, but saw a 0 result. It seems that she has not yet gained a single point for winning the monsters. Sarah promises to behave well. Bath begins. The language explodes, laughing and screams because it is tickle. Sarah begs not to crumble. Tori is surprised that the girl has neither lice nor weeds in her hair. Sarah replies that even cats were without fleas. The view of Taurus unwittingly stops on the scars that are densely covered with the body of me. The question is, what history does these traces hide? Sarah enthusiastically notes what magic violet eyes have in Moo. Tor adds that this is a special feature of the purple eye tribe. Lifting the lamp closer to the face of Moo, Tor proposes Sari to carefully consider her look. Tori sways a remarkable ability to navigate in the dark. A smile blooms on Sarah's face when she exclaims with delight that it's just great. Eurohendis transfers her old things and notes that he can pick them up if she wants. On his appeal, Muma Sarah corrects him, reminiscent of his real name. Tori says that the Purple Tribe and enjoy repeating sounds in their own names, so this option is also quite suitable. According to him, the boys choose double letters in their names. Instead, girls prefer repeating compositions. So, her real name is probably like Lala Mummy or Mummy Lily. According to him, they have such a tradition, because the G-Hero Thunder is considered their patron. That is why they try to choose names similar to him, hoping to obtain the blessing of a powerful deity. Dressing in a new outfit, Mu wondered with interest in Tora whether she was. Tora noted that she coped with her clothes, and noted that this image was very good. The meal begins. Sarah notes that after righteous work is literally hungry today. The wishes of the delicious response, and Mu, without waiting, is already eagerly interested in whether it is time to eat. The meal is joined together. Bite a juicy piece of meat, Mu does not hide the grip. The dish is really divine to taste. Tori, with a gentle smile, reminds her not to rush and chew food well, because here no one will take her even crumbs. Sarah's words pick up, agreeing with Mu, and enthusiastically notes that the dish is really amazing to taste. The most delicious, in her opinion, is ham. It is unsurpassed. The idea of inviting something with her for tomorrow hunt flashed, but Tori reassured it, advising not to hurry, chewing food carefully and drinking it with water. Lying, Sarah takes a glass and swallows a drink. At this time, ERL mentally sighs. If only Thor met these children before. Suddenly, the gaze stops at something unusual, and she addresses Sarah with a question if everything is fine. Sarah apologizes and confesses that only now she noticed. Her ears have become longer than usual. Yrul explains, from the kind of ash. Sarah nodded with relief. She suspected this, because the guest comes from distant lands. Tori shares with a smile. The native land of the lady lies in the north, and their sophisticated long ears are created to better capture the smallest rustle in the midst of snow-covered plains. On such a version, Urael only shakes his head, denies, the matter is not in the snow, but to hear the wise guidelines of the ice dragon, the envoy of the god of cold. Recognizing, Tori immediately apologizes for his mistake. The Urals notes that this is what they say, because they are often teased with gray rabbits. The question of Urael's knowledge of other countries made Sarah smile in confusion. She sincerely apologized, remembering her childhood in a remote village. Ur offers, if there is a desire, he will be happy to teach it a little, opening the unknown horizons of the world. Without hesitation, Sarah agrees, sincerely assuring that he will be extremely grateful. The Ural begins the story of events that occurred hundreds of years ago. A huge abyss suddenly turned on the ground, swallowing the whole country in one night. Monsters escaped from the terrible abyss, and the world swept total chaos. Once in the heart of the continent, a large kingdom is spread. The state was famous for technological progress, and its people enjoyed peace and well-being. However, later people were forced to leave their native land, scattering in different directions of the world and settling in remote corners. Subsequently, people, endowed with the blessing of 6 great gods, began to be born in the world. It is in the central lands where Thor and Sarah lived that a whole generation of such elected settled. In these expanses, the protection of all 6 divine forces prevails. For Sarah, it was a surprise to see people with horns or scales. Finally, she realized where they came from. Thor notes, nothing surprise, because such guests are rarely visited by such guests. Errol is interested in Tora, what he intends to do. Initially, the guy confesses that he just wanted to feed and let go. But now he thought, maybe take a little more care of her. The image of the teacher with the same violet eyes emerges in memory. A quiet night flashed unnoticed. Tori appeared in the store Rama's weapon, and the master immediately blossomed. They say, you did not visit us for a long time. She is curious with interest and asks if the visitor is looking for something special. Tori came to order to make an order, and is wondering if they have a lot of work. It included Mu and Sarah. Remy notes that most people do not care about their equipment at all, and when it eventually falls apart, they bring it to repair in a pitiful form. Torres expresses a light blow to the chest that he treats his things carefully. Everything is always in a perfect state. Thinking whether he really got here at the call of fate, Tori suddenly recalls, he definitely needs a new pair of shoes. Rum is wondering if it is an order for this child. Tori sounds them, invites them to say help-a-lating, although the store owner seems harsh. but in his business he is a real master. Sarah cheerfully congratulates the hero, suddenly declaring that he would become his wife. The frame is puzzled to remember how to get married and also get a child. Tori jokingly explains the situation. He only looks after his daughter and took his baby home just yesterday. The frame thinks and calls Mu a boy, adding that he is now going to take the measure from his foot, so that Mu will fit closer. Sarah denies. He says it's a girl. The masters take off the measures, and Ramus assures that it will leave a little space so that the legs can grow up. I wonder if they really fit their boots. Mu is wondering why it is needed. Tori explains, so the legs will remain clean. With a cunning in his voice, he asks whether this thing is able to make her soles as soft as cat pads. Ramos stresses that this is his idea, and he will try to use soft material. Tori resembles that Ramos has recently grumbled due to the abolition of a coat from a rare, eponymous skin of the same name. Ramos clarifies this. It is a model that has never been sold. The frame strictly asks whether he is going to train this child with him in dangerous journeys, and in response he hears only silence. Rum shows a gesture, hinting, it is time to talk outside. Mafalo, noticing it, puts surprise and is interested. Is it a new form of greetings? Sarah explains. Such a movement of Rum invites to conversation in the open air. Both go out, and the frame immediately lifts the violence. What did he think of ordering equipment? Is it possible to trust such things to a child who, in view of the appearance, is unlikely to withstand the first real fight? Everyone knows. Carelessness is something that the frame cannot tolerate. Toro states that although small in height, he can. Ramos tries to deny, they say I am sure. Toro will not invent just so, but suddenly the conversation interrupts the Taurus. With a radiant smile, he promises to demonstrate a true focus, but asks to keep it secret. Taking a shabby leather armor, the guy hears an alarming warning from Ramos. They say, the thing is in a miserable state. It should not even touch without serious repair. However, the Torah only smiles wide, erases dirt and damage by skilled motion, and in an instant returns Ramos a new, impeccably clean armor. Stunned, he cannot believe his eyes. No scratch. Ramos, radiating the delight, spreads wide with his hands, and MU is curious about whether it is also one of the local greetings. Sarah smiles. This gesture indicates that the dispute was won. Rum strictly points out that he does not understand anything. All cards were disclosed. It was by no means a trap, but the armor did not look so shabby. In surprise, what actions did he do? Tori with a smile says that this is his special skill. Long workouts allowed to master such technique today. Rommel, stunned by Herd, eagerly asks whether it is true. His face blossoms from joy. That's where it happened. The capture overwhelms each of his cells, and he loudly exclaims that he still managed to achieve what he wants. The Tori's spin is joyfully clapping. Suddenly lowering down, she admits with laughter that it is probably overflowing with joy. Yet, because such a schedule is at risk of getting rid of almost half of his earnings. But Tora calmly assures that he is not going to compete with him, and will remain adventurous with everyone. By the way, this skill can be used not only on animals, even a person is able to save life. So there is no reason to worry. MU will not disappear from this world for a long time. Finally, she is interested in what the interlocutor thinks and whether he is ready to take up the case. A smile of confidence shines on Rama's face when she announces her intention to give her something really special. Meanwhile, the Torah raises another armor, with a wave of her arms his original appearance. The armor shines again, as if he had just come down from the blacksmith. Rum, stunned by taking the armor, notices that there is no scratch on the skin of the hippopotam. Forced to ask a little to wait, he is only surprised. But how do you pay? You can still repair the seams somehow. But where did the torn flaps go? Torah is proud to share that its abilities are so perfect that it is able to return even some of the lost materials. His interlocutor does not hide surprise. Is it really possible? Admired, Torah begins to fantasize. What if it was possible to get an armor made of dragon leather? With a serious look, he assures that the disadvantage of this thing is exaggerated, but the fur of the white ferret is a real rarity. And what does it think about it? It is also of great value. Unexpected Tori reports that its ability to recover has a limit. Exploring the potential of this force, he experimented with a horned mole, carefully cutting off the horn. It turned out that the skill allows you to return only 30% of the lost. Sometimes even a tiny fragment seems difficult to play. All because the mind does not retain in the imagination of the completed form of the object, but perceives it the present, imperfect look is ready. The frame is interested in asking whether it means that the more massive armor it will gain, the greater the advantage. The warm brotherly shake of the hands unites them, and outside the window, the whole scene is caught in the passion. Within the Adventure Bureau, 4 are standing together. The long-haired of them is interested. Did I hear Draft that the old man is really met by them? Someone is much more interesting? Rickle asks immediately. Is it true? The third, picking up the conversation, recalls that he also had something like this. They say, even he does not try to brag about it. The girl laughs skeptically. Similar stories can be heard in fairy tales, not in real life. The guy admires that the companion has used some extraordinary technique that no one has heard. Rickle immediately guesses and asks whether it is about that charming girl. Suddenly the air breaks the shrill cry of Moo. She is indignantly asks for this place. All instantly rotate the source of the noise. The door unexpectedly appears in the door, holding the baby on his hands. The interested girl immediately asks where this baby came from. A guy with a blush on his cheeks notes that Sarah and Tora are a guy and a girl. Someone else adds that they are not like their relatives. The richer picks up the conversation and says that the child called Tor. Without understanding what is happening, they are relentlessly followed, confusedly thinking, maybe it's a matter of the hands of the passion? The Tory of the verse asked Moo to speak quietly, explaining that they were at the Adventurers Bureau. Hearing the familiar name, Moo thoughtfully repeated her aloud, and remembered that the owner really mentioned something like that. She wondered with interest whether it was a place of work. Sarah, leaning closer, suggested that she smile as a mentor. Noticing the bulletin board, she pointed to her and wondered that she was a thing. Sarah explained that it is a special bulletin board where everyone can leave their wishes or offer something in common. Hardly hearing about this opportunity, she asked Moo if she was allowed to write something too. Sarah gladly agreed without hesitation of a second. Tori did not even have time to express at least the words of the objection. In vain, pulling on the way, Mooston still reaches unattainable. The baby is gently picking up the child in his arms and is interested in whether it is convenient to stay. A smiling Mew with a lot of people with a 5-year-old bored. The curiosity pushes them to ask what the figures are. The girl shows the greatest without hesitation and reports. It is a Taurus, and next to him, Moo, which firmly holds his hand. Sarah looks at the smaller ones and is interested in who they depict. In response, Moo smiles and explains, it is a Kuro, a black cat, and next to it, a 7-striped cat. Sarah's view stops at someone in the crowd, and she was interested in asking if it is the same person, but receives a negative answer. It is the owner. Tori, without hiding impatience, suggests that if Sarah already suits everything, move to the rack. The alarming shade sounds in the voice of Sarah. Why is it not here? The MO undergoes registration of the adventurer. The employee is wondering whether she is such a business, because the documents state that the girl is only 9 years. Tori notes, according to the current requirements, the adventurers have been accepted for 8 years. In addition, the guy emphasizes, the girl has magic, so the danger is close to her. She will be able to fight with monsters at a distance. The employee regrets that he cannot give permission. Toro was interested in the reason for this refusal. The Purple-Eye tribe explains that the magic of lightning in their people does not have a lower branch that would be responsible for the basic attacking skill. That is why the starting capacity automatically becomes a rare skill, an electrical detection. The involvement of a person with a similar ability to detect monsters restrains his or her own development, so he cannot allow it. The Tory once again asks whether the reason is that she will not be able to gain skills, and the employee nods. Tori confidently assures that it is unnecessary to worry. Everything will become clear, as if her skills are scattered. The worker casts an annoyed look at him. Before her, the ball. The woman points to put her hand on a special analyzer. The girl does not hesitate and extends the palm forward, touching the device. Mumumememi made of purple lightning, gifted by the deity of thunder. Among its abilities, the skill of electrical spine is distinguished. Tori explains that this passive magical ability makes it possible to instantly respond to the opponent's attacks. Due to this property, it can not only protect itself, but also gain additional points. A discounted employee assures that no problems will arise, so it immediately stretches her token to the adventure. Mu, meanwhile, already reaches out his hand. The hand was squeezed gently, in the same warm brotherly way, as once in conversations from the frame. In memory, she gets a symbolic gift. Tori announces that everything is prepared for departure, but suddenly stops and notices the absence of Sarah. The views of the audience go to the board, where the girl, leaning on the chair, enthusiastically continues to draw. She briefly replies that she has not yet completed her drawing. Their steps are approaching the girl. Tori goes forward, and Sarah confidently reports that everything is prepared, and so really better. Mu rotates for a moment to the board, holds his eyes, and then attaches to the movement further. The Tori sounds loudly sorry they are about to go. However, Sarah suddenly explodes with indignation. What time does this happen? The board appears Sarah, which, blossoming with a happy smile, holds the Musa's hand firmly. Full of joy, she rushes towards the Tora and Musa. Having clenched his fists, Moi loudly assures everyone of his confidence. Tokro, however, noticed how powerful discharges of electricity begin to spark around Mu. The surprise covers Sarah, and with a breath, she asks what it is. It is delighted with how beautiful it is. Tori explains. It is magic known as an electric splash. The essence of this magic is in the ability to instantly respond to a blow when the enemy tries to attack the owner. Mu joyfully reports that the itching is no longer worried. Sarah notes with relief that it seems that there was no trace of fleas. To-Ru touched the palm of Mu's head to test her skill tree. Among the abilities is an electric flash. When the owner is attacked, this skill instantly strikes the enemy. During recovery on a branch with an electric jump, the bud is stopped, returning to the initial level. From the birth of Mu has this unique gift, and on the tree, as a jokingly noticing the Toro itself, only 3 sprouts are visible among the branches. Tori is passionate about it, that everything is wonderful, and now he suggests trying to look at him just in the eye. Mu's gaze instantly directs upwards. The movements attract the careful attention of Sarah. Guessing why MJ should meet his eyes, begin to float in her thoughts. Suddenly a strange feeling rolls on Sarah, forcing you to look over your shoulder and involuntarily ask yourself where the anxiety is familiar again, the same as in that mysterious lane. Mu sharply lowers the eye down, and Tori has wondered if everything is fine, because for a moment the girl shone with joy. With anxiety in the voice of the MJ is wondered whether the volume will be angry with it. Sarah looks anxious about it and does not understand what is the matter. Tori assures that everything will be fine and there will be no anger on his part. On the contrary, the idea that you want it fills it with genuine joy. Mulis in the voice of Mulis asks whether it is true. Thor falls nearby, gently holds his hand on her cheek and gently assures, there is no reason to worry, so let him look at him again without fear. The smile illuminates her face, and at the same moment the reality changes. She stands near her own tree. He thoughtfully inspects the surrounding trunk and states, what a bizarre tree grows in this place. Thor, in a lightweight exhalation, confesses that I am happy to complete. She is interested in, what do you notice among these roots? Mu specifies whether it implies that round thing. Tori explains in response. It is its unique ability, the exchange of sensations. Thanks to this ability, emotions and feelings are continuously intertwined and move from it to the chosen goal. The striking efficiency of this ability covers everything that falls into the field of view. Toria suggests that the reason why it is most likely settled among cats is in fear of using this unique talent. Born with a hereditary spiritual instrument is a real rarity, so they probably looked at it as a child of dark strength. Returning to the forest, the Torias wondered if everything is fine. In response, the girl silently rushes into his arms, and behind, half ash, sits Sarah. Tora proposes to try again. Asking if she manages to see 3 buds on the trunk, receives an affirmative answer. Then the Tora explains, to make the central bud stronger, it is necessary to pour this vessel of water to the roots. Muao Base lifts a heavy vessel filled with water and pours its contents directly under the roots of the tree. Immediately thereafter, a new branch is stretched up from the thick trunk. An unexpected exclamation breaks out. An unusual branch is similar to a bent arrow. The amazing electric radar immediately indicates the exact direction and distance to the enemies hiding nearby. Tori asks if she dare to use the novelty. With a smile on her face, the girl confidently answers, she will definitely try. In the distance, Sarah watches this scene, hiding the capture. Mu's hands are trembling with tension. The eyelids fall, and as soon as the look flashes again, Many electric arrows fly around. They cut the air with hissing, wrapping the trees and almost sliding past the surprised people. Pointing somewhere forward, Mu shouts loudly that she felt something strange there. Tori listens carefully to her words and proposes to go and check this place. The confusion covers Sarah when she stops the interlocutor, begging to explain what is happening. Does she now have the opportunity to use two skills at once? Where is such a change? Toria returns and attaches the index finger to the mouth, urging to keep silence. Sarah, hardly heard, asks if there are 3 rudiments of skills. Mu Streamheads rushes to a certain place and exclaims that here it is. A slippery snail crawls on the tree. Tori picks up the Mu in his arms and at the same time stretches his knife. Taru points to the rotten round cannon projectile and orders to go to it. It is necessary to destroy this goal. MJ reacts instantly, involves the target directly, and neutralizes the projectile. In response, Tarus enthusiastically notes her skill and praises sincerely for his excellent work. With interest, Mu asks if everything succeeded, and the Tori replies approvingly. Everything went great. His conclusion: the method was much more convenient than it seemed at first, especially given the limited opportunities. Sarah approaches and lightly pats Mu on his head, assuring that she has already dealt with him. However, she adds that her younger sister simply does not plan to concede to her in this fight. The root's self-confidence is striking. She copes brilliantly with the task, but a particularly difficult stage awaits her. MJ strongly states that there are no difficulties for her, and he assures that he overcomes this obstacle without hesitation. Tori enthusiastically supports this idea, and then she invites her to return to the tree and look more closely. Tori advises this time to focus on growing the upper bud. With cheerful enthusiasm, MU is taken to work and water the roots of a whole cookware. The buttocks increase significantly. It is a consequence of the use of a lightning needle, which increases the agility and speed of the one who uses it. Tori goes again, asking if she will dare to try. Meanwhile, Mu is already beginning to prepare, as if the call of her will, a small thunderstorm in the air. From her body, thin zippers dumped and froze around, wrapping the girl with a glow of the elements. Sarah shuddered at the pain that flashed in her gaze and asked if it was really safe. Everything looked so painful. Tori leaned closer and asked how she feels. Does it not cause her suffering? Mu assures that everything is fine with her. There is no pain, only some strange feeling inside. Meanwhile, the Tor picks up small stones in the palm of your hand and offers it to evade it when it begins to rush. The stones fly one by one, throws them at ease, almost playing. None has time to touch the rival, maneuvering so cleverly that the stones fly by. Even the ladder she passes, slightly deflected by the torso back. Saying with delight, Sarah is surprised. It is incredibly, she has never hit. Raising his hands up, Mu exclaimed, finally managed to awaken a new power. Torius with delight notes that the task was done brilliantly, even better than he hoped. M.O. in response hugs it. With a smile on his face, Toro is wondered if she is able to share this power with him. Without thought, a confident yes is heard. But the question, how to do it, immediately gets stuck in the air. Tora notes that she probably never gave her feelings in the way. This word reverse only knocks down and from the panther, meaning remains unclear to him. Sarah's words that those cats have no fleas at all were delayed in Toller's memory. Thinking, he confesses to her, if you do not take into account the loose scab, then why is they okay with those cats? In response, the moose vigorously exclaims that Kugro and Shiro are always near her. Tori asks with a smile whether she would share with him, and in this moment thoughts and emotions, the emeras twist her, encouraging unexpected actions. Lightning sparks flash on the body of the Tora. I appeal to my request. Close your eyes, close your ears and nose. Only need a needle with lightning. Mu warns. Nothing will work in one time. Listening to him, the girl closes his eyelids and brightens her ears with her hands. Stunned by the sensations, the tour is short, that everything worked properly. The goal is effected. A moment, and he is lightning behind the man, picking it up in his arms. Tori enthusiastically agrees and proposes to start hunting. Suddenly, Sarah stops them, asking what happens to her. Is she not with everyone? I assures that it is too early for Sarah. But he stubbornly denies. She asked me to share with her. In response to Sarah's perseverance, they simply ignore. I do not hear. Return to the Torah, and admit that the hungry is hungry. Tori extends her an apple, advising to have a snack right now. Sarah remains aside, hiding sadness in his eyes. In the evening, the Guild of the Adventure Guard envelops the usual housing when the company is silently pouring a whole bunch of goblin ears on the table. Evidence of a successful task. The worker is in amazement that, as far as she knows, the Torah brings more and more daily. The use of an electric radar and a lightning needle multiplies the number of enemies in the way, so hunting becomes more dynamic and faster. Having extended the money, the girl voices, among them, 1 silver coin, half of silver and 37 copper. Taking these coins, they immediately move away. The worker is thinking that recently, most goblins' hunting units are not too good. But for some reason, the Torah's detachment has significantly increased his skills in the destruction of these creatures. He does not fit in his head, as a detachment of 50 people is able to come across as many monsters in one day, not to cope with each of them. On the way home, it is sweet to fall on the back of the Torah, resting after a hard day. Torah notes that endless traveling forests and hunting take a lot of strength. Sarah's face blossoms on the face of Sarah. She admires. Mu showed incredible techniques, easily combining the skills just developed. But as soon as Sarah uses inversion for the 3rd time, her forces end. The mana reserve is exhausted. It is becoming more and more difficult to breathe. According to Turris, nothing will work to change. Everything rests on the difference between mana stocks, natural tendency, and chosen type of magic. These factors play a key role. The electrical discharges of the lake, which she used to get rid of the annoying fleas, over time, probably only multiplied its strength, because she missed them through herself. It notes that inversion is possible only in the event of a monster attack on Sarah, but at such moments it is capable of incredible things. Sarah assures that he can carry mood too. Besides, Tori apparently is already tired. The guy smiles at this, thanks for his care, and replies that everything is fine with him. Like, if fatigue is signs, it will definitely tell her about it. Sarah assures that she can always rely on it. After all, she sincerely seeks to improve MU relationships. Tori nods as a sign of consent and notes that it is really strange, as if it were only dislike. He announces the assumption. Perhaps once in the past she has already changed emotions with peers, and then an unpleasant conflict broke out between them. Tori advises not to hurry events and afford a little rest. Sarah agrees with this, smiles, and sincerely thanks him for his care. Tori confesses that he has one request, which Sarah asks what he wants. The guy asks if she slept last night with the cats. The girl without hesitation replies what was the case. The furs were pressed against her, and from their warmth to sleep was simply impossible. Tori offers, maybe we exchange 2 cats moving. Sarah, however, recalls that the fluffy tails were drawn to her to the Tarina room, and at midnight they were lurked by attention. They began to scratch her door, demanding to let in. Sarah remembers the details uncertainly, but is inclined to believe that everything was that way. Subsequently, the girl suggests, let them spend the night in her room together with Mu and cats. Sarah has no place in the room, so she can spend the night in the Tor. But Tori strongly denies. His bed is too narrow, so it will be difficult to sleep. To reproach, Sarah calls him a liar, because she knows for sure Thor can fall asleep anywhere. Meanwhile, their gate is already leading to Uriel's home. On the main gate of the border town, Daden gathered a large crowd to conduct a detachment of the military on the road. At Choi Tora, she heard rumors. All the highest ranks went to Basalia to carry out surgery to return it. Deep in the hunts of the Hoblin forest, hunting continued. The trio moved harmoniously, like one. Thanks to the magic, each action of the Torah was securely strengthened and secure. Their common prey was several giant caterpillars. Mu at the end asks whether he understood with everyone. In response, a calm assurance is heard. They have been finished with them. In addition, hunting for giant caterpillars is reminiscent of the fight against ringworm. Here the electrical shield was useful as ever. Sarah turns to Mu, saying that they need to get rid of this wool, and asks to help light a fire. But she only shrugs, explaining that she has other cases. Hardly climbing, he extends his hand to the fur. A moment, and touches white wool until Sarah does not have time to warn that he will itch. Mose shudders and, without holding back the cry, complains. The whole body is immediately unbearable. Grabbing the Taurus's hand, he looks good, they say. It is no longer strength to endure. Every cell is itchy. He immediately uses a medical technique, and the unpleasant feeling disappears instantly. The smile of Mu shows that now she is much better, and Tori insists. It's time to listen to the advice of Sarah. Sarah, jokingly tossing his mood, notes that Tori is now a real father. Maybe the moment has come, and think about his decent wife. In spite of her words, Total turns to Mu with delight. They say, how wonderful that everything happened, and invites him to cope with this white fur. They ignite a campfire, preventing it carefully to stay away from the flame. Tori demonstrates the flames to the branch. You just need to touch it to the heat. He grabs the stick that has just been served and looks at it in surprise. Meanwhile, the rails are carefully folded in the cart, preparing for the next stage. Sarah, focusing on the process, is interested. Does this mean that the trolley will not withstand 3 at once? Noting that this magical stone is only leased, Torui adds that although its rank is too low, it is much easier to pull it on the rope than to pull on your hands. Toro, catching in the look of the shaded sadness, asks whether the mysterious admiration is caused by the caterpillars, whether the matter lies in something else. The idea comes to think. Does she now think about the taste of caterpillars? The guessing turns out to be accurate. The girl only nods. Tori proposes to return home first, and if Mu is tired, he promises to carry it in his arms. This thought brings sincere joy in Mu. Carlos is already waiting for them at the gate. The surprise flashed in his gaze. He immediately wondered where he was able to find this girl, because yesterday, there was no mention of her, and there was no mention of that evening. Sarah welcomes Carlos. Thanks again for his efforts. Carlos, without hiding the delight, notes that Sarah, as always, is extremely sweet, and jokingly invites her to dine together. Sarah is delighted, considers this idea wonderful and certain that everyone will appeal to everyone. Carlos holds the impulse, emphasizing that excessive familiarity is nothing. Barely opened his eyes, Mu asks if they got home. The first that falls on her eyes is Carlos's insightful look. The surprised Carlos is interested. What's going on? Is she a local one? A deaf stroke is heard. Carlos beats her on his forehead. In response, the girl covers indignation. Sparks fall out of the eyes. The cry is erupted by itself. She cries, barely holding back the rage, accusing Carlos of the absurdity of his actions and that he creates with me. Carlos insists. For her, he is Mr. Carlos. The girl is amazed at where he knows the name of the moose and suspiciously monitors his every movement. Tori only nods in agreement, emphasizing her guess. Friends continue their journey, and the Tori exclaims that they will necessarily meet again. In response, Carlos sounds afterwards, insisting that everything is not over between them. Therefore, the Bureau distinguishes them with 2 silver and 18 copper coins. A week has passed since the Sarah group has formed. During this time, they managed to postpone 5 silver coins and settled the bank account. There is a similar matter with the skills. He and Sarah have already come together. If this is kept, this too will raise their skills to the 2nd level in just a couple of months. Walking through the trading rows, Mu exclaims how much it is all sorts of deliciousness. Tori patiently explains to his friend. All these treats are for sale, and they will not be able to taste them without money. Hearing the conversation about money, Mu is indignant and throws reproach. What are the savages? Tori, not hiding surprise, is interested in where she knows such a word. Sarah appears with a barbecue and extends it to her. She opens her mouth wide and bites a piece with a frantic thirst. Sarah passes another Tori skewers. He is surprised. He did not even know that she was known to her place, so she was immediately interested in where she purchased these flavors. Happy Mu does not restrain the delight. The taste of this dish is just incredible. Sarah with a smile assures that there are many different flavors, each of which impresses in its own way. The conversation is joined by silence, in which the Taurus watches the girls closely. Suddenly, Toru recalls the bath nearby and offers to visit it a little later. Hearing this, Sarah panics and has confusedly confessed that he is not ready for such an idea. The confused Tori cannot tread why she reacts so, and suggests just to go. Sarah, however, notes that the girls already have a lot of hassle. A few seconds of silence, and Tori agrees. If she thinks, it's time to return. He adds that it is worth picking up the lady with him, but let the horses first reinforce. Finally, getting to the right building, MU is surprised to find out that it is a bath. The girls diverge each in their direction, and the Tori promises to meet a little later. Elk begins to resist. Sarah insists. It is better for the girl to move the other way. With scraps and screams, she breaks out, begs to let her into the Torah. The clothes are confused. The Urals commands to hide under the towel. Sarah only extends the towel, and just in the eyes it should be cold, disappears without a trace. At the pool, Mu stopped for a moment, evaluating the situation. and with a calm smile noted that everything was not so scary. With a slight touch of doubt in the voice, Is wondered whether it is indeed necessary for her to dive into the water. The burning water makes him twist on the first attempt to dip his leg. Her next step explodes fury. Lifting her power, she dives into the pool, shouting that the defeat for her is not an option. Suddenly, Sarah hugs her from behind, quietly saying that he must first be cleansed. Together, they are mounted on stools and taken to washing. The friendly atmosphere is filled by joy. Sarah and me enthusiastically help each other. Rubbing backs, generously watered each other with jets of warm water. Sarah, smiling, notes that they again got into the swirl of foamy soap. I exclaims how fun to swim. Their ringing laughter sounds over the water, and Sarah, without hiding joy, agrees. This noisy font is joined by the Urals, giving the kids even more joy. Bathing in the pool is complete. Sarah thinks that she has passed for a week since she returned to this world, but there is still a deep void inside. Daily journeys to the forest are increasingly exhausting. They are destroying the usual order, adding some optional bustle, but there is no more request to the only one who is now the most expensive for her. Looking at Matt, which is gracefully floating in the water, Sarah is interested. Does he feel love for her younger sister? But only confusedly shrugs his shoulders. There are no certainty in his own feelings. Sarah assures that he understands everything, and gently confesses in his great love. In response, MU confesses that the sister does not feel a crumb of hatred. The inquisitive look of the Mu stops on a strange object. A fan. Sarah explains that this thing is called a fan, and if you pay 5 copper, it will install a magic stone that will provide a refreshing breath for 5 minutes. A cheerful company staged a fun near the fan. The Euro stretches them with apple juice and joins a joint treat. Coming out of the bath, the Euro with genuine apologies appeals to the Torah, who made it wait. In response, he assures, he just left the bath. He wondered whether she behaved politely. Mew with a smile acknowledges that the opponent was a real thunderstorm. But next time, she will not give. Sarah, filled with inspiration, notes that she feels rasborn, so tomorrow she will make every effort. Tori has gently assured her that this is not the case, because tomorrow they have a day off. Apparently, I just forgot her to say about it. Subsequently, a man approaches in Uriel's house. Handing slightly, he addresses the young man for apology and request for help. Before him stands his mentor, Dadan. Tori wondered if it was really worth recovering the stone wall. Dadan explained, addressing such a request to the temple of the god of the land of Gaitaros, he was exposed to 10 gold coins every time. Dadan addresses the suggestion. Will you not do me a favor? Moreover, I will give you all the devices on the magical stones you used. Tori is interested in the cause of such an unexpected request. Dadan replies, 9 years have passed since the monster has devastated this city. Gradually, the memory of people weakens, the feeling of danger is erased, and everyone is increasingly forgetting past horrors. In the memory of Turo, the events of 9 years ago emerge, and he agrees with him. He assures that it is not necessary to solve a single time, otherwise it will have bad consequences. It is better to start with first aid. The Danist rejoices in such a decision, and says that he rests on tour. It reports that the main forces have already gone on a campaign to Basalia, and a few reports have been received. Tori is wondering if the goblins increased. Such a question is a genuine surprise, and he asks where it is known. Although the E-radar did his work properly, the number of goblins has been extremely strange lately. Dan bitterly confesses that he understands that to interfere only after the disaster is wrong. But when it comes to the safety of the locals, he has no fear of being treated. Tora notes that it was he who raised this issue, so he has no need to worry if he decides to go right now. In response, the Academy of Sciences waves with his hand. They say, nothing wrong, if he wants, can go. Dawn confesses that he remained with Sako that day, and the reproaches of conscience were pursued by nightmares, where his hair sprouts from his head unrestrained. It is not necessary to lose a whole day there. Now everything is under control. That is why he trusts Tori care. Sarah went to shops with the owner, so Tori had to go to the Ministry of Defense to restore the wall. At the very wall of Tori with anxiety acknowledges that the situation is much worse than expected. Gathering with thoughts, he warns Mu. He must go to find out something important, so she asks her to stay nearby and not go far. Obediently obeyed, Muffin on a flying board and solemnly says that he will now become fast like the wind. In the thoughts of the tour, the belief is made. Without a mentor, even a child, poured out of silver, will not be able to take the proper shape. The look slides on the wall, and in the heart matures the question: where to start the way forward? The exterior wall, curved in the form of a horse hoof, covers the city from the east, forming reliable protection. In one of the corners of the lower city, according to the gate, the forest, which settled goblins, spread to the right. On the opposite side stands the main gate, returned to the road extending in front of the city. There are two zones inside, internal and external. They are separated by a ditch through which the bridges are thrown. In case of attack on external walls, these crossings will immediately destroy. Tori brings a wooden ladder, happily notes that it is just great, and is taken first and foremost for the places that have been affected most. Similar destruction occurs only in cities that have repeatedly become the target of monsters. It is impossible to hide during recovery, as well as to cover with your power at once a large area. Having reached out to a huge crack, he heroically promises, everything will return to the look that everything was 10 years ago. Efforts were not in vain. The plan was to be done. The difference catches the eye instantly. It is unlikely that someone will go so far, but the danger of revelation still exists. It may be worth narrowing the boundaries to the most damaged area. The smile appears on the face. It is no longer possible to turn the lost large pieces. But now the wall looks strong, and the cracks have disappeared. And that is enough to feel pleasure. Thinking about the situation, Tor sighs. If this continues, you will have to apply this skill again and again. He already wants to get a few goals at once. However, the ability to choose several goals is only available in exceptional situations. The force dissipates between them, and the effect is noticeably weakened. However, having mastered this skill, you can attack several monsters at a time, Tori notes. There's no point in dreaming of unattainable, however. It may be time to try, even if it seems like a little. Yesterday's hunting for giant caterpillars is mentioned. Then he repeatedly resorted to the restorative spells, and the itching passed instantly. Tor shouts, "It is only necessary to look into the depths of your own thoughts, saying keywords, and many opportunities immediately open." He was delighted aloud about the perfection of something impeccably impeccable. The eyes snatch into the darkness of the wall. The awareness returns, and the work boils. The surface is restored step by step. About 50 movements, and another place is done perfectly. With a happy smile, he runs to him with his cats, wondering whether he has completed the case. Tora explains that it is necessary to wait a little until the recovery limit is updated, so it can calmly return to the games. The carefree game continues. Meanwhile, the Tora, removing the sword from the vagina, thoughtfully pronounces, "Once it is already necessary to wait for why not test this iron blade? Slide, sharp blows cut the air. Feeling in the hand is completely different than it was with a wooden sword. This weight and true power of weapons do not go into any comparison. The inability to cope with the task would be an irresistible obstacle in the way forward." He has brought the training to the end with decisive, confident waves. He has passed for a while, and miraculously coping with the restoration of the north wall in just a day, reports. Then he will take up the southern, but must first rest. Appearing before MU, reports the return. The two of them head home, where they are already waiting for them. The hostess, together with Sarah, serve a festive dinner. There is comfort at the table. The whole company is going together, and fluffy pets are causing something under their feet. In the air, a cheerful noise is blowing. A fascinating conversation grows into a friendly laughter, and everyone is happy to take the dishes. The road brings them into a thick forest, where Tori is shared by the news. Today, everyone is waiting for hunting for an armored boar. Sarah exclaims that it is wonderful, and the party promises to become unforgettable. Mu confidently states that the Torah calmly trust her with all the worries. According to the cake, armored boars are real giants that reach the shoulder of an adult. He is remarkable for the enemy, just not to overcome it. In the arsenal, the first-level smoke curtain skill and his magic and combat techniques do very little harm. Usually, to overcome it, you need to have a second or even third-level skill. However, if you follow his actions carefully, you can win even without it. Victory over it opens the way to raise to rank with F. Mu assures that he understands him perfectly. This is how the Torah's entry is painted in blue. Dreaming of your own blue tint, Mu confesses that he wants himself too. Tora laughs in response and assures, of course, everyone is looking for it. Inspired, Mu immediately gets into business. In the next 2 hours, the E-radar carefully combed the surroundings in search of an armored boar. It is unexpectedly wondered if it is a wild boar. Thor at the same moment cover her mouth with her hand. Sarah denies, they say, this is definitely not a boar hiding place. Most likely, in front of them, the Kublo goblin. The first silhouettes of creatures begin to emerge from the darkness. In the crowd of the usual goblins, Tori notices Hobgoblin. Sarah looks at him without understanding what is happening. Tori, a little gloomy, explains, "This is a special kind of goblins, which you rarely meet on the surface. It seems that if everything lasts in this way, you will soon have to wait for a real procession. Goblins continuously appear one by one, and with every minute they become more and more. It seems that this is where the dungeon is located." Interestingly, Mu asks, "What is a dungeon?" Thor was no less serious in response. "It is a deep abyss underground, where dangerous and extremely powerful monsters hide. His atmosphere is somewhat inspired by the memories of a great abyss. There is a kind of outpost to expand the possessions. In the very heart of this place, the so-called black hole is hidden. In each dungeon, you can come across this black hole, which, according to one of the theories, is associated with large failures. The owner of the maze is constantly watching his possessions, and the thick clouds of miasm are leaking through a black abyss. If nothing is changed, the monster will become more and more." Mu Yu addresses the Torah with a question. This phenomenon is called invasion. Tori agrees that this is true, and adds that the invasion is possible for another reason. If the monster on the surface is not destroyed, the space for existence will be smaller, and it can also provoke an attack. In the worst scenario, when all the inhabitants of the dungeons suddenly emerge to the surface and begin to recruit the land in humans, the world risks to be under double invasion. Mo wondered if he was going to fight them. Toru only shook his head. "No, even thinking about it is stupid. Together they are simply not able to withstand such a horde of goblin." It adds that now it remains only to announce the danger of the nearest sawdust. There are 3 such enterprises in the thicket of the forest, but time is enough to prevent each of them. Tori agrees, offering to return faster. Sarah supports and calls for hurry. Mu also has nothing against. An unfamiliar triangle burns in the hands of Tor. The intrigued MJ is interested in what it is. Tora explains, "This item is a reward for wall restoration. It is an ignition mixture and a special cylinder for arson. Monsters cannot suffer the smell of this substance." He assures that magic also occurs on hobgoblins. Without hesitation, throws the stone directly into their den. Panic covers goblins. They look around. At this point, Toru crashes with a powerful cry. Girls immediately run together one way. At the same time, the 4 goes hunting. The Juice, again referring to Ricard, insists they are not ready for such a test. What Ricard denies sharply, to act quickly and attack much more efficiently. Hisek notes that last time they miraculously managed to turn everything, but the next meeting may not turn into well. Rikaru is parked that Hisek's fears are in vain. Until you try, you will never know what he is capable of. Irritated, the girl throws swearing without hiding indignation. How many more will this endless circle last? She is annoyed that everything happens again and again. The girl returns to the 3rd boy, Sasana, reminding that he is the chief here, so let him speak instead of everyone. According to Sisin, everything is in vain. It is better to leave them, because the guys are always like that. Despite all the sharp reproaches, this detachment was at first completely different. But Sion understands their dissatisfaction and annoyance. A few days ago, a new one appeared in the detachment, which on the first day stunned everyone with brilliant results. Since then, the mood in the team has become somewhat different. It's about Sarah. Friendships, Ricard and Hisek, have left their native village together. On the outskirts of the border town, fate brought them with the wizard Alessania, and since then, it has been half a year as their team became one. It is only necessary to clamp your teeth and make every effort, and they will open a luxurious, high-paying life. Unfortunately, these people were not out of the beginning. Suddenly, the earth under her feet came in a craft, and here before the heroes the real armored boar emerges. Panic covers everyone. The monster rings, aiming directly at them. The Hass, faded with fear, throws. Is it not accidentally a armored boar? However, the size of this monster is striking. It is twice as high as familiar forest boars, and even more than usual. Ricardo takes a step forward, but she exclaims with tension, demanding to stop and warn, he does not defeat this enemy. In response, only the stubborn cry of Ricardo, he will deal with this enemy. The monster is inevitably approaching. After flying into the air, the lightning sword breaks the space. but unfortunately, this attack does not cause monster and scratches. The huge muzzle of the monster rejects Ricardo back. He crashes into a tree and blood protrudes from his mouth. Three friends covered in horror break into a cry in one voice, shouting his name. Ricardo, the voice trembles from despair, looks sharply to them, and pleasantly orders to flee. The beast, with a frantic roar, will rapidly stick to the group. Zyson snits the shield, and casting his eyes on his comrades, loudly calls them to flee. The legs of the exam begin to tremble. His whole body is rocky with fear. Sezion is rapidly rushing to the flipper, capturing the animal, and Alicia in a hurry gets the device to fix everything for recording. In the head of Sisanda, the thought glowed. If you stand a few strokes of the enemy, there will be a chance to win a little time for their group. Alicia utters the spell, trying to return the health of Ricaro, and begs him to be called. However, the guy's gaze frozen somewhere in the void, and in her words, there was no answer. With the whistle of despair, it exclaims that water to heal the first level will not help it. But a new noise emerges in the air. The girl rotates sharply, trying to find his source. A spooky picture opens before the eyes. A monster, like a dagger, punches a shield and ruthlessly penetrates Zisson's chest. The clever jerk of the creature tries to pull out the tooth, tearing the wound even harder. Holding a sharp canine, Sison soaked a request for help. The forces quickly left him. His fingers slipped, and he fell hard on his back, slipping out of the fang. From the blow on the trunk of the tree, the body was swollen down, and in the end, it was face to the ground. The convulsions covers the police. The eyes are moistened, and the heart is mad at horror. The creature that has just appeared does not look away from her. Suddenly, Ricard breaks on her feet and orders her to run. In response, she hugs him even stronger and shouts in despair that she does not leave him. The monster is rapidly rushing to them when a sudden arrow hit her just in the forehead. It turned out that it was Juice, with trembling hands, released that arrow, aiming at the monster. The monster sharply turns his crazy eyes to him while Alicia breaks on the cry, calling for fleeing. While Alicia rushes, covering Ricard, his hand focusedly releases an arrow, but the legs are stubbornly not obeyed. Once again, the paralysis of the powerlessness is hampered by his body. The monster with incredible force pushes the associate to the ground, breaking his bow and arrows. The desperate she is shouting his name through tears. The lifeless body of Juice with broken limbs has frozen on the ground. Her view stops on his comrades, remembering a recent dispute between them. The absurdity of what is happening does not fit in the mind. All the magical forces are already exhausted. A single chance has fallen. Hardly touching Ricard, he speaks blessed words, those who open the path of a nourishing drop for her children, who persistently reach for the owner of the Tree of Life. Looking at them, the monster fades for a moment. Alicia, gathering crumbs of courage, is slowly getting up, grateful to fate for the saving of Ricard. Despite the trembling in the hands and fear in the heart, step by step comes closer to the threat. At that moment, Ricardo emerges a mysterious figure. He is convinced that he stands before him. Alicia, tuned to the battle, compresses the weapon so firmly that the bones have arrived when someone's hand rests on her shoulder suddenly. It is the Torah that reassures her, sincerely praises her for a well-done case and assures that from now on everything will be fine. Tears invisibly appear in her eyes. Ricardo rises sharply, trying to understand what happened to him. Alicia looks around. Meanwhile, the Torah sounds in full voice, leaving her responsibility for friends, and Mu requests to share a part of the strength with him. Without hesitation, Sarah obeys him, and Mu calls for a crushing thunderstorm. I swing rapidly forward, having time to get to Hisoka. Alicia's view is full of hope, noticing that he is still alive. After a moment, Tori destates the monster, instantly finds himself next to Sisan, touches him, and returns to life. Sisan recognizes his rescuer. Tori breaks forward, ahead of his breath, and is strongly swollen with the sword on the armor bore. The blade slides on strong armor without causing any harm to the enemy. The imagination of Tori draws a gloomy picture. If everything lasts, the indicator arrow on the wing will soon fall. In intense reflections, he seeks a way out of the situation, breaking his head over what decision to make. Looking back, she notices a tree. He rushes to him intensely, quickly blows up the trunk, but suddenly he is exhausted. The action of a thunder needle is dispelled, and the forces leave his body. After collapsing from the deepening, the boar rushes to the way, barely touches the trees, finds herself clamped between the two trunks. The trap worked instantly. No one realized that it was. Alasia, stunned, asks what just happened and how this old wood could do it. I am enthusiastically exclaiming to Tora that he is incredible, because he managed to get out of lightning. Tori stunned in his own palm, which is barely noticeable. The force that has just woken up in it seems to him. Rikara, puzzled by events, addresses Alasia to the question of what is the matter. Tired of exhaustion, she settles on the floor and wept, confessing through tears that she does not understand. Rikara is confused with his fading, not knowing what to grasp, but gently soothes her, gently holding his hand on his head. Meanwhile, Toru causes a decisive blow to a spear in a Ko's boar. A deaf moan of pain breaks out of his mouth. There was no doubt in the mind of the Tora. The armored boar was faced. However, it is striking not only the scope of creatures, but also unusual massive legs that do not give rest. Suddenly, Susan approaches Torua, with genuine repentance apologizes and thanks for the salvation. Tora only shrugs and assures that he should not worry. In fact, he pursued him. Znikni, Sisson dares to ask why they were rescued. In response, the Tora only applies a finger to the lips, urging to remain silent and not to break the topic. With apology on the mouth, Sisson begs for forgiveness. Tori, in response, dissatisfied, he notes, "How much do not look, but too many paws in this monster." Sisson agrees and explains that it is not a regular armored boar. There are such special creatures, the so-called special types. One of them he once had to see with his own eyes. When monsters are not persecuted, their numbers are growing rapidly, and mutations begin to occur with the reduction of residents in populations. This is how special species are born. Creatures hardened and adapted to fierce fighting. Suddenly reports Shesun Tora of the Hoblin Cave previously discovered, from where these creatures suddenly began to crawl. The news really jumped by it by surprise. Tori is asked for help, and Rikara, looking thoughtfully, notes whether this situation seems really serious. His user nods, and indeed, the problem is a great problem. Alicia's gaze stops at the squeeze. Expectations are fluttering in the air. Without hesitation, he strongly declares his choice. He goes with the Tora. Short, silent nods confirm their common consent. Tori insists. It is necessary to get out of here faster because this area belongs to an armored boar. Sarah is wondering if it is really easy to throw prey on the spot. I will be questioned. Do not want to taste the meat at all. Tori assures that he will be picked up on the road, so it is worth going with him. Mu jokingly adds that he can no longer wait for a return. In the northeast and southeast there are forest saws, another, just on the forest path. A friendly company goes to this trail, and the Tora does not hide the hobby. The place is really wonderful. He instructs the societies to go to the southern forestry, and together with the satellites he gets the northern sawdust. They come to meet a man, glad to see the Tora. However, as soon as it has to report circumstances, fear covers it, because from the neighboring cave one after the other begins to crawl goblins. The face is squeezed from panic. This is a real danger. He shouts, "That can't be!" The sound breaks down the silence. The man gives a sign. It's time to leave the cave. There is a call for urgent evacuation, because the invasion is already on the threshold. The city must be notified of the danger, so they prepare smoke alarms so that each inhabitant receives a warning. Peru calls for fleeing and assures they take on everything else. The man, having dragged by, shouts in full voice that all hope is now only on them. In the distance, a second signal appears, and Tori immediately understands that the Sign-On team also managed to carry out the plan. Closing out loud, the man reports that the wall is already visible in front. There is no time for rest. They are almost in place. The tour is convinced that the messages have already been transferred, but no blue smoke signal has been raised from the guard tower. Much of the protection went to the Basilia, and this certainly left its mark. Taro with a smile convinces the girls to stay next to the urine, because according to him, her strength is 100 times higher than their. Looking at the Tora silently, Mo explains with sadness. He had urgent cases, so he asks her to remain a polite girl and patiently wait for his return. Mu is wondered if she can go with him, but Tora assures, as soon as you can handle everything, we'll definitely return. By that time, Sarah he trusts her. Silence does not answer. In her look, sadness is read. Tori easily touches her cheeks and praises, youth. Having drawn the last look, everyone says goodbye to Ru, that the head disappears in the distance. On farewell, Sarah exclaims to keep himself. Carlos is already waiting for his friends at the gate, asking Sarah where the old man went. On the stage of the club, Shure is heard music, and Tori in a hurry reports that he should urgently settle one business. Carlos explodes indignation. Is it now time for such distractions? Carlo warned, red smoke is always a bad sign. At the same moment when he was fascinated, he jumped his cart just on his leg. Crushing in pain, Carlos asks what she is doing. Mu without hesitation expels him away, indignantly calling a suspicious person. She orders him to stay away from his sister, Sarah. The embarrassed Sarah hastily assures Mu that everything is fine. Sarah concerns that the situation has not improved, because new goblins pour out of the cave without end. Carlos assures that this is impossible, because they visited the cave only 10 days ago. Even if the invasion is being prepared, it will take at least another month to prepare. In thought, Ashares cannot understand how it is possible to make the old man in such an important issue. It confesses that things are too bad. Even South Sawing guys have not yet appeared. Carlos notices a bluish smoke that rises in the distance, and hints. If something happened to him while returning, it would probably be known about it. Suddenly, as if waking up from numbness, the hero breaks out of place and exclaims that it is necessary to hurry and Sarah time to go. But not wanting to leave a friend in trouble, he asks loudly to wait and promises to help him. Carlos is surprised to ask what Sarah says, and emphasizes that she cannot there. According to him, she is still very young, and in the role of adventurers, less than 10 days. And in general, it is possible that it is a real invasion, so he cannot bring it with him. In addition, if you take it with you, the grandfather will not be slow to pass, so that it will almost seem. Sarah does not move out of place, recognizing, even if this is not enough, she will at least be able to spend people through the thickets of the forest. After talking to me, Sarah explains that she is waiting for urgent cases, so she asks her girlfriend to return home on her own. Moosh just shook her head and waved her head, even talking about such senseless. He does not understand that the interlocutor is trying to convey. Mutt shares with her that it was Savar's sister who instructed her to take care of the Torah, so this responsibility lies with her. After the conversation, both go to the forest to help those who need support. Lively pointing the direction to the outer gate, Sarah hurries everyone to go. The fuss rise around. People in panic rush to the exit, calling in a hurry, otherwise everyone will be trapped. Sarah turns to one of them, trying to find out what happened. The man, noticing on her chest, the G-Rang icon, advises her to hide inside. They say, there is a real evil. A huge fighter, through which they have already lost hope to escape. The announcement accused them of themselves. They did not want to listen to 4 messengers with a warning, so they were late. It is rumored that one of them has a hole in the shield, but as soon as there was a smoke signal on the other side, there was no doubt. The truth was terrible, and they, covered with panic, rushed to flee. Even when the outer walls emerged before their eyes, a giant wild boar had suddenly taken a travelers. The 4 who accompanied them had to distract the February beast on themselves, so they were able to escape. Sarah, holding his breath, is wondering what was next. In response, a voice is full of disappointment. If he knew. All you have to do is share this with the guards at the gate. Maybe it will help them a little. The words were already hanging on the lips in Sarah, when the stranger Brownlee interrupted her. They say, let them blame them if you want it. In his opinion, such a fate is a real test for adventure seekers. Disappointment envelops Sarah when the impotence shakes all its actions. I am coldly confessing. She is indifferent. She only obeys the Torah orders. A warm smile illuminated Sarah's face when she praised my obedience and courtesy. Powerfully stroking the girl on her head, Sarah noted a small whirlwind in her hair, who was soap stuck in different directions. The touch barely touches Moo, and the cry breaks. Sarah is hastily apologized and carefully asks if she hurts her. Mao asserts that everything is fine, just an unusual, strange wave of sensations penetrates her body. With his hand gently touches a little curl, leans closer and fun, asking if he likes it. She purple herself with pleasure, enjoying the moment. New encourages her, letting not stop. Sarah examines his head carefully and notices another. Sarah turns to Moo with genuine curiosity, trying to find out if harmony really prevails between them. This is confirmed by Mu. Yes, they get along well. Sitting, Sarah is interested in whether the partner will repeat the same experience of the unification. Her voice sounds more and more confident. The boy's attention is attracted even harder. because her own appeal clearly begins to become her main weapon. The secret desire flashed in thoughts, to find the perfect way to express your love. At this point, he asked if he would not hamper his Sarah as they would become one. The answer was calm and confident. There can be no hatred. Mu's careful curiosity asks whether Sarah will be angry, even if he hears something unpleasant. In response, the girl confidently assures that he is not going to be angry at all. Suddenly, people who were panicked stuck out of the thickets of the forest, and followed by an armored boar after them. All around them were immediately alert. The monster was already preparing to attack one of the people. And suddenly Sarah resorts to a magical call. The monster, obeying her strength, crashes into a barrier and painfully breaks his face. The cry of Sarah, full of determination, forces the man to rush. With gratitude in his voice, he exclaims the words of gratitude for salvation. The monster, meanwhile, is difficult to rise to your feet. Grabbing the cart for the rope, Sarah throws a short team of Mu. Hold on! Running who where, the shell warns everyone. Weperid Kaban got to his feet. Magical stones suddenly poured out of the sleigh. At this point, Sarah is aware that it is not time to worry about these jewelry now. In the last breath, everyone rushes to the gate. The guards encourage the exclamations. Faster, a little more. And alarming screams are heard. The pursuit is about to catch up. Panic covers the crowd, because the monster is almost over the back. Crossing the threshold, Sarah exhales with relief and reports MU of their victory. But there is no sledge in the sleigh. Just as Rikaru distracted the boar, giving the rest the opportunity to escape, the hyssop under the cover of shrubs released arrows directly from the monster. Hiding behind another trunk, Sinan quickly prepared his weapon. In memory, the words of the Torah came out every now and then. The improved armor boar got additional legs, and therefore significantly accelerated. This power makes the beast awkward on steep turns, and this weakness can be crucial. The stone, running with a haystack, flies directly into the bora. Using this sudden obstacle as a makeshift shield, there is a chance to dodge even the most prominent attack. It is recognized as it is currently an open match with an armored boar remains an unattainable dream. They only have to win a little time so that the sawmill workers have time to escape, and then to survive in this dangerous situation. Suddenly before him, a Carlos arises, apologizes for the delay, and assures that from now on he will take care of everything. There are 3 more from the bushes, sincerely rejoicing in the appearance of Carlos. The monster is heading for him, but the hunter instantly injures the monster first in one leg and then into another. Finally, the spear ruthlessly pierces him with a pashchek. Carlos is convinced that it is not time to demonstrate its massive pork. Declaring the finale of this fight, with a fierce determination launches a spear in the direction of the monster. The electrical discharge suddenly flashes. Carlos does not hide as a surprise when his spear is under strain, running through a sparkling stream on the blade. A blow hit the mort of the monster directly, erasing it to the ground, leaving no trace. The smile blooms on the Carlos's face when other guys run down to him. With a light smile, he assures that rumors of the invasion are just fictions. Walking his hand, Carlos reminds, "Time to go, otherwise they will be late for the festival." Meanwhile, Sarah is seemingly looking for Mu, with hope, wandering between people and desperately asking if anyone had seen a little girl here. One of the men shrugs and replies that he last noticed it even when she passed through the external gate. Panic, Sarah runs down to the gate and hits them with all his strength. It is suddenly stopped by the company, wary of asking that she conceived, and whether he really intends to destroy everyone. In response, Sarah reports that Mu has disappeared. A slight impetus from Ryakan makes her alert, and caring intonations in his voice sound almost sincere. Closing the gate to the castle, Ryakan is already preparing to go on, and suddenly Sarah stops him, asking for a little wait. Ryakan threw a reply. If she decided to die, do it alone. Do not draw us into our desperate plans. Sarah noted that I have not returned yet and was waiting in the yard. The Reconstrum shouts to her, begging not to open the gate, calls not to act so recklessly. After all, even a candid fool understands what will happen if she tries to open the door. But it is too late to change something. Almost certainly, it has long been not among the living. A noise rises around. Someone is indignant that the name of this guy is well remembered. Acute remarks fly after. It is better to keep track of your own words. Another voice emerges through the Homer. It is indignant that Ryakan has tried to close the gate, knowing well, the danger has not receded. In response, Raikon is justified. They say he wanted to save the city, but he is sharply broken. The calling of a real warrior is to stand against the monster, not to flee from the battle. The indignation is raging among them. They claim that this Mrs. Sarah came to their defense, hotly shouting, thrown to Richan reproach. They say he paid generously, then let him do his job properly, and does not die dazed and lazy. The second exclaims that in the past he was a brave adventurer, so such a bore for him is a trifle. The river, however, tries to deny. In fact, he will not cope with such danger on his own. Suddenly, Rickon Starslov rushes away from the gate, leaving surprised locals behind. Residents of the city, without spending time, are leaving. At this point, Sarah covers alarming anticipation. Somewhere near Mu causes a crushing thunderstorm. Suddenly rose up. The girl knocks on the massive gate, shouting, "Are you here, me?" Sincere words about the protection of the younger sister are heard in the ears of Sarah. Only she perceives them. Sarah's memory pops out the words that Torah entrusted to her by conveying Mu to care. When the gates were closed, it was Mu who jumped silently from the sleigh to make them easier. That is why no sound sounded around. Sarah's body begins to tremble. The eyes are filled with tears. The voice sinks into regret. All this happened because the advice of the Torah was ignored, because of its own stubbornness, which did not allow you to immediately go to the city. Sarah screams through the gate lattices scatter in the air. He wants to reach Mu, addresses a passionate request. Only for a moment does he ask for attention, wishing that at least once in their lives all the borders disappear between them, and they become one. The thunder of the battle is thrown to their ears. Sarah, with despair shoes, begging to stop, because a little more, and the end is inevitable. Suddenly he understands. Mu released his electric spike, and although the strength is on the verge, the girl still does not seem, stubbornly struggling for every breath. With all the passion in the voice, Sarah exclaims that so many fascinating things are still impossible. They have never tried all the dishes from the trays to the fair, to hear a sincere desire, to visit the bath again, to touch her fragile shoulders and to renew a sense of joy. Suddenly, I ask Sarah whether she is talking about the things she ironed. Sarah with a smile confirms. It is about them, and adds that she is ready to iron it as much as he wants. The question is again heard, whether she hate it when they connect into one. In response, Sarah breaks into a cry, assuring that this will never happen. There is no reason for hatred. Mu's voice trembles from uncertainty when she asks whether she will hamper her Sarah and become cruel with her. In response, Sarah breaks into a cry, assuring that it will never happen. In memory of the cruelty of the mother, he confesses that her tears flowed continuously. The image of the mother was brightly etched in the girl's memory. Sarah assures that she would never allow such words and would not become cruel to her. Without hesitation, she assured that the Torah always appeared nearby to help her out of trouble, so it was time to pay off. If Mu wants to go somewhere, it will certainly accompany it and will certainly bring a Torah with it. Sarah's eyes shine with tears when she confesses Mu in sincere love. A thin stream of smoke suddenly appears from under the gate. Understanding what is happening, Sarah is a lot of digging, with a handful of throwing the earth sideways, shouting his own name again and again. Finally, the fingers are facing the palm of the Muz. Having reached out, Sarah calls me, and finally their palms meet. The unexpected touch causes the girl a wave of unusual sensations that instantly envelop her. Unexpectedly for Sarah, she rushes a scraped boar. Without hesitation, she uses a special technique, and the monster crashes simply into a protective barrier. Blood immediately flooded from the monster's mouth. The monster, without stopping, rushes forward, frantically attacking. Sarah once again calls for power, and this time, the fangs of the boar are already starting to crack. In the third attempt to call the beast, he finally loses his fangs, after which the boar muzzle is completely detached from the torso and continues to fall down. Grasping the air, the man with tension monitors how the monster was indulging. It is a little time, and the woman begins to gnaw a doubt. And is he still alive? Grabbing the stick, the girl jokingly touches her cheeks and smiles. Determined, triumphantly exclaims that she won again, because her strength is actually striking. On the other hand, the gate, the exhausted Sarah, is thinking, she overcame it. The forces leave the girl, and she faints, in love with falling down. It was an hour and a half from the moment as a smoke signal appeared on the horizon. Harrison's flag, and members of the guild, gradually began to gather over the clock tower of Zamayor's. Due to the fact that many experienced adventurers went to release the Basali, the defense of the Muris entrusted the detachment of shooters and guards. About 30 fighters took key positions, watching every movement around the fortress. More than 40 desperate adventurers united in a detachment of melee, resolutely went out for the gate, preparing to give the enemy a decent repel. The city square gathered guards that did not reach the rank of E, as well as many low-level adventure seekers, all of them ready in case the defense of the gate or walls could not stand the pressure. One of the commanders is loudly announced to everyone. A large number of enemies have been found in the north gate. The gaze is directed down. The whole horde of goblins riding on the boar of the boar is in the bottom. The caterpillars and other strange creatures crawl separately from them. Each moves in their own direction. Angry boars with frantic force are cut into the wall, while the snails and caterpillars lined up along the wall, forming a living springboard for goblins so that they can reach up. Leaning forward, someone exclaims that he will deal with these horrible goblins. The other, picking up, screams with reproach not to risk it and not put himself in danger. In the next moment, Goblin throws a stone directly into the head, and from the explosion of life instantly leaves his body. Snails cling to their slippery bodies to the feet, forcing the victim to pan. While the person is defenseless, these creatures pull it down and ruthlessly achieve it at the bottom. The loud exclamation is cutting down silence. The battles have not happened for a long time, so it's time to put away here. According to him, the enemy is significantly outweighed. It is impossible to retreat. You need to be fully. Only so you can stop the invasion of the enemy. His orders listen carefully. In order to cope with the numerical advantage of the enemy, several magicians combine their forces in a single spell. Earth magicians lift a magnetic shield from the ground, stopping the stones on the fly, which is attacked by goblins. Taking advantage of the right moment, the archers lowered the arrows one by one, which threatened the enemy. Behind the defenders on the walls was a supportive wife. The melody of courage flared up in the evening air, filling the hearts of warriors with courage and leaving no room for fear. The magicians of fire and lightning released their power, thinning the lava of the goblins with deadly spells. But suddenly in their direction the balls are broken. One of the goblins is loudly warned, "Use caustic shells." The muted moaning of pain is heard, and the voice carefully states that it seems like the enemies have finally made a lot of waiting and dared to get out of the shadow. Haben shamans appeared on the stage. Following the target, an arrow with a magical guidance rushes, so no opponent will be able to hide. Action exactly in the forehead. These deadly arrows are mercilessly dealt with goblin magnas. The commander exclaims that everything goes great, so he leaves a detachment of melee here. Meanwhile, the soldiers, rushing forward, are already storming the goblins just below. One by one, people deal with the ugly. Further forward in heavy armor comes out. Then, the voices are heard. It is difficult to say which of them is a real monster, and hardly someone will be surprised, because he commands them. A lightning flashes in the sky, and panic is instantly increasing among those present. Everyone is afraid of being struck. However, in the next moment, the lightning discharge pierces the space, destroying all the monsters with wild boars one single, powerful blow. The earth shudders, and a giant abyss is formed in it. One of the soldiers with relief, but also surprise, he confessed that he had gone with force. The other exclaims, "It's time for everyone to return to the walls urgently. The rain will begin." The rain suddenly breaks above. Dodin rests his palm on the wall and exclaims with force that some miracle they still managed to restrain the onslaught of enemies. According to Taurus's report, only the northern wall remained restored. It was the main pressure of the monsters. Directing the offensive to the strongest part of the fortified wall, it becomes apparent that gobgoblins act much more reasonable than it seems earlier. In addition, the absence of their leader is of great anxiety. He disappeared as if he had dissolved in the shade. Dadin clenches his teeth, only indicating that it was only a cunning, distracting maneuver. The look rests on the sky. The face radiates determination. On the eve of the battle for the northern wall, the container is hurriedly heading in his business. There is only one thought in his head: to restore as soon as possible, as much as possible, a major part of the southern wall. On the expensive, sensitive hearing captures suspicious rustling. Carefully looking back, the hero notices how the groups of veterans are slowly combing the forest huts. Tori thinks in surprise. Why do their traces lead here? It is unclear why goblins, which should immediately move to the wall, hid in the surrounding forest. It has already become clear. The battle on the north wall broke out at full force. The thought was circling in her head. What to do next? It may be worth returning and calling for help. It is doubtful about this idea. If the true intention of Hobgoblin is just that, then for the escape to the north wall is too late. The events of 10 years of antiquity emerge in memory. The determination flashes inside. This time does not be like. It will not happen again. It is also more expensive in the world for him, and a precious dining table top that brought so much luck. It was at this moment that the look breaks out. Goblins began to destroy some of the wall. The sudden assumption of the true purpose of the attack is pervaded by the Torah. Fists are involuntarily beaten from anger and tension, thinking whether they can overcome the goblins hiding near the forest, without the danger of the workers who are erecting the wall, unfolds the imagination of a careful attack. Even after the action of lightning needles ended, this armored boar continued to swing at a frantic speed, despite the attempt to depress him. In memory, there is a feeling of every cell of the body fought on the verge of possible. But will he be able to repeat it again? Picking up the sword, he decides to act. It breaks from the shelter and, screaming loudly, rushes with weapons on the enemies, jumping by the goblins by surprise. The sword pierces the air once by time. Several Goblinski heads fly into the grass. The Torah is lightning behind the trunk of the nearest tree, feeling that around the enemies. The hand trembles from tension, but when it is possible to come to mind, the understanding returns. At such a pace, it is quite possible to cope with enemies. Suddenly, a creepy, dark aura. Thinks are confused. Did this creature order an attack on the north wall, using it only as a distracting maneuver before a real attack? Is the leader of Goblin himself in front of them? The realization that the most powerful warrior of enemies came into the arena permeates the Torah anxiety. At the same moment, the barricade does not stand the pressure. The wall deftly settles, and the goblins finally manage to break through the defense. The container is quickly aware that if things go in further, the city will not be able to resist the enemy on both sides. A calm, confident gate approaches them. Goblins are wary of returning to noise, but do not have time to get rid of. In a moment, one head has already rolled to his feet. The touch of Tolaru to the wall instantly turns her original appearance, stunning the goblins and igniting even more anger in them. The horde of goblins surrounds the Torah on all sides. He notes the view that at least a dozen of these creatures have already penetrated the city. The monsters rush to him, but in response the swords whistle lightly. The metal cuts the air, and the head behind the head, the limb behind the limb fall to the ground. One of the goblins still injures him. The hero tries to cure himself with a trembling hand, but another goblin suddenly rushes to him. Goblin snatches the Torah sword and drips both blades directly into the stomach. Blood flows from the mouth of the Torah. But even in a moment of pain, he raises his hand and stifles the knife in the very eye of one of the goblins. Everyone around uses the breath from the unexpected development, and Tori strongly rushes forward and beats Goblin with all his strength in his chest. From a powerful blow, he flies back. Tori, moaning with pain, firmly squeezes the arm of the knife, which is deeply infused into the abdomen, and with a wild cry it pulls it out of the body. The blood immediately splashes from the mouth. The eyes of goblins, which closely monitor each movement, are rounded by horror. The wound on the abdomen is amazing directly in their eyes, and no trace of blood remains. Still ruthlessly led his hike against goblins, carrying their heads. The solemn call to the ice god is in the air, a request to give eternal peace to those who sinned and became the enemy of his will. Suddenly, the witchcraft came. It was the magic of an ice sleep belonging to the clan of Ash. This insidious spell brings oblivion to the enemies, slamming them into a deep dream of sleep and depriving vigilance for a certain time. Sleep becomes a goblin trap. Tori instantly guesses that only one person in the whole city has such an unusual icy magic. Uriel approaches the Torah. While all the goblins are dozing, staying in the sizes, the hostess smiles gently and welcomes the Taurus on his return. Without hiding surprise, Tori addresses the mistress with a question that brought her here. But only he sighs and explains. Recently, such places are constantly attacked, which is why housing here is so cheap. Suddenly, goblins emerge from sleep, but do not have time and blink with the eye, as the Tory already leaves them goallessly. Deaf silence reigns from the north, no signal of the horn that would declare a victory. Time comes, and therefore it should be acting immediately until the goblin leader with their warriors moved the other way. Turning to his mistress, the young man catches a confident nod. She acknowledges that she will not be able to hold the battle for a long time, but she sincerely asks to allow him to join his struggle. A light smile appears on the face of the Tory and it nods. Going to the wall, he gently applies his palm, immediately restored. The idea flashed. After this attempt, there will be only 3 more possibilities. The wall again falls deaf from the head of the goblins, and the crowd of slamming breaks inside. Looking around, everyone see the Euro says a new spell, calling for rest. He orders the creatures to find his own peace. While all goblins are in a deep dream of a winter hibernation, Tory mercilessly destroys everyone in place. Suddenly, the room shakes the roar. The second group of goblins breaks, and behind their backs, ominously hiding in the dark, the leader appears and covers everything around a thick haze of fog. The icicles are urgent, the magic of the conjure, the ice goblin, fear and cold envelop creatures again. The Torah swords rise in the Navali attack. They flow blood, tremble with horror, but they do not dare to make any resistance. The surprise overflows turf. It is enough to breathe these tiny crystals, and the regenerative forces of the goblins instantly disappear, as if it were not. The awareness comes suddenly. It is only necessary to shake the enemies, and he is taken to business without hesitation. The look falls on the mistress. The woman looks completely in love, barely holding on her feet. Having time to pick her up, the hero saves a woman from fainting. Although the power of the techniques was low, they had to be reflected once at once from several opponents. The course of their actions no doubt has led to such exhaustion. The cost of magical energy seemed truly enormous. The hostess is carefully pressed against his back. A new flock of goblins, which breaks in the middle, leaves a trail in the air. The Tory finds the very moment when the witch's energy of the hostess has reached its climax. He will soon restore everything to the ideal. Only goblins appear on the doorstep and throw their eyes on dead comrades. Horror covers them. The desire to escape takes the mountain. But they are barely trying to go back. Death catches up with everyone. The leader is already stepping into the hall. 4 notes. There is a leader of the goblins himself. She looks at Uralai and is wondering if she can rise. Her answer is the question, they say, because of the tour. Even the pain in the thighs disappeared permanently. Tory assures that he can handle himself, so he asks her not to overstress and rest. Ural notes that usually 5 heroes are just enough to overcome the leader of the hobgoblins. The picture is reminiscent of the trial for those who seek to obtain the title of the hero of the E-class, isn't it? Toryu, noticing her anxiety, assures, "Everything will be good, you should not worry." She adds that it is better to watch from a safe place. Uriel responds to understanding and decides to entrust all this thing to Torio. From the throat of Europe, the leader of the goblins, a low growl. The whole tour trembles from a frantic inspiration. Looking at himself, feels. This skin is strong, like a real armor, and the appearance resembles a beast, dressed only in thick fur. Reading if the steel blade can cut this monster, the hero squeezes his arm stronger. The monster sharply rushes to him, and then Tori remains to be decided. He will only be healed into the head of the enemy, or in the vulnerable edges of his ends. The monster waves weapons, but the opponent skillfully evades, and in response causes the sword to the face of the enemy. In response to the rage of the monster, then he rushes to Torua, again waving his massive bone. Torua's flexible movement has time to dodge, sliding sideways. Smoke rises from the goblin's face, the wound is tightened instantly, and the residues of blood it eagerly licks the skin. Tori comes to the understanding that no attack makes sense. Even if he aimed in open areas of the body, without fur any injury heals instantly. The enemy restores everything caused. The palms are trembling with the sword that rests on the ground. At the same time, the idea is given through consciousness. There is another place left where his blade is able to cause real pain. The sudden jerk of the Torah snaps the sword and rushes rapidly at the monster, aiming just in the eye. The opponent has time to react at the last moment. His powerful forearms instantly rise, standing with a shield in front of his face. Thick smoke breaks out of the mouth, and the tension reaches the limit. The Tory barely manages to stay. Suddenly, Goblin's hand slides, and Tory hit him just in his eyes. The terrible roar escapes from the mouth of the monster. It convinces the eyes of the palm of the palm of the palm of pain. It is shaky, he loses balance, and it is at this moment that the Torah rapidly rushes forward, thinking of filling the enemy with a flurry of devastating blows. Suddenly a monster's paw grabs a collar for a collar, and from this last year it is clear. The trap closed. The hand touches the wall, and the command sounds. Recovery. The stone surface begins to grow rapidly, pushing the tour down. It does not hold and falls on the back, without having time to react. The powerful wall presses Goblin, which he sees nothing so. Heavy stones are poured on top of it, hiding under the debris. Hardly translating his breath, Tori realizes that he managed to return the wall to the state as it was before the Hobgoblins punched the hole. Uriel approaches him, notifying a beautifully done work and mentioning compassionately about fatigue. In response, he turns his head, gratefully thanks to the lords. Madly confused because of the presence of young Uriel, Thor is dying on the spot. His jaw is distended from surprise, and the cheeks gradually fill the blush at the sight of the girl. Uriel is amazed with a slight surprise what happened and why his face is so red. The answer sounds uncertain and confused, as if nothing happened. Turning on his feet, Tora strongly stuck the blade into the head of the goblin leader. Looking for answers, she is wondering whether the couple returned to the apartment and receives a negative answer. The strange thing is that the owner seems to have not noticed any changes in the situation, and this ignorance is worried about the Tora. The powerless forces to recover, Tori cannot even use the magic of healing secretly. Uriel assures that everything is under her control, and he only has to hurry up. It's time to return to the gate. The grateful Thor nods and, without spending time, entrusts her. He hurries the room in a hurry, leaving the Urals alone with thought, what would it be delicious today? The rain finally subsides, and the delicate drops roll on the leaves of the surrounding plants. Carlos with a light smile reports Tori of late. The celebration has already ended. Along with Carlos, the company is rally with Sizen. The surprise engulfed the Tora. The place of collection seemed to be at the other point. Yet, Four had enough ingenuity to solve the riddle here. According to Sizen, as soon as all the work was completed, another armor boar suddenly appeared on their way. Fortunately, Carlos managed to save everyone from this mess. A little later, the company met Sarah and Mu at the gate, then decided to stay side by side, protecting the approaches to the territory. According to Carlos, as soon as the gate guards appeared, they combined efforts and, covered by the rage, rushed to find the rest of the detachment that was hiding in the forest. Toro reminds that Carlos is to blame for his service. Carlos's cheeks are filled with a blush, and, awkward, he assures that there are no debts. It would be better for everyone to look for their own path without stopping on little things or unnecessary obligations. The sudden voice rushes out of the crowd. Mu and Sarah rush to the Torah. In a moment they find themselves near and hug it firmly without hiding the joy of the meeting. Carlos and other viewers lay a wave of sincere warmth when they watch them. At first glance, Tohur guessed that Sarah seemed to exhaust all her magic without stopping until she completed the transformation. Sarah finally confesses that only now she realized what great strength of the spirit requires the risk of life for the sake of another person. With bitterness in his voice he confesses, "Too late, awareness has come, and now she regrets she has not returned to the city immediately." Tori agrees. A truly understanding of this is the most important. He is wondering if he wants to find out how she managed to defeat Boar, and here Sarah confidently states that she had overcome it. The vicious look of Toru slides on the faces of friends, and in a moment he suddenly hugs them so firmly that the breath is intercepting. The girls are embarrassed by the cheeks with a blush, and they laugh and happily pick up the embrace. Toria notes that they have been fully, right? The unspeakable relief covers the heart, to see them whole and intact. He admits, he was wrong, hoping that the adults themselves will cope with this situation. Sarah wanted to deny, assuring that the guilt lies on her. After all, she failed to do so. But Mu reminds, she protected her as he asked. The indignation boils into Sarah, and without restraining, she pulls the Musite cheeks, reproaching, "So protect it is quite bad, and if it is repeated, serious anger will not be avoided." The cautious me immediately reminds that Sarah herself promised not to be angry. Watching their interaction, Tori smiles and thinks about whether they have finally started finding common ground. The next day, when Dan and the city stood in front of the goblin from the forest, the streets filled the roar of the hoof. Troops returned to the city, sent on the order of the deputy chief of Siko. The report finally confirmed the information of a multi-annual investigation. The destroyed outskirts of Basalia turned into a huge dungeon. In the dungeon, experienced adventurers of the highest rank were suddenly appeared, who immediately coped with any threat that existed. The real problem lies in the fact that penetration happened on the eve of the Hoblin attack. In Mr. Choi's institution, Peter Dayton is suspicious of Sako. Does he really try to convince him that yesterday's goblin attack is associated with the destruction of the dungeon in Basalia? Perhaps it is an echo of the ominous consequences of that event? Sako emphasizes that it is only an assumption, and to find out the true cause, an additional investigation must be conducted. Sako notes that after reporting the attack was too sluggish, and the total attention of the city finally dissolved due to the insidious sabotage of Goblin, who opened the path to the city enemies. The latter of them, without much effort, has passed the random seeker, however. This does not diminish the fact that all the efforts made were in vain. Laughing loudly, Dadan thanks a stranger to the traveler, because if it were not for his timely help, Basalia would have survived a terrible tragedy again. Sako burns from rage, insisting, "This is not a joke at all." Dadan, perceiving his seriousness, assures that he understands the hints. Sako wants Dadan to review the guards at the gate and, in fact, reduce their numbers. Already raising his voice, his father stated that he was not going to stay away. He would postpone some of the savings to restore the wall. Slowly drinking the drink, Sako notes in a calm tone that the final decision on further actions belongs to him. However, he assures that at the next meeting he will definitely express his position in front of the committee. And yet, the juice adds, we should not forget about the awards for those who showed true bravery yesterday. The deep exhalation escapes from the breast of Dadan. The atmosphere is again gloomy. People are getting smaller, but the tasks are only added. If things continue to go in such a line, the community's fighting spirit will finally go out. Sako notes that in such circumstances, all this was inevitable. Fortunately, civilians did not affect the civilians, so the situation can hardly be called the worst. However, when the guards on the gate fenced away from the people and closed the gates, their reputation was suffered quite a lot. Dadan notes that we should truly thank them for it, no doubt. Sako emphasizes that only 3 guards at the gate were killed now, while 9 years ago the losses were larger. 2 were killed. Dadan is surprised to admit that it is difficult to imagine that he once was a non-conscious student was so capable. Sako has time to say that it was about one of the adventurers, as suddenly the waiter of the establishment was broken. He begins to mention the nameless heroes who managed to overcome the whole flock of goblin together with their scarecrow. The waiter turns and throws. They say, among these heroes there is a real beauty with a broom. The city is buzzing and does not subsides. Residents do not find a place in search of mysterious rescuers. Dadan with delight notes that the Torah has long outsurpassed all his hopes and became a real man. Sako only nods in agreement, and both return to their drinks with ease. Dayton recalls how Sako remembered Mrs. Ural, and claims that being a person who is able to recognize any mislead, he can say unmistakably that was she. With a smile on her mouth, Sako notes that, as always, it will be pleasantly surprised, because her beauty is really impressive. Dadan jokingly points out that if the Torah was able to bring her youth back, then perhaps to his strength, and deprive Sako of that eternal harshness on his face. Sako is waiving his own desires, claiming that things are more important now. Dadan immediately guesses that it is about Basalia, and in a worry, asking what has happened. Sako shares the news. It was possible to cope with the dungeon, but the leader of the maze remained a strong nut. In addition, the insidious ceiling brings a lot of trouble. It will not be so easy to overcome it. That is why Tair wants to make the Torah even more effort and become even stronger. During this period, Carlos appears on his way. Asked if he really leaves the guards at the gate and is about to leave the city, he receives an affirmative answer. Yes, he goes with the Rican. Having made a selfish choice in leaving the innocent people for the closed gate, Raken was deprived of the title of Seeker, and in addition to expelled from the city. In the end, this loser went next to him. Just to leave a friend is not a way out. While many thoughts are swinging in the head, Carlos is convinced that together they will certainly find a way to fix everything. Carlos instructs Tori to pass the sorry apology. Unfortunately, it was not possible to lead her to different restaurants as he promised. He calls Mu a squeak and jokingly asks her to convince her that Carlos is in fact a guy not from simple, but rather cool. The container confesses that it will not be easy, because Carlos is sure that he will never deceive her. Hearing this answer, a smile blooms on the mouth of Carlos. The Tory extends the Carlos's fist, and in response, he extends his palm from which his wrist disappears. Tori explains with a smile, it is his farewell gift. The verses mention joint hunts, harsh nights and broken knives that have returned to life in his hands. Finally, he confesses to a bitter smile. It is the limit of his skill. Tears swell in the eyes of Charles and she insists. This skill is not in vain. Even it can be a question of its futility, because it is a true unique gift. Miracle healing. Carlos with delight contemplates the restored hand, touches his own palm, without believing his eyes. Tori, without saying a word, turns out and moves away. Above the hearth rises fragrant smoke. The Urals skillfully roast juicy meat. Mu is delighted and eagerly looking at the table, and Sarah with shining eyes turns to the Torah, enthusiastically noting that the dish is not only incredible, but also pieces of meat is surprisingly thick. The Urals assures that on their menu there will be other eating. Juicy ribs, baked with white beans, young circular potatoes and rosy onions. There are still skewers with minced meat on the table, in the middle of which there is a delicate filling with a rich aroma. Ural assures that everyone will be enough, so he encourages guests not to be ashamed and enjoy the dish. Yesterday, a funny adventure happened. Tori inadvertently returned her youth to her youth. Suddenly he was ashamed. It is inappropriate to make an elderly woman who has just bloomed with beauty and health. In addition, the casual conversation showed the hostess seems to receive great pleasure from it. Mu wants everyone delicious, and immediately the company takes the meal. Sarah and Ma from the first spoon seem to be delighted. The dish is so delicious that it seems as if they were rising above the ground. Everyone is tasted at the table. Not only humans but also cats under it eat pieces of meat. When the meal is coming to an end, Sarah jokes that it is overwhelmed so that the step cannot take. The lightness took the mountain, because not everyone could eat 5 full plates. But the Torah only shrugged on her behavior, and she did not even pay attention to his remarks. Juriel asks if the guests liked her dishes. The Tory does not hold back the delight. Thanks for the stunningly delicious dinner. Smiling, the girl replies that she did it with genuine joy. Her gift in honor of the victory over 2 armed boars. Their blue tokens of adventurers were proof of this unforgettable moment. I am indignant because only she did not get a blue feature, such injustice embarrassing her. Then the Torah reassures the girlfriend, assuring that there is no reason to worry, because getting the rank of F for me will be easier, because among all, it is a real power. With a smile, the bridge confirms that everything was. The Ural sighs with some regret, saying that it was unfortunate that the increase to the rank was to postpone, because it was he who defeated the main goblin. Even the dungeon remained unconquered. Unfortunately, the Torah failed to gain the ability to pass the dungeon, but he is pleased with the idea that at least it was over. In addition, he did not allow the monster to the city and received a considerable award with gold. In addition, the skin obtained from armored boars is great for creating a new equipment. All this adds confidence. Step by step, moves forward. A smile blossoms on the Yarrow's face. Thor, gathering with thoughts, addresses her. He had questions. Interestingly, lifting his eyebrows, Yarrow wondered what he wanted to know. Hearing the proposal from the Torah to join their team, Sarah and Emus immediately blossom from joy. Looking around, Gerald has sincerely thanked for the invitation, but she adds with a sad smile, "Such an old woman like she will only become a burden for them and delayed on the road." Tori wondered if something was worried about something. From these words, the girl shudderedly. Having reached out, Tori gently suggested his help. He may be able to do something if she shows what is the matter. Looking through all her memories, comes to the conclusion. Even immersed in every moment of her past, nothing seems to be anxious or suspicious. Lowering his eyes, she notices a strange black swirl that gaps at the roots of her tree. Puzzled, thinks what it can be. This obstacle inhibits the development of the owner. It blocks the acquisition of skills and restrains the growth of magical power. The Euro notes that unexpectedly for Alto can see people's skills even without any measuring devices. The sadness settled in her eyes, and the facial features became gloomy. It is bitter to confess. It was because of this that the damned fruit miracle had to leave the dreamed life of the traveler. She remembers a long history with delight. Once in their forgotten god of the village, the abbot of the temple appeared in the village. The locals only fell their shoulders confusedly. No one had no idea which could lead such a respectable person to their deaf outskirts. The unexpected news sounded. Someone told what she said. She wanted to meet personally with the author of that high-profile exclamation. The surprise immediately rose around, and some in despair exclaimed, "They say a girl, a real witch." However, it was soon cut short, warning not to rush in such words so lightly. In the walls of the house, Uriel is again doubtful. Does the rector of the temple really want her to become a mentor? Having received the confirmation, Yuri sincerely thanks the guests for the long journey and the care. But the girl rejects the offer. The abbot of the temple is still interested. It was because of the magician, one of the possible heroines, left the path of adventurers. Silence becomes the best answer, the abbot of the temple explains. Usually when the labyrinth is won and sealed a black hole on the trunk of the skill tree, a new fruit appears. However, one day in the maze there was a skill that imposes a curse on those who have magic. With a careful smile, the girl adds that it is just rumors. Whether she was kicked out of the guild, or perhaps she was tired of the adventure finder, does not matter what reason she left the way of the adventurer. Turning to Uriel, the heroine asks him to share with her her deep knowledge, calling her White Ice. In response, Uriel explains that thanks to the decision of the rector of the temple, she was able to become a mentor. She has given her dreams to the younger generation, supporting and inspiring it for development. Tora is finally aware of this. Tori says that he personally checked the impact of the curse. According to the description, it is tenacious to reduce the number of skill points obtained after the victory over the monsters, and gradually depletes the magic supply, which should usually grow over the years. Then, covered with panic, he rushed to look for a moment when her magical power was at the height, and using the art of recovery, returned Sarah at that crucial moment. Sarah is wondering if he can apply his abilities to solve this problem. Tora notes that when it comes to a branch of the skill tree, recovery can be applied unlimited many times. However, in the case of a reference for recovery, the fruit of the skills will no longer be separated from the trunk. With interest in the eyes, Sarah asks for permission to look closer, which is only nodding with a smile. Let him try. The girl immediately calls for help, but barely holding back his yawn, he complains. From satiety and finger he cannot move. Sarah warns, if you give yourself a slack after eating, you will quickly turn into a round cat. In a moment, as soon as everyone gets down next to the mug of L, Mu extends his hands and strongly says that it is time to start. Without having time and blinking, the whole four is before treating Yuri. Juriel is surprised how clearly the tree is visible, as if it were first discovered for itself. Sarah asks, does it not impress? Mu does not refrain from pride and cheerfully states, all this is its merit. Sarah explains that they are full of business now, so all plans will have to be postponed. Hands gently on his head, where her strands are twisted into a bizarre vortex. Sarah without fear approaches the fetus, closes the eyes. Anxiety is instantly increasing. The rest cannot hide panic and be asked feverishly that she has thought. Unexpectedly, after Sarah, the fruit begins to glow. Acceleration of growth is a unique ability that allows you to rapidly multiply the magical experience and skills of its owner. In the mind of the Torah, gradually there is a guess. Sarah simply spread the curse by her skill. Only now is Sarah confessed that she decided to try it, because it seemed to her, such a move can work. In a moment she is interested in, how does the Torah feel after everything? Errol did not have time to answer how a lady with despair rushed to her chest. Tears shine in her eyes. The smile blooms on the face of Sarah, and she hugs. Tori confidently grabs Uriel's hand and pulls forward. Suddenly, a cry is given out between them. Someone is suffocating, begging for the air. Conveniently stuck in Sarah, Mu was in the soft embrace of Uriel, who firmly pressed her to herself. The warm atmosphere of the hugs did not break for a moment, but near, with a radiant smile, a Toreur settled. Looking at the empty guild of the adventures, Sarah surprisingly notes that today it is surprisingly small. Tori explains, all this is the consequences of completing the dismissal operation. Experienced adventure seekers have returned to their usual hunting grounds. Sarasha promises that they will go to prepare with Mu, and Mu winks. They say they will return very quickly. Tori with a smile advises them not to get too passionate about the preparation. Thor assures Uriel that everything is under control, and proposes to go together. The Urgent jokingly says that he counts on him as a guide in these places. Despite the almost empty space, the figure of the figure still attracts general attention. Tori advises Uriel to move to another counter. Thor, in a sublime mood, approaches an employee with two funny tails and asks if they can register a new adventurer. The girl automatically replies that this opportunity is. Once Merrick's gaze stopped at Uriel, the girl's face was immediately blossomed, and the words began to be confused on his tongue. Helpily greetings, she reported that now the receipt of registration was underway, and, in his way, she introduced, I am Mary. Worried, the guests were interested in the name. The Urals is welcome, presents and sincerely expresses the joy of acquaintance. Marika extends her a sheet, politely asking to fill in the registration questionnaire. The Urals with light laughter rejoices. I have not seen the letters so clear for a long time. Following the Torah, the employee reminds that to register a new adventure, you need to have a token of the person who recommends it. Without delaying, the guide demonstrates his own token, and the employee carefully examines it. Marika's gaze slides on the sheet, and she confidently voices, she is 22, her hometown, a table. A light smile touches her mouth, and finally, everything is getting into place. These years are now clear, no difficulty arises here. The real name of the Urals is Jurassic Laurel, but she was forced to officially become a granddaughter, even cutting her name for a short jury. Marika carefully puts the ball on the ground and requests that he can now touch this ball now. The Europe reaches out and delicately touches the ball. Tori again does not stop wondering the incredible tree of Jarell's skills. Even 3 lower branches, Ice Sleep, Ice Crystals, and Snow Blanket, have already grown to the very peaks, and many ripe fruits of skills are replete on the crown. In addition, the tree of the middle-level skills, Ice Flower, has already blossomed into full, only a little lacking for Shimmering Frost. All the trees are limited by the 9th level of development, and although it is impossible to say with certainty that they will be able to grow to the maximum, 4 of them have already obeyed. Marika confidently declares her own unsurpassedness. After thinking, the girl begins to decide which rank she suits her most. Finally, smiling with pleasure, solemnly announces, she gets rank B. The indignation broke out into the Torah when he expressed surprise. All newcomers are not obliged to start with the rank of G? Marika asks what he really needs. However, the guy again and again embarks on their conversation, not managed to stay away. Tori, embarrassed by the words, assures that the matter is not at all, but only in the desire to find out whether there were changes in the system. His thoughts are gently sliding around the probable consequences. Such a high appreciation for her can be a real problem. If future teammates exceed 2 levels, they are not allowed to unite in a detachment. In addition, the range of hunting lands available to them will narrow significantly. Having looked at the room, the Torah notices a familiar worker who always serves them. Under the power of a restless thought, the guy asks Mary to suspend the procedure and wait a little. You need to make sure one important thing. Her face is filled with irritation, and Marika acutely asks why he interferes, because she is also part of this team. Ural gently tries to reassure her, politely apologizes and asks a little waiting. Seeing this attitude, Marika instantly changes and, smiling, replies that she is ready to wait as much as he will need. He voices a new condition, whether the Urals will touch her hair. The cheeks flare up with a blush, and the gaze slimmies to your eyes. A controversy is flashed near the other cashier. The buyer persistently requires the employee to name the name of a modest hero. In response, the woman calmly repeats that he has no right to disclose this information. Because he was personally asked, the guest does not retreat and is interested again. What about only initials? This is already under the power. However, in response, the remarks are made. Even the initials are able to give out a person, so it is impossible to allow it. A strange woman who visited directly states, there will be no progress. After bowing his head, he returns to the conversation and begins to ask again. With a slight disappointment, she asks the employee if there is at least something that can be done with age, because she has given so much. In an effort to explain that this is also not a great achievement, she is interrupted by a visitor. With annoyance on her face, she sharply throws, can she not even call her age? Tori comes to them, smiling gently, and reports that he has been 39. He wondered if they completed their conversation. Further contacting Anna, he politely asked if she had a minute. Anna asked if something unusual happened. Tor reports that she has come to register a friend, however, to the surprise of everyone, she should get a higher rank. Anna is wondering if they have already used the only measurement device. In response, Tor assures that the procedure is already behind. So, if things are going so, she is genuinely sorry. But it is no longer possible to change the rank. The registration system has undergone changes. Now everything works faster and more efficiently, raising rank only according to the development of branch of skills. In the mind, Toru reproaches himself for his unfortunate safety. The measurement device has already been used, and the hostess's tree skills have never been restored. Another person intervenes in the conversation, apologizing for the incident. He expresses the belief that Tora wants to create a detachment with the lady he brought with him. The head of the auxiliary brigade is called Shika. Tor notes that this is exactly what he sought from the outset. She also adds that it would be great if she managed to reduce the rank a little. Shika, in response, is restrained. It is not necessary to expect radical changes, the maximum that they can go to. This is to give her the rank of C. Thinking aloud, Tora notes that in the case of such developments, at least you need to reach rank E to create your own detachment. Chika smiles and reassures mysteriously. They say that if his detachment is still raised in the classroom, no obstacles will occur. The narrator is shared by the news. The Cave of Goblin, which serves as a test to raise the morning, has not overcome any detachment. If the boys express their desire, they are ready to prefer pioneers. She asks with interest what opinion about this. The Goblin Cave, from which the monster's invasion of the monster, still remains unzipped, despite the defeat of creatures. A few days have passed since the powerful Hoboblin was defeated in the maze, their leader. However, during this time he could well resurrected and posed a serious threat. Tori confidently assures that he understood everything, and promises to fulfill what he said. Meanwhile, the same girl who questioned in Anna about Tori does not quench. He asks with an interested look whether he is not sometimes the mysterious figure hero. Surprised that the Tori looks older than she expected, and is interested in a barely noticeable derision. Is he going to prove her exclusiveness before you go to rest? The torture pleads for forgiveness, frankly confessing to lies. The surprise has frozen on the girl's face. She does not believe and asks whether it really happened. The guy is behind her skeptical look and suggests that it is probably another fiction. The girl, confused and annoyed, is hot as if it is truly deception. Or is it true? The girl explains. She only wanted to see her own eyes of the one who renounced the glory for her own choice. The Tori summarizes briefly. Their affairs are exhausted. The girl catches up with him and hardly asks to stop. The conversation is not over. Thor returns to her with a slight surprise and asks if there is really something important left to be heard. He declares that he is rumored to conquer this dungeon. He challenges him. She suggested competing, who would soon overcome the ruler of the maze. Behind the stranger notes that the dungeon turned out to be surprisingly close. You can only immerse yourself in turn. This news causes her anxious thoughts and some embarrassment. With a slight smile, the Thor replies that he now has a debt to her when a girl allows him to go there first. There is a reservation behind. If she dares to it, a victory can be taken unexpectedly by someone third. And they have no right to participate in the test of the dungeon, because the registration process has not yet been completed. The restless girl continues to follow the Tora, shouting loudly and stubbornly poking his finger, requires that he be alert. Tora comes to Mu and asks whether he wants to freshen up in the bath. Noticing the boy, the girl is suddenly lost. Her cheeks are filled with a blush. Among the thoughts, like a whirlwind, has an unexpected curiosity. Maybe he already has a wife? Sarah appears in front of her, bows her head and quietly confirms her assumption. In fact, she is his beloved wife. Twisted, the girl does not believe any word. He convinces that she has never heard about his wife and child. The man carefully asks her to calm down, guessing that he was probably familiar with Mr. Tora. Sarah guests meet with a smile on his face, immediately calls her name and tells that he is a single team together with the Turu. Then the gesture is welcome to Mu, introducing a new acquaintance with a girlfriend. After a few words, Mu invites them to join them in the bath, and yet, jokingly wonders if she wants the guest to wash her back. The girl smiles and seems like Betten. Behind her back, like a shadow, stands her butter, named after. He nods respectfully and says that I am glad to get acquainted. Tori, with dissatisfaction, notes that he did not seek this meeting too much. The Lepin, with a smile, notes that it does not mind establishing a relationship if Go-Ha is wishing. Go-Kan drops nearby, thanks her and extends the candy, offering to accept this small gift as a sign of their meeting. Without hesitation, he pulls the candy to his mouth, exclaims, "It's honey!" And it adds that the taste is unsurpassed. Sarah with Tor is also treated with sweets. Diana only laughs and calls on to continue until they see again. She apologizes because she must go and submits the team of Go Down to follow. The rushing rushes, and in the thought of Tor, surprise and confusion flash. What so unexpectedly covered it? Somewhere at that moment, Marika carefully combs Gerald's hair. It claims that this comb is a real masterpiece, and the Urala strands shine with unmatched silkiness. Urael assured that despite the fact that the thing is somewhat expensive, the incredible softness of each coin spent. Smoothly approaching the company, Sheikah apologizes to Errol for waiting, gently holding a tray on her hands. Giving it to the girl, she opens an unexpected find. In the very middle lies an adventurous token. Ural expresses their gratitude. Sarah with delight notes that the black frame looks surprisingly elegant and adds maturity. Moo, joke, said. Grandma also now became a real adventure search, as well as Moo herself. With a smile on Tori's face, he apologizes to her for a forced waiting, because it was he who invited her to a meeting. Ural only waves his hand lightly, assuring that there is nothing to worry about. There is no guilt on the Torah. Mershika with despair exclaims that she cannot believe Ms. Uriel did not even reach a B class, and boldly hints, "It is not necessary to waste time. You should immediately return to business." Tor assures that very soon they will cope with the Hoblin Cave and quickly catch up, so she asks to wait a little. The girl nods, and with a smile replies that patience has much more than he imagines, so she is sure to wait. With a gentle smile, Sarah reassures that everything will soon be ready. Moo picks up that if it is taken for the case, no difficulty will arise. Everything will pass as oil. The next day, after registration in the guild, Tori and his satellites went on the road to the Hoblin Cave. To obtain the title E, you need to cope with the goblin-resistant hiding in the depths of the cave and overcome it in less than 15 days. Yet, it's not as simple as it seems at first glance. The peculiarity of this dungeon lies in the walls. Rare minerals sometimes occur among the stone subsoil. It is because of this danger that everyone who goes to explore goblin caves is sure to bring miners with them. And detachments must take care of their safety. The goblin cave, although consisting of only 3 underground tiers, remains dangerous due to the continuous flow of Mayam Sems. Even the newly defeated Hoboblin resurrects in a few hours. Only on safe hours, miners are allowed to go to work. It is then that their steps lead to the dungeon of the goblin cave. Sarah wondered in Torah whether it would be more to explore the cave immediately during digging. He just smiled and noted. To fight during the extraction of crystals is strictly forbidden. You still call on uninvited diggers. Without choosing or resting, the path lies only forward. And battles with monsters change to exhausting mining. Torah calls for miners to prepare. They are waiting for the first-level research, so everyone should be alert. One of the miners is concerned about whether they can feel safe next to a detachment that has a child. Someone else replies, "Who knows? Once a guild of adventurers gave permission, they only have to wait." The dark, tight grotto swallows them into its darkness. No flash of light, only thick darkness. Sarah is quietly confessing to the Torah that she sees nothing, and she wants to illuminate the lantern. However, Thor warns, "No fire. Otherwise light will surely attract the attention of insidious goblins." In dense darkness, the route disappears before the eyes. Sarah complains that he does not understand where it goes. Suddenly it sharply encounters the obstacle. The sound of the collision erupts into the silence. Suddenly, in Tor, the mentioned, the girl uses moose vision, unsurpassed for night vision. With a smile of confidence, the moose assured, "Everything is under control." By activating her ability, she boldly takes the case. Before the eyes, a unique landscape unfolds. The darkness around, and every detail is visible. Sarah, struck by the depths of the soul, is surprised. Even in the impenetrable darkness for them, everything remains clear and understandable. The words of admiration flash in thoughts. Moo is really incredible. Suddenly in their direction a stone is rapidly flying. Toria has time to put a sword and beat a blow. He notes that they appeared surprisingly quickly. Looking closer, he catches outsiders and orders the girls to follow him, keeping at a safe distance. Step forward, and the stones fly away once in a time. At the same time, 2 monsters appear in the field of view, which are rapidly rushing at him with the intention of attacking. One powerful scope of the sword gets 2 heads of opponents at once. The next goblin throws a stone, but the Taurus is instantly covered with the soulless body of another goblin. Without stopping, he, along with this shield, approaches and pierces the enemy with a blade. Miners to the sounds of glasses enjoy a small holiday. One of them, with a wicked smile, predicts that they will not return here for a long time. Treats comrades with a snack. The other, picking up a joke, laughs fun. With unexpected determination, the Tora and girls appear. They walk from the cave straight to the rest. The younger asks with a slight smile whether they have already surrendered and turned back. Tora is calmly answered that their business is complete, which causes everyone to be surprised. Tori announces the miners that the first level is already cleared, so they can go further. However, workers are distrustful whether this is true, because it is unlikely that even an hour from the start of work. The Tori holds in the palm of the interrupted of the goblin ears. The miners were frozen in full bore. Their jaws were almost sank to the ground. Shakhtar was alert to whether the danger had passed. Tora confidently assured that now there should be no threat here. All the enemies have long been deprived of the shelter. With a smile on the mouth, Sarah notes that everything brilliantly clean, they have handled great. When glowing with pride, adds, "I tried with my best, now you can feel fully safe." The head of the younger orders everyone to get up and stop kicking. It is time to take the case. In response, one of the attendees does not hide indignation. Only a moment ago, this commander was thinking about the snack. The whole detachment enters the cave in full readiness. Sarah immediately noticing the unusual look. The Tora belt looks suspiciously weakened. She carefully asks whether the weapon is slipping into it. In joking, the Tora admits, "Years make themselves known, so the belt is no longer holding as it once." It is wondering if the Tora will be able to return everything as it was. He explains, his recovery ability does not affect ordinary things created not for battle. He can only restore what really takes strikes, weapons and armor. Sarah is finally aware of this. The Tora enthusiastically supports the idea and offers as the rock hopes work, clean the surrounding area from monsters. The gaze falls on the Mu, which is persistent with the stones with the miners. The Tori does not hold back curiosity. He is wondering what they do during the break. Sarah explains. Mu found fun in composing stones, and it seems that she has already fully accepted them into her circle. Tori calls to the cave where the girl confesses. To the edge, she knew from the monotony and endless repetitions in her life. Assessing the skill of the toe detachment, which significantly exceeded their appearance, the miners increasingly joined the group. Their numbers grew every day. Several days have passed. The number of Raudis has increased to 20 people. To protect the camp near the cave from unexpected attacks by the monster, a fresh detachment of the sentries was added to the guard. Sisun with his group appears before the Tora. With deep gratitude, he celebrates the hard work of the boy. Rikara urges everyone to maintain each other, and near his Juice and Elysia, warmly welcome and note that a lot of time has passed since the last meeting. The joy is glowing in the eyes of Sarah, and she enthusiastically points out that so much time has passed since their last meeting. Tori shares rumors. It seems that the security will also be guarded home. Shisan assures that the Tora is thanks. Ricard is interested. Did incredible courage suddenly woke up in it? Or maybe the fear of the world has disappeared? Hisik confesses to Ricard that until recently, he just waved his sword, without thinking about protection. Now even the art of retreat was mastered. Ricard notes with a smile. He is not only skilled in the sword, he learned how to start arrows without any show. Elysia rejoices that the work of the healer has become simpler. Now she remains to watch the course of battle. A light smile appears on the Tora's face when he hears their words. Suddenly, Elysia recalls something important and addresses him with the desire to ask a question. Tora instantly recalls the extraction of ore, but without hesitation replies that this time he sees the problem, because the right to the mines was given voluntarily. Joy overwhelms everyone, even Mu too. But suddenly, Tori restrains her and reminds that these findings are not for her. Mu denies annoyed. She also wants to plunge into a treasure search. Tori wondered if she always liked this hole so much. In response, the girl smiles and says that playing with stones is really interesting. It is only necessary to hit the heap, as she immediately begins to crumble. Againstly agreeing, Tora assures, as soon as the goblins will be destroyed, it will definitely reach for her help, so Mu should suffer a little. In response, the girl smiles gently and agrees, perceiving it as a true promise. After 5 days of persistent examination of the cave, the ore reserves were more than sufficient. One of the miners notes that soon work on the first tier will come to an end, and such a rapid progress has long happened. Frankly speaking, from this expedition to the beginning, no one was waiting for something special. The kid enthusiastically states that Sarah and I am so charming that anyone can spend. The other with a smile agrees. It is pure truth. Sarah's cheeks are filled with a blush, and I just shine with joy. Gazer is interested in the Torah whether they plan to go to the second level tomorrow, and worries whether they are too hurried. Torah replies that the first level is almost overcome, so it is worth waiting a little and seeing how circumstances will occur. The pleasure of fast work shines in the voice of Shakhtar, but he immediately warns. It is not necessary to exhaust himself thoughtlessly. The lumberjacks share the history of their rescue, which makes respect. The feeling of guilt forces the miner to apologize for the previous distrust. The Torah sighs deeply, calling not to worry. Such a habit for him. It remains 10 days before the deadline. The days before the assault of the Goblin Cave pass one by one. Rama meets them with a sincere smile, rejoicing in an unexpected and rapid appearance. Tori immediately apologizes for all that happened too rapidly. Girls also warmly greet Ramo. Looking at Tori, Rama is interested in a smile whether things are going for the better. It offers everyone to try on new clothes. Friends start dressing immediately. Sarah, turning, wondered if she had to upgrade. Tora only nods silently in response. Remo explains that if the overalls presses in the shoulders or under the armpits, it is enough to pull the lace on the chest to perfectly adjust the clothes under your own body. Sarah carefully inspects the suit and clarifies whether this is what we are talking about. Mu is interested in the hat and asks what it is. In response, he hears that this headdress is sewn from red skin of the hippopotamus. The surprise flashes in the eyes of Mu. Rama says with interest, "How does she like it?" The answer is frankly, the feeling is quite unusual, but like it. Mu's stream head is running to share the find with Sarah and Tor. Sarah touches the elbow, surprisingly points out, they are extremely soft to the touch, and it is worth taking in hand as the surface immediately hardens. Ramos explains that these things are made from the hump of the armored bear, and a special property provides a multi-layered structure. The frame is staring at them with tenderness and sighs. If he had a wife and children. Toru answers with a smile that up to 30 still far. A time ahead is still ahead. Ramos smiles at Mills and agrees. If he, who was recently filled 40, was able to find such a wonderful wife and daughter, then to retreat until early. Views are directed at the Torah. Sarah with a smile notes that his robes are just charming. MJ adds that a wonderful light just shines from the Torah. Ramo tells that this bizarre mantle is made of skin of a blue-striped snake, which is found only in malicious streams. Prolonged life among dangerous evaporation has made her skin surprisingly strong and durable. Turo notes that this material is also very valuable. It is evaluated in 20 silver coins. Sarah asks in surprise whether he can really afford to take such a valuable thing. A light smile and a cunning wrinkle. Rama confesses that recently received an order to repair a cloak from snakeskin. Tori picks up. They only covered the repair, but in fact they took an opportunity, cut off a piece of leather for themselves, and sewed this bathrobe. Rommel is interested in how things are moving with the cave. According to him, it becomes clear that once he had to hurry, their things are clearly bad. The tour confidently states that nothing will slip away from his eye. Here, the real pursuit unfolds over time. This frame reminds that there is a long, standing custom not to deprive Lord of Life until the required amount of war ore is obtained. The image of Uriel does not come out of the thought of the Torah, and the heart shrinks from the thought. If only a drop of support appeared. Ramos bitterly points out that instead of expected assistance, the miners are only harassing. The sudden idea of lightning flashes in the head of the Torah. He calls Rama to wait a little and confidently assures that they are waiting for success. Mui stretches the bag and thanks to him with gratitude. Ramos, with a smile, notes that he created this bag himself in order to celebrate its increase. Interestingly, does she really use it? As you look inside, Ramos intrigues. What is hidden in this little thing? His gaze stops on magic stones, and with interest the moon is the question of their origin. Mu calmly replies, "It is food for a Hanamar." Ramos does not hide confusion and sincerely asks what is happening. Sarah smiles and explains. These are the beloved Sana of Mu, named just because of the pattern that resembles the flower petals. Thanks to the magic stone, the sleigh can rise into the sky and fly. The stunned frame suddenly realizes that it was this Sarah that was meant by food. Without unnecessary words, Sarah explains. Torah became angry with the fact that she sat on her back too often. With tears in his voice, Musad confirms. The Torah was angry. With a smile on her mouth, Sarah informs Rami, "It is only necessary to make efforts in these adventures, and magic stones will be in her hands." Taking the word, Nu explains, "Such a reward is called a salary." When Romath puts his hand on his head, Tori tells him the departure. For a farewell, a light smile stops his face, and he waves his hand after them. At that moment, Sarah suddenly rotates and appeals to him. She would like him to fulfill one thing for her. Going very close, the girl leans and whispers a few words in his ear. Ramos assures that such a matter will take him only a few days. Sarah begs to take up for it. The smile touches the mouth of Ramos, and Sarah, a little soothing, turns back. In the depths of the goblin cave, at the second underground level, the cleaning continues. Mu releases lightning that cuts the darkness, and Tori reflects attacks every now and then, lifting stone barriers. It is rapidly rushing into battle and cutting off the goblins of the head in one go. In the fighting, it distinguishes an unusual blow, a ball of rot, which is ominously flying in the air. So it happened, starting from the second level, in the arena are goblin shamans, which are more noticeably acting together. One of them is neutralized by the hunter without any difficulty. Sarah wondered what she was for a spell, and MJ immediately supported the conversation. In response, an explanation was made. It is a skill similar to those used by monsters. It is only necessary to touch, and it will give the same action. Mutek snatches Sarah's weapons and, playing with smoke, exclaims that it is fun. However, unexpectedly the gun in her hands begins to melt. Sarah takes it to his hands and is interested in Torah, whether everything is fine with him, whether it has not affected him, this strange phenomenon. To the answer, the young man only shows on his cloak and jokes that for a skin hardened in poisonous swamps, such little things. Nothing as for the snake, her old skin. Sarah pleads guilty to guilty and says she should stop him. Torah reassures, emphasizing that it does not cut. To influence volatile objects with the help of shaking is extremely difficult. And after all, it was for such situations that a mantle was created. Thinking for a moment, Sarah lifts her eyes and appeals to Tori to allow her to try something. The surprise for a moment is reflected on the face of the Torah, giving way to a warm smile. By directing the weapon simply on the target, it causes a spell that affects its cloak. Tori strongly tries to cut the fabric with a knife, but soon notices. The material has strengthened significantly and is not amenable to the blade. The idea was, did the skill abolish the action of debuff, which weakened its protection? Sarah thoughtfully assumed how to proceed to us, if the enemy can reuse this ability. Tori did not slow down. What else should you focus on to continue the offensive? It is the answer to this will be decisive in the battle with the owner of the maze. Joyful from the words heard, Sarah glows with happiness. Mu, intrigued to lean closer, is interested in, what else is the key? What is it? And is it delicious at all? When the group comes out of the cave, worried miners immediately come closer, wary of asking if everything is really fine. Their conductor, without hesitation, replies with trust. The calm Tori confidently promises, no trouble will occur. All the threats will be stopped. The excitement becomes in vain. There is no reason for worry. Shakhtar agrees and assures that he will give them the necessary permission, taking advantage of their powers. Moreover, if they cope faster, it will play them. However, they were able to invent such an unexpected plan. It is amazing. Tori, with a smile, notes that for an adventure seeker, cunning is a real man's honor. Invites them to come in half an hour. The baby has wondered if the first level end is enough. Torah replies that even this is enough for Haben to notice their presence. Tori wondered in season whether he would be able to rely on him in case of danger. In response, his comrades confidently confirmed that they can be counted in any situation. Sinking into the darkness of the cave, Rikuri looks around with excitement, thinking if the old man will handle. Hisuk, noticing this, quietly asks whether this thought is concerned. Rikura is interested in whether it seems to be a crazy thought to take advantage of the monsters gathering flocks when they see the crowd, and so to lure the goblins on the second level. He adds that it will take very little time and will make the life of the old mineral. However, such a plan promises one danger. You will have to challenge all opponents at the same time. A smile appears on the face of Hisuk, and Rikar, clearly annoyed, impatiently interested. That is so fun. Hisuk jokingly points out, unexpectedly see how a person who always took care of herself suddenly began to worry about others. Within half an hour, The loud exclamations were announced. Time has come. It's time to go. Ricard focusedly stated his readiness and firmness of intentions. He assured his juice, "It is unlikely that it will be necessary today." Alicia strictly asked everyone to silence so that they would not distract her from concentration. Over a while, the shouts of miners are heard from the street. They also go inside. Meanwhile, the Torah announces that the first level is cleaned. Sarah appeals to the MU to allow her to look. Mu, proudly pointing to a pile of stones, enthusiastically advises to see how high they manage to fold them. In response, Tori approves her efforts, but insists where other monsters are now. Mu, looking at the stones excitedly, asks whether the conversation cannot be postponed, because now it is not given the rest of these mysterious fragments. But the harsh Taurus insists. He wants to hear the answer immediately. Without unnecessary hesitation, the Mu converts the order and applies its power. The look instantly covers many goblins, many of them. He quickly speaks of it, warning everyone about a large number of enemies. Tori with delight states that everything has succeeded, and adds, "Just great." Sarah turns with a reminder. Now they need to hold on to the end. Sarah's answer sounds confident. It can be relied on. It will ensure the Tori at any moment. The Tori is interested in the Mu, in which side the closest enemies. That gesture indicates the direction. The goblins immediately strain, feeling dangerous. The slight movement of the Tori sword disagrees them one by one. At the transition between the first and second levels of Tori and Shisan, they unexpectedly intersect. Rikara with a semi-mixture noted that they seem to have had time to deal with everything and left them empty hands. His words confirmed Hisek. They say he had no doubt that he was not a joke at all. According to Shakhtar, in fact, only 3 of them were engaged in this, and such experience is far from new. But for the first time, something so unusual happened. For more than a week, everything lasted unchanged until the last day came. The head miner just lacked words. The last day of storming the Goblin's Cave. Finally. Benita appears in front of the heroes with Godan, saying that this battle should end today. She reports that the goal is obtained. The cave is conquered, and now the Torah received an unusual nickname, Mr. Common Hero. Torah, in surprise, raising their eyebrows, asks whether they really quit all their affairs to come to them. Bettina points out that rivalry is a commonplace for them, so it is quite natural to stay ready and follow every step of the enemy. Horde notes that they are still far from the title of his opponents, although such thinking is genuine admiration. The girl, squeezed, is sharply interested in why he laughs at her. Sarahit is welcomed with Betty, the one that easily suggests to call himself Betty. Her gaze notices the excellent quality of the sarin shirt. With a touch of interest, Betty asks the next time to show the store in which the one is purchased. Sarah assures that everything will show everything because the shop is a real miracle. Betty offers to visit there to share this incredible atmosphere. Leaning closer, Betty jokingly points out that he is full of energy, though he is still so small. The sudden blow of Mu is stunned by Betty, and even the words cannot be said. The girl in surprise requires explanations, asks why the squirrel decided to beat her. In response, Mu categorically states that if there is no enmity between them, no friendship can be discussed. Leaning, Godan gets a candy, and enthusiastically notes what a wonderful luck. He then asks to allow these sweets as a reward. Mu emphasizes that Godan is a good guy, and if he wants, it is quite capable of becoming her servant. Godan immediately admires such a prospect, and, without losing a minute, proposes to start negotiations with detailed discussion of salaries. Opening his bag with stones, Mu asks if this is exactly what it is about. Godan, fascinated by looking at the contents, exclaims, "What are the incredible stones?" The Godin, though confessed that it causes him to suffer, remains a devoted servant, Lady Betty. The same lady cannot understand why she took such a person at all. Toruk confidently states that it is time to put a point in this story. Ahead, the final level. Farewell words sound solemn. Everyone says goodbye and go on, leaving behind all the past. Betty encourages and urges maximum effort, and Sasan confidently assures that they will succeed. At the same time, it is reminiscent of comrades. It is important not to overstress. Betty confidently states that the defeat is not threatened, so it is worth trying. In response, Godan is grateful to mark her kindness, but reminds that if they manage to conquer the dungeon, it will mean their defeat. Smiling, Betty confidently replies Gooden that this is just a reason for a new call. After the brilliant conquest of the first and second levels to which the Tora with comrades had already managed to get used to, the team, restoring the use of skills, moved to the third level with fresh forces. The horizons in front of them open in amazing, boundless space. Tori explains. It seems that the third level consists only of this single hall. Muna's gaze is straining. Something attracts his attention. The raised hand points to the distance, where the silhouette of the hobgoblin leader emerges. He squeezes a giant bone in his hands, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Meanwhile, Ural is busy with dinner. It was barely heard a cat's hesitation as she immediately puts a plate of meat in front of her friends. With a gentle smile warns, "This should be enough to return to the Tora and girls. You will not get any more." The armed rage of the goblin leader exhales a poisonous cloud full of anger. Tori quickly commands to start the attack, and it whispers separately, it is he who relied on it. In short hesitation, the lightning does not allow the lightning to embroider in the air with a needle thunder and launch an electric thorn. New forces open before him. In the meantime, it is a pleasure to see how easily mastered and a formidable zipper and an electric splash, without even changing the branch of her skills in the last crescent. The shine in the eyes of Sarah does not slip away from the Tora, so he reminiscent of her soothingly. There is no need to strain so much. However, the girl confesses. Impatience and excessive admiration just break out. Tori fades for a moment, preparing for the attack, and rapidly waved his sword. The formidable leader is released by a frantic roar that pierces the space. The Tori jerk rushes forward, barely lifting the paw, trying to strike a devastating blow. Instant reaction. Tori evades the impact, instantly turning his hand with a cold weapon sideways. In response, the monster is in pain. Tori without delay causes a second blow, barely sliding on the edge of the enemy's mouth and leaving a bloody mark on it. Without hesitation for a moment, the Tora changes the position and rapidly attacks, purposefully strikes the enemy's neck. In the way, the thought floats. Was he always so slow? But soon all the wounds of the monster are tightened, and the bleeding subsides. Against the background, a desperate call of the girl is made even more effort, and the Tora in response only smiles at her. At the same moment, the monster is rapidly approaching. Having taken the danger, the Tora skillfully evades the sudden blow. His weapon barely touches the enemy's cloak, and the next second is a strong electrical discharge pierces the enemy. Tori notes with relief. Everything turned out. Several times by applying the charismatic charm Sarah, along with the pernicious bullet of the hobgoblin, the desire was sustained. The efforts paid in full. Just a few minutes. Just as much the effect of this technique, however, its reliability exceeds even the legendary strength of dragon skin. The raised sword broke out with the same insurmountable force. The angry monster growls and is attacking, but Tori is ahead of him. One sharp movement cuts his head, and then pour blows, sending the limbs to the bloody abyss. Only pathetic remains remain from the enemy. The black abyss in the heart of the cave suddenly turned into ordinary earth. It was known from the elderly. The death of the Lord of the Maze instantly destroys a dark failure. But personally, he had no need to watch it. The girls run up to the Tora, falling asleep by the passionate exclamations about what it is incredible, how wonderful it was, although Mutt was confident in defeat. The ardent embrace unites them, and the Tora with a smile reminds them that this test does not end. After all, a well-deserved reward, a fruit of skills, is aware of the courage inside the maze. The palm is lowered to the ground, and before the eyes there is a fruit endowed with the force of accelerated healing. Any wounds or defects of the owner's body heal now much faster. A strange feeling moves to the Taurus, because it already has the ability to recover. However, the idea of healing minor cuts or slaughter seems quite useful. Toru enthusiastically calls for Mu and Sarah to try to touch the things, emphasizing her amazing. Mu reaches out the hand, and in the eyes of Toru there are striking changes. The abilities and strength of the one who wears this item increases significantly. Tori is delighted to mark the new skill of Mu, satisfied with emphasizing that it is really a wonderful achievement. A smile blossoms on my face. Awareness of her own growth gives her joy and confidence. Now she has become stronger. The life of an adventure seeker is not just the battle with monsters. Mostly the days pass in continuous travel, so improving your feat is a real gift that you can be grateful for. Sarah presses on the button, and Toro is immersed in anesthesia, which instantly blunts the pain when the owner's suffering reaches a critical limit. Sarah asks whether it really helps, whether the pain really subsides. Tori, in response, thinking a little, explains, "If the memory does not betray, it is the most popular skill here, and it is simply irreplaceable for avant-gardens. It is rumored that the adventurers can withstand such injuries that the average person would have long been erected from their feet. The first victory over the dungeons is usually awarded with this skill." At the same time, as the Torah was told, this skill is completely useless against minor scratches or light wounds. Its true strength is revealed only when the damage becomes serious. Sarah shares the feeling that she had got some useless skill, and Nu is already triumphant. They say, she got exactly the one that suits her perfectly. Tori shrugs and emphasizes, everything will only solve her luck. As far as he knows, there is only one skill among the local skills. But unfortunately, this opportunity has never fallen. Sari becomes anxious. She suspects badly, and asks if the end has come for them. Tora explains, it would be not easy if the ceiling collapsed suddenly after the disappearance of a black hole, because the dungeon dissolves about an hour. Suddenly, an important opinion emerges in memory, and the hero appeals to Sarah to check if her skill is able to work in this situation. Taste to the fetus weapons, she states that nothing good to expect. At that time, Tora notes, his actions are not at all like attack, and invites everyone to go back. The steps on a round surface, where a black hole has recently rushed, and immediately feels shaky under his feet. Unexpected fragility is reminiscent of a moment with a stone stove in the past. It should be investigated closer. This thought was in his head. The guy with a gesture asks the girls to retreat, and Sarah, without hesitation, goes away, calling Mu. Touching the earth with his palm, he activates restorative magic. Suddenly, everything was shaking around. Sarah broke into a cry. Meanwhile, the remains of the leader began to recover rapidly, and he, like a long sleep, rebelled. Instantly removing the Mu, Sarah gets a rusty, painful delight. The monster clung to her hair and pulls into her intolerance. A desperate cry of her name breaks from the mouth. In memory, the events of 9 years ago emerge. Everything seems amazingly familiar. But now, the moment is completely different. Loneliness has gone back, nearby. Those who fill the heart with warmth. The command thrown by Mu finds a response immediately, and the beast uses an electric thorn. The powerful charge of the current passes through the monster, forcing him to weaken the grip and give the Sari a dreamy liberation. The monster rushes sharply to Sarah, but the girl has time to use the spell that stops her instantly. At the same moment, the Tauride snatches the chance and one blow cuts off his head. After concern to the condition of Sarah, the Torah receives a grateful smile in response. The girl confesses that everything is fine, and for that, he should thank him. She did not have time to get rid of, as Mu jokingly points out, that the Torah appeared so rapidly that she was completely lost. Sari has to apologize to the Mu for inadvertently pushed him. Unexpectedly, Sarah recalls that when Tori pulled her for her hair, she almost did not feel pain. Probably thanks to the recently mastered ability, at least the girl suggests. Tora agrees with her assumption, and Sarah smiles. It turns out, she is really lucky. Mu draws attention to a new stone stove that suddenly appeared nearby. He immediately reports to the Torah. He rises, strongly approaches the plate, and puts his palm on it again. He receives a new physical ability similar to that he has. The past of the property has not disappeared. Now it was added to it. It seems that it was only necessary to activate the recovery on a stone stove, and the whole maze seemed to be shaking back in time, returning to conquering. It also suggests that girls try to touch this mysterious plate. The healing abilities of the Saurus have become more powerful, which causes Sarah sincere joy. She notes how wonderful it is. Meanwhile, Toru is thinking, today he has 6 more recovery opportunities. However, it seems almost impossible to return everything to the condition in which everything was before the appearance of a stone slab. In order to carry out a cunning trick of the resurrection of the ruler of the maze, it was necessary to hone the blade to unprecedented sharpness. Aware of the risk of encountering new goblins on the way back, there were only 2 attempts. Tori carefully suggests to try. Sarah impatiently asks whether he really is set to act and wants to push the stone stove. Turris expresses the desire to get to business. I ask you to use the electric charge thunderstorm needle, and Sarah urges not to move away from my step. During the 3rd procedure, the Tories gave a relief of pain, MU, accelerated recovery, and Sori got an increased physical capacity. The 4th attempt became a turning point for the Torah and Sora. The magical energy of their bodies suddenly increased, and Mu, as if breathing relief, got rid of unbearable pain. Appeal is delighted because now each of them has 4 skills, offers to go back. Sarah is interested in Tora whether they need his ear as proof. He assures that there is no need for this, because the very fact of destruction of the dungeon is already an indisputable testimony to their success. Sarah nods, noting. Although he was the owner of the maze, no magic stone has yet appeared. At this point I am called and shared at this point. Hunger is signs. Tori warns, it is too early to relax, because until they have left dungeons, their adventure is far from complete. After leaving the cave, the characters find themselves among the crowd, who welcomes them with stormy applause and rapidly approaching. Hardly the heroes have time to step outside the cave. As with Roar, they collapse, lifting into the air clouds of dust and smoke in the eyes of everyone. Anna happily notices at the assessment rack that Thor has returned whole and unharmed. With curiosity, she asks how all has passed. Tori's answer is a confession. Despite all, they still managed to cope, although these 2 weeks with a rigid time restriction were extremely difficult. Exclamation is a great job. The guy is interested in whether the dungeon is already subdued. He assures that he checked everything, from the dungeon and the trace left. And these daredevils are undoubtedly real adventurers. The Rudicope, shaking his hand, confesses with a smile. The work has brought him pleasure, and then he will look forward to how they will grow and develop further. Humped with a friendly smile, solemnly welcomes them again, extends a board with new chips, and encourages their awards. Overcoming the way home, the company notices an owl sits on the porch. Sarah, beating with surprise, exclaims that she is her favorite. They are walking the streets of the city with a strong group when Jurley is slightly worried. Does she have the right to join the company because she did not participate in the conquest? Tara assures that the door is open to her, and this walk is conceived not only in honor of her increase, but also, above all, as a sincere greeting of a new girlfriend. Mu is delighted with whether you should wait for a festive feast. Sarah also shines with joy. But only the Torah keeps a mysterious silence, in no hurry with the answer. Going to the chosen establishment, Sarah asks whether this is exactly the place. They open the door, and they are immediately met by a friendly atmosphere and sincere greetings. Dan solemnly reports that they are finally on the spot, and the process has already left. Sileo is silently, not saying a single word. Tori sincerely thanks for the invitation, while Uriel apologizes for the delay. Dedan's cheeks are burning with a blush, but he assures that everything is fine and offers to sit side by side. Finger Dan points to a free chair, inviting Sarah to take a place. The girl notices there is only one sedate left. On this, Mu jokingly notes that she was not enough. Hardly Tori pointed to his knees like Sarah. Without hiding joy, he was going to his knees. Smiling, Tora notes that it will be uncomfortable to eat. Tori is recruiting Mu, but Mu asserts Sarah that he did not give her secrets. As a result, Mu is comfortable on the knee of the aircraft, while the sad Sarah is arranged on a single free chair, looking away. Dada notes that they have, in appearance, are well. The Mu is worried about another. Without hesitation, he asks simply in the forehead, who is in front of him, because he sees this man for the first time. Tori reminds that he somehow asked them to repair the wall. Sarah adds that last time his hair was squatted and untidy. Tori explains, he applied the recovery to restore his hair. These words of Datin do not hold back loud laughter. The dishes are already on the table, and one of the audience offers not to delay and start a meal. Dadan generously states that today he treats and invites you to choose any kind of taste. For this gesture, everyone sincerely thank him. Sako immediately begins to look at the most expensive dishes, offering to start with them. But Dedan warns, they say he did not give such permission, so let him refrain from ordering the most elderly drinks and treats. Sako reproaches him for pettiness, reminding him of the traveler's past. The gaze slides to Uriel. How about her? In response, the girl shrugs her shoulders, only a little. Sako asks her to pour another portion. Uriel asks Dana with concern, or is everything right? And he, without holding back emotions, exclaims, immediately carry a barrel and do not forget about beans. The torment again orders its favorite round potatoes with sausage. Daden's indignation does not know the boundaries. He is familiar with a friendly menu of a friend. Tora is wondered if there are ordinary drinks. The waiter replies that have orange juice. Tora is ordered 2 glasses. Tori assures Sarah that she can order any dish to her taste. The girl's face instantly flashes a joyful expectation, and she without hesitation states she wants to taste the meat. She points to one of the unusual dishes on the menu, wondering what it is. The waiter, barely holding back a smile, replies, in front of her, a paw of huge caterpillar. Having tasted the dish, Sarah enthusiastically notes her incredible tenderness and taste. Muggery smiles and confirms that these meatballs are truly incomparable. She appeals to Sarah with an invitation to taste. Sarah asks what a dish is. The waiter replies, "Here the delicate fat and cartilage of the lizard, strung on a skewer, slightly fried, and then stewed." Sarah tasted the dish and admires that it was incredibly delicious. The waiter thanked the pleasant words. Mu, supporting Sarah, also agreed with her opinion. Sarah is amazed, as a dish can be so delicious, and the waiter with a friendly smile gives her a plate and is gently offering to taste more. Having made a sip of broth, the girl shouts in surprise that he is surprisingly delicious. The waiter is wondering if she knows that a little stewed meat is meant by the broth. The mystery finally opened for Sarah. Everything in this broth. He learns about his preparation with interest, but receives only a mysterious smile and confession. This is a secret recipe. Near the plate, the man adds that it is not eligible, but the main rule is simple: cook with the soul. One mistake can spoil the whole dish, and then not see success. Repeating his words, Sarah looks at the fragrant hot broth. The waiter, meanwhile, shares the advice. If you really seek perfection in anything, you need to master the basics thoroughly. Sarah thinks about these words. Before the tori, there is a dish with potatoes and sausage. Mo, noticing the appetizing appearance of the treat, immediately reaches the plate. But Tori warns her. Do not rush. The Tor warning is repeatedly heard. He asks her to turn the piece back, otherwise he will burn. But despite all the warnings, the girl stubbornly ignores his words and still puts a piece in his mouth. In a moment, her whole body covers the burning fire, and tears are involuntarily broken from her eyes. Among the piercing screams and sobbing, the voice of the Torah is heard, which calmly reminds her of the warning. Mu Rashheads rushes to your island and hides firmly in her feet. By offensively calling Thor a fool, the girl hears in response that it is because of this that she should listen to his advice. The palm lies on her head, a light but confident gesture. Despite the fact that he is capable of healing it at any moment, it is impossible to expose all her desires. Ural picks up Mu and presses it to himself, gently saying that he hugs the little one. Don, with a slight smile, notes, these are just memories of the past, because his son was once so. Sako stifles and adds that Mu is very reminiscent of his daughter. The same stubborn and strong girl who never listens to other people's advice. The Tor notes that Mu has become more selfish lately. Dayton advises him to appreciate what he already has, but only confusedly shrugs his shoulders, not understanding what it is about. Dadan is interested in how to act for him to feel a truly loved one. He seeks to make sure that his care and tenderness is enough. Dadan argues that at such moments, harsh words will help little. It is much more important to be side by side when the baby covers the sadness. Tora hesitates and asks how to act in such a situation. Dawn reassures. They say, selfishness is just the reverse side of a coin called motivation. Let her speak. Let him pour everything in her soul. Do not rush. Just listen carefully how she shares her thoughts. ERL with delight notes that this is really a great advice. Dadan's cheeks flare up with a blush, and smiling in a confusion, he confesses that the words of such a beauty make you feel like a young man. The outbreak of the idea illuminates Sarah. It draws the interlocutor's attention to somewhat interesting. MJ in response notes that it is not here. When pointing his hand, Sarah calls to pay attention to Mr. Mu's chest. Opening his eyes, Mu noticed an icon there. A vowel cry, similar to the exclamation of Ohanaru, breaks out of her breast. The girl shakes his breath and suddenly asks if he loves flowers. Dudan shrugs her shoulders uncertainly, but he confesses that he did not have to hate such things. Torum understands that this flower is not ordinary. Once upon a time, the master won it, defeating the February Lord of Amaze, who was dormant at its depth. This crest is left after the battle of the relic of a multi-headed snake. Muff suddenly calls Dadan Mr. Flawler. He only surprised his shoulders, they say. He does not even know what is being said. But she sincerely rejoices that her mood has finally improved. Having handed her hand on her head, Didan encourages what she is a lively and joyful girl. Sako adds with a smile, a grandfather flower is the one who likes her. The grandfather confesses that he himself has an interesting nickname. Immediately moving, I was exclaiming that Sako's gaze of the real military. Doden, pouring loud laughter, caps, a formidable Sako, famous for her harsh image and unbreakable determination, is actually indulgent as a child. Sako with cold confidence sums up. He who works sincerely does not find time even to sleep. It confesses that it is not easy, because she works, so she is familiar with this heaviness. Seigo replies that only those to whom it can do. Laska assures that she can do everything. He works hard and teaches stones to each other. Friends do not restrain laughter. Sarah appears in Tori, and he acknowledges that she was a wonderful, distracting man. The girl, meanwhile, voices her own thoughts, sharing what was spinning in her head. She suddenly states that she is about to cook incredible broth. Puzzled, he uncertainly asks whether he understood it correctly, but still sincerely wishes good luck. In the Guild of Adventures, they immediately notice the inconsistency in the calculations, as it was expected earlier. Sako also emphasizes that the differences are especially true of rainstones. They are approached by Taro with the girls, and it exclaims that he has not seen the company since yesterday. Dedan, full of curiosity, asks whether they are really going to go for new hunting grounds. Seeing Jill, the guy's cheeks are burning with heat. He says that the outfit suits her perfectly. Even Sako, standing behind, froze from surprise. Ural expresses gratitude. "Thank you, sir." The moth turns to the flower, politely asks her to bend. Dadun leans, and it is at this moment that the moth firmly grabs him for his beard. Don leaves what he said, returning the conversation to the topic, whether Sako is known where magical crystals are. Sako notes that no evidence was delivered to the Temple of Healing. Most likely they were taken to another city and left there. Don notes. All this shows that the owner of the wind is involved. At this point, the Mew, carelessly laughing, rocks on the beard of Dadon, and other adventurers pass by, surprised to stop with such a funny picture. Mue's beard suddenly sinks down. Sako has time to catch her. He has a hurry. They say, his hand slid, so he holds his beard. I thank him, jokingly calling a drowsy man. Soldiers standing behind get cold, widespread their mouths. Some seek to prevent it, but Sako decisively orders to leave everything as he is. Dadan leaves him the task, they say, will be waiting for a detailed report. And Mu smiles mysteriously and promises, "They will soon see that flower, mister." Dadan gently strokes the girl on the head, assuring that their paths will definitely cross. Saying goodbye, the Toru's friend splashes on the shoulder and walks on. Sako proudly informs the Tora that he finally gained the rank E. Reminded the completion of the non-interference, which was only 5 months. I wonder if this time is enough. Tours fit and take the prey from the hands. With a smile, but with a true warning in the voice, Juice warns. The next hunting will not be so simple. It has passed for a while, and all four, along with Erilal, are rushing into a trolley, which is rapidly carrying them forward. With the softly on the knees of Uriel, I do not care. Uriel remembers what the incendiary was when they first went on a journey. Now, like a bar of a tree, sleeps deep sleep. Sarah complains of Toro about boredom. In response, Toro promises that she will be alert so that she can rest quietly. The places above are attracted by inspection and low price, but here cannot do without vigilance. Goblins can jump out of the forest at any moment. Sarah expresses the desire to talk to the Torah, and in response he reminds, for adventure searches, a rest in a plaque is a rare luxury, so you have to catch every opportunity to rest. The Urals suggested that the Torah also rest, hinting that there was still a place on the other leg. At first, the Boran was comfortable, putting her head on her knees. Raising, thanks her, and with a smile she notes that maybe next time. Sarah playfully replies to this, which will already allow him to split the bed with her. She looks gratefully at her, but notes that it would be much better if Sarah lay down. An unexpected offer causes a girl's genuine surprise. Smile and calm confidence frozen on the face of a gray Yer, who quietly watches for everything that is happening. Red Sarah, with a slight hint in his voice, says that he waits the right moment when there is no foreign soul around, so that no one will ruin their meeting. Tori noted that if it were not for the ability to cancel, it would be almost impossible to win. However, only Sarah witnessed the entire match from beginning to end. Deciding to take advantage of this experience, the girl intended already during this trip to pump her cancellation skill to the 2nd level. Sarah again assures that he will cook a delicious broth. Aurelia and Tora are escorted by her eyes, filled with tenderness and admiration. After some time, the company finally gets to some home. Tori is gentle with Mua, urging to get up. Mua barely opening his eyes. The first thing she is interested in: whether they are serving breakfast. Crossing the threshold of a room filled with people at the tables, the Tora goes to the rack. Stopping near the employee, she is wondering if the reception is located. The employee, seeing him, immediately guesses that the guy is here for the first time. The employee meets the guests with a bright smile, solemnly greeting the adventure of the Blood River, as soon as he is suddenly killed. The worker seems to be, his name is Rishi, comes from the Fukusui family, and he is responsible here for the instructions. Tora looks like a gratitude, and Ural, she smiles warmly, calls his name and is happy to get acquainted. The Ma, without a moment, requires 3 bowls of meat. Sarah is also presented and immediately struck MUU, reminding that the local place is clearly not a shop for its gastronomic beasts. Rishi reports that he will first explain all the rules and details of this place. The return carriage goes every day at 3 o'clock, so it is emphasized that you should carefully monitor not miss your trip. Particular caution should be exercised on the weekend, because then it is crowded here. So it is recommended to buy tickets in advance. Tori recalls how 3 wagons were rushed through them, and she is wondering whether it is possible to use that train. In response, Richa explains that those wagons are designed for transportation of building materials, and there are usually no places for passengers there. Rishi reports that the hunting grounds are located further on the way, and the bloody river level rose extremely high, so 10 adventurers went here. Usually, each group is charged with hunting in their territory to avoid unnecessary disorder. He hoped that he was able to bring it to them clearly enough. Further specifies, above the stream, representatives of red iron, which are not inferior to the quality of white varieties intended for use. If they are lucky to cross a wide river valley arranged for gathering, hunting lands will open downstream before them. Reflecting, Tora is aware that in order to get to the other shore, you will have to overcome 10 giant hippos, which have settled above. Recently, hunting grounds have been rushed by people, which made some restrictions. However, this is a completely different matter. Tori is interested in Rishi, how the division of responsibilities is here. In response, he hears, "It all depends on the hunters themselves and their perseverance. Those who take the initiative in the afternoon become the most successful among the hunters." The Tori has wondered whether there are often disputes between hunters and adventure seekers. There are ambiguous hints in the air, and even in some places, even hostile relationships between these two communities. Having discouraged, Rishi noted that this is not quite so. He really wants to change something, however, catastrophically lacking support. Promises to take care of all the necessary equipment and weapons. There will only be a need. He assures that you should not heal. You should contact immediately if anything else is needed. Rishi summarizes the conversation, asking if someone has left. This is answered. Everything is clear. There are no questions. Rishi extends the document by suggesting it. Mu joyfully asks if he can sign. However, Toru strictly responds to the refusal, emphasizing that the signature should belong to him. The sadness wraps them out instantly. In the thoughts of Toru, Dadan's instructions emerge, not to forget to give the girl as much warmth and care as possible. Subsequently, Toria suggests that someone is able to write his name correctly. The gaze turns to Mo, because it seems that it is such a matter that is particularly good. With a smile full of confidence, it takes everything under control. Somewhere, Ural with Sarah quietly, looking into this stage, quietly. Touching the paper, Mu shows the worked out, and Thor in the capture states that it is really written by her hand. Taking the document in his hands, Rishi thoughtfully says that his name is extremely familiar to him. A few moments he looks into the written, after which he was interested in whether they met before. The Tor notes that for many years he has been living in the middle of the Hindao forest, so their paths are unlikely to cross. Rishi nods, making it clear that he has taken note. Rishi warns Lady Uriel that the bloody river will not subside for at least 2 days, so it calls it not to delay, and has time to depart the crew. With a grateful smile, Uro agrees, thanks for the help. Rishi, embarrassed, remains with reddened cheeks. They go outside and leisurely go to the river. Meanwhile, I was showing some movement and exclaiming, "Indeed, something is raised. I wonder what it can be." In the crowd, many people with backpacks are stunned in the ground. Tori assumes that they all seek precious stones. According to him, in the local sand, the impurities of red iron. Sarah smiles and notes that such a name is perfectly suited to their status. Tori notes that the materials obtained on this hunting land seem to have a color that serves as a sign of their value and rank. The Urals is surprised that the river has a strange and even spooky color. It was little in the north, so such a spectacle leads it to some confusion. Moo, with a barely hidden anxiety, is interested. Isn't it good? Her shade is so charming. Sarah, however, notes that swimming in this river is probably not worth it. No one knows what can happen to the body after such a dive. The Torah is picked up by concern, agreeing. It is unknown that the water hides, so he urges to refrain from drinking and carefully monitor care. In addition, the river is hardly corrosive. It is enough to throw a tree or iron to it. In a few days, everything will turn black or covered with rust. No boat dares to cross these waters, so deep silence prevails around. They move the path along the shore, pulling on the sleigh. Seeing a flock of tents nearby, Mu addresses the Torah with a question what it is. Unknown adventurers are noticeably tense, but it is for such guests that the gates of this shelter are revealed. Here, each of them can rest and restore strength. Inside the tent, the attention is immediately attracted by newcomers that do not go unnoticed among other visitors. Someone asks if this man was ever hiding in the forest. The other recognizes the same one who overcame Russell and moved to the temple. Another agrees with the version, adding that among people there are rumors about the extraordinary power of this old man. They say he easily deals with whole crowds of warriors, so the defeat of such a person is unbearable. Noticing it, they immediately pay attention to her bright red outfit. Someone from the band is in doubt. They say, if it is not an adventure look, then it is difficult to believe in it. Toro and Girls in the Eye gets new. The hope in Toro's voice is wondering whether you can stop here. The answer is quiet harmony. All together, without unnecessary words, are gathering and preparing for a new shelter. They are approached by a man and asks about the purpose of their presence. Tori replies that nothing special happens, just stopped here for hunting. The stranger strictly notes that this territory is already busy. Tori has hastily apologized, explaining that he had not noticed anything busy and no idea that someone had already taken. The stranger advises to find out if the tents remain nearby, although most seem to be empty. Tora is confessed. He liked this place precisely because it was comfortable near the branch itself. The man nods him as a sign of invitation to follow him. It takes 10 minutes, and their entire group is slowly staring. Toro notes that there is a strikingly spacious plow between the tents. The distances are really significant. Toro, together with the satellites, approaches the tent. He turns to a man with interest, asking if he is allowed to hunt here. In response, a single word, only a silent gesture towards a sign with a cross. Tori is interested. Is it really impossible? The man only shrugged. If you want to die, please. Surprised, Tori tries to understand what he implies. Smiling, the woman warns, to rain go there too risky. Tora agrees, noting that due to heavy rainfall, the terrain can really be dangerous. The girls hear the advice of Tora move on. Meanwhile, Mu is sweet on the sled. Sarah insists. It is worth finding a refuge at night as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Tora has a heavy breathing. It begins to suffocate. Looking back, Tora noticed how Jorael is clearly not at height. With mild anxiety, she is wondering whether everything is fine with her. Jorael uncertainly assures that all is well. Torov offers a little rest. In a breath, Uriel acknowledges him bitterly that the former power of 20 years ago has released her body mercilessly, if it was possible to easily overcome obstacles and to walk through the thickets. But unfortunately, this opportunity was permanently lost. The plant, shrouded in miasma, seamlessly draws energy from everything around. Mutured with a poisonous haze, nature has turned it into a true vampire among the flora. Eagerly absorbs the vitality of every organism. It is because of this feature that the dead silence prevails around. Neither animals nor even ordinary grasses will see here, because everything living is beware of even approaching this terrible creature. The man is wondering what happened. Toru replies that they decided to rest a little. Surprisingly, he asks why it is so unexpected. Without waiting for the answer, he broke to the cry. It is enough to endure. It is not necessary to get out of it immediately. Waking up, Mu looks around and tries to understand what happened. An unknown man is strictly reminiscent, he warned, hence it is necessary to get out. Significantly healing, Thor turns to Uriel, they say. You do nothing here. hiding the hope that she will express the objection. Without waiting, she carefully lifts her in his arms and moves on. Uriel's cheeks are burning as shame. She hurries to apologize for the hassle. Tori only smiles and says that there is nothing to worry about. Mu, a little surprised, asks if it really has to carry it in your arms. Sarah, with a smile, confirms and confesses that he even feels a slight envy. Thinking about Saki's words that the next place for hunting is located far, the Torah looks at the tent that passes. Feeling that they do nothing here, they insist on continue the path. Going to the tent, with pronounced apologies, are interested in whether she is free here. The man looks at Uriel's body, studying it carefully. With a cunning smile, he declares that inside is empty, and from the tent is met with cunning smiles filled with suspicion. Departing a little further from the tent, Sarah with delight notes how wonderful they finally managed to find a vacant place. Tori proposes to stop here and spread things. He appeals to them to help him. Mungo disappears somewhere, promising to return soon. Toru warns her, stay away from the river. The grateful words to the Thor are heard from everyone. Thor herself advises to relax at first before taking up new things. Tori extends her a complex chair, on which she relieves and exhales with relief. Uriel, apologizing, confesses that he has long since he has become from such journeys, and can no longer boast of his former endurance. Tori assures that everything is under control, so she advises her to relax. Sarah, without quenching his curiosity, turns to Tori for details, and specifies whether it is necessary to place it here. Thor in delight proposes to spread the tent, and without spending time, is in a hurry. Uriel only barely smiles and assures that it is not necessary to worry about it. Mu gathers stones with delight, surprised by their size. Meanwhile, the Torah with Sarah pull the canvas and, using the stone found near, kill the nail directly to the edge of the material. Tori happily reports that everything is complete. He emphasizes the light slap on the palm of Sarah. Together they coped perfectly. Sarah said that the table could not be found, but she fell into her hand stands that instantly heat meals and drinks. Cups with aromatic hot tea appear on the tray. Your senior brings a drink and reports that everything is ready, so you can happen. Sarah slowly drinks a sip of hot tea, exhales with relief, and confesses that she is incredibly well. Tori returns, calls, and asks her to sit for a short time. But in response, he happily exclaims that he is already coming without stopping the stone towers one by one. Grabbing another stone, he sharply beats him on his tower. Fragments with roar fly in different directions. Unexpected joy blooms on her face. In the confusion of Toru hesitates. Does she really like it? It takes a little time, and the group approaches the river. Tora orders everyone to stop in place, and he moves forward to explore the situation. Muj instructs to stay with you and be kept as long as he inspects the stones around. Unconditional obedience is read in their views. Sarah asks him to be careful. Uriel assures in his understanding. Mu, without holding back the excitement, exclaims about his love and extends him an electric spear. Going almost closely, he is concerned. This spectacle seems familiar to him, but the details cannot be remembered. The question is in the soul. What is hiding behind that river? Under the feet of the stones it is barely noticeable, and suddenly black frogs jump out of the water. Suddenly, one of the frogs rapidly rushes to the Torah, forcing him to step back. 4 more frogs crawl closer, surrounding it. Uriel thinks of whether the angered spirits of the oxen, and understands that something should be done. Saying a magical spell, she envelops the animals with a haze of sleep, forcing them to plunge into a deep hibernation. Sarah, passionately seen, exclaims the words of delight. Mew confidently states that they do not lose anything. But the Urals warns the Urals. It is worth at least a sound. Instantly wake up sleeping. The Tory at the same time only smiles mysteriously, mentally noting what he expected this from the Urals. Usually, this spell affects only one enemy. As its action disappears quickly, and it is impossible to direct the attack on several opponents at the same time, they compensate for this deficiency with a special magical injection that maintains the effective effect even after the scattering of the spell. Even with a lot of magical energy, it is extremely difficult to curb its excess because of the high capacity of the charms. This spell is universal, which spreads differently than others, and is much stronger. Tori competes with monsters using a sword. However, the skin of the frog is covered with poisonous spines. To touch it is extremely dangerous. Due to the mucous membrane and strong spikes, the blade is not able to break through the protection, as if it were encountered with a wall. Overcoming such a creature is a great problem. It is about to make a deadly blow to the latter, and the idea of how wonderful that these monsters are not able to move warms the soul. Suddenly, the arrow breaks directly to him, hit the sword blade. It bounces and stuck in the soil from the impact. Looking back, Tori looks at his neighbor. Having pulled the arrows, the container with sarcasm quit the question that he thought. Smiling, wonders. Is it about his arrow? Smiling with a slight apology, he insists to return the object. He is convinced that even scratches did not remain on him. Torua warns him, next time you need to be careful. However, a sharp replica is heard in response. They say too many chats, so I ask to return the thing sooner. The Taurus extends the arrow, allowing the man to grab her, but does not let go. Suddenly the fingers of the stranger shudder. A slight tremor runs his hand. Panic fear covers him. In despair begs the shooter to release the arrow immediately. The other two comrades also insist. It is time to act. It is no longer possible to pull. Only the order is enough, and they will cope with it in a moment. Somewhere behind the cry of Sarah, she begs not to allow harm to herself, but prompts him to try to do something. Without unnecessary hesitation, the Tora launches an arrow, and in response only a flash of rage receives. Tori approaches the girls and reports that staying here is dangerous. They should choose another place as soon as possible. The trio moves forward without slowing the step. One of the satellites notices that their path runs there. Meanwhile, the archer pulls the arrow, skillfully puts it on the bow, and strains the bow, looking at the target. The warm conversation between the Tora and the girls is interrupted by an unexpected blow. The cunning of the bowstring arrow is sharply broken, and with the bell flies directly into the face of a man. Sarah's heart fades when she looks around and sees the Tory, twisting in pain, knees. Looking closely at the wounded palm, he with a bitter smile reminds what he warned. You should be careful next time. If you look closely, a bloody current flows along the river. Ural reads the spell over the frogs again. They are instantly immersed in sleep, and the pepper quickly approaches them to fully do their business. Sarah and Mu appear behind, watching everything that is happening. Tori, along with the team, chose a storage facility on the deserted riverbank, heading there below, away from a place where they recently found trapped archers. Assessing a sword in the direction of the frog, Tora suddenly saw a giant fish emerged from the water surface. The pashachka was widely opened, and at the same time in his direction a flow of liquid, lit with amazing bubbles. The Tori moves back lightly, but the insidious liquid is still directed to it. Lifting the cloak to the face, the girl strongly protects herself from poisonous splashes. Suddenly, the fish releases a poisonous stream that directs directly to the girls, sowing a stiff and panic among them. However, without being lost, Sarah quickly uses his attraction, and the flow of toxins suddenly changes direction, rapidly lowered down. The splashes of the fluid reach still living frogs. Those are instantly immersed in sleep, and through the silence, their fragmentary coming gradually erupts. Your mysterious owl is tempted, and unfolds the veil of fog, which is instantly covered with frost. Around it is no longer visible, or the crumbs of smoke, and this smoke curtain, collected, returns to the frogs. Suddenly everything inside fades. Living, conscious, they are fully aware of what is happening, but they are not able to move or answer. Only a slight tremor gives their internal state. The Tori sword splits the air, but it is at this moment that the frogs suddenly come to life. They all move back to the river. Tori rushed to the afternoon, but the fish suddenly emerged from the water and again turned out a portion of poison in their direction. The skillful movement of Tori evaded a dangerous attack. At this time, Hela, not holding on his feet, gap on his back, and pebbles flew around him. Once the Tori is raised, the poison flies rapidly in its direction. The shock paralyzes the body. The mind is in vain looking for a way out. At a critical moment, Sarah is lightning forward, using his reincarnation force. No drop of poison breaks further. The girl reflects a deadly attack and directs him again into the river current. At this moment frogs rush into the river. Blossoming with despair, Sarah shooks. They fled. Through tears of irritation, she begs for fish to stop interfering and not causing them. Saying a smile says, they rushed to the side because they had time to be frightened. The urban, with a slight disappointment, notes, it was possible to freeze them more reliably. At that moment, Sarah with pain in his voice apologizes to the Torah. If it was enough to restrain them, no one would return. A smile appears on the face of the Torah. He gently soothes the girl, convincing that she is not guilty of it, and there is no reason to worry. Sadness envelops Sarah, and in the meantime, Taurus approaches the dead frog and gently cuts her tongue. Mu wondered if he really cut her tongue. In response, he demonstratively lifts a tongue, calling him proof of his defeat. It also adds a caveat. This tongue must be careful, because it is poisonous. The blade of the knife loses its sharpness from constant contact with the tongue. Cracks spread on the surface, the metal in it begins to melt. Immediately activating the recovery, the hero effortlessly returns the knife to its original appearance. Thor goes to the river again. I am convinced that the further downstream, the spacious the hunting grounds open before them. With a cup of fragrant tea, Toru notes that the number of monsters has decreased significantly. It seems that only Mu rejoices in this news. Enthusiastically teaches the things they have given, glowing with pleasure. The trials with this frog, according to the Torah's considerations, promise a real concern. The Ural slowly loses tea and notes. There is an extremely pleasant atmosphere. Mu, without holding back joy, runs to the Torah and hugs her around his neck. Despite the unexpected impulse, the Torah quietly holds a cup of tea and warns to be careful. Seeing this scene, Sarah breaks off his place, throws her cup with tea and flies rapidly with everyone. Uro notes that he sees a good person in him. Sarah assures that it is only necessary to hug the Torah a little. And the mood immediately rises, the worries retreat, as if they are dispelled in the wind. After that, Sarah is interested in Uro. What about her? For a moment the Urals thinks. Her look is filled with confidence. It is really the best way out. Closing her lips in a light smile, she gently pushed the chair closer to the Torah and gently hugs him from the side, next to the Mu. In this moment, there is peace. Three plunge into the inner silence, involuntarily closing their eyes. Suddenly, it notes that a shadow appeared on the Tor's face. She asks with interest whether something happened. Digging a sip of tea, the Torah reassures it. It is not necessary to worry, because such a facial expression is inherent in every man. The elk admires that it may be the case of his sweet appearance. The Torah smiles warmly in response, and from which the moose blossoms even a wider smile filled with true joy. By hugging stronger, everyone gathered together. Tori is easy to throw the question. Is they not time to change the hunting space? Swinging her eyes, the girl says that everything seems to be fine. Sarah, however, notes that the fish gathered so much that they were already lacking. Tori notes that the point is not that he is unable to withstand their blows. In fact, he is just scary that he will have to wake them again. Sarah goes sideways and asks with interest, if all so, why not just sleep them again? A light smile swore, the eyelids dropped, and throwing a short replica, interestedly noticed that these creatures are truly exciting, holding firmly for the Torah. The look thrown on the river reveals to it the essence of the powerful magic of water hidden in its depth. At the same time, he notices the vulnerable places of this natural force. According to her, if you repeatedly apply the same attacks, the effect of magic is weakened with each subsequent blow. Having thought for a moment, Turu is interested in Avril, whether this means that monsters have stability. Avril answers a mysterious smile and confirms his guess. This is really the case. Mu, enthusiastic, asks Torua if he will allow her to try. Torua insists. Everything is possible only when she learns to swim perfectly. Sarah, with anxiety, notes that Mu is still worth training. In response, the MU asserts that the main thing is that she is ready to take up the case. Thora lifts hot tea to the lips and, swallowing, says, "It is only necessary to stay here and wait patiently." All girls still hug his strong shoulder condition. ERL confesses that it is not in the best shape now, so I am convinced that the smartest now just rest. Mew is wondering if dinner is not ready. Tori lower his head, looking annoyed. Sarah, puzzled by his behavior, asks what happened. The sudden movement of the neck of the Torah looks around and exclaims loudly, "Do they continue to sit just to sit and look at them?" Inside the group, the man is dissatisfied with his tongue, indicating that he has already noticed their presence. His comrade indignantly notes what he warned. It is not necessary to start in advance. In response, he only negligently shrugs, they say. It was simply interesting when everything will start. Meanwhile, the third just smiles mysteriously and recognizes, "You do not do anything here, because such beauty has not yet been met." The first again emphasizes that he likes modest and cute girls. The third categorically disagrees with this, because the main thing, according to him, is charm and seriousness. The wonder of the former has no limits. Does beauty do not manifest in tenderness and invisible modesty? The dispute unfolds more and more. The third insists that the attractiveness is hidden in different terms. So fervent confrontation grows into a real quarrel. The anger in the Torah boils, jaws are stuck to pain. The guy standing in the middle hastily intervenes, breeds them in different directions, and begs for uninvited intervention, urging to continue the conversation. But in response, a sharp exclamation is heard. Thor orders to shut up. Dating began. The senior of the rural, the firstborn in the family, the person is responsible and stable, he can always rely on him. The middle son, Nin-Los, 2 years younger than his brother, is distinguished by honesty, never throws words into the wind. The younger one is gone, 2 years older than Lossi, with a care that distinguishes it between the brothers. The head arrives from the elders. They try to bite what he heard. The dispute instantly develops into a new quarrel between them. An unexpected offer from Uriel came. She wondered if they did not want to drink tea. Such hospitality caused a wave of indignation in the tour. In an annoyed turn to Uriel, he asked why she was calling them at all. The brothers instantly calm down, scratch a little shyly, and say that they are happy to drink tea. Finally, everyone converges the group, forming a tight circle with cups of tea in their hands. Tori is interested and dreamed of starting a conversation, but someone is ahead of his question. They say, what does he want to know? With the annoyance of Toru, is interested in what they do here. The average is thinking, and in response asks why it is interested in the Torah itself. The older is crushing, confessing that he just admired beautiful girls. The younger reproaches to the brother. They say, is it right? It should be said that I wanted to see whether he was or not. It seems that the eldest suddenly remembered something and spoke. They probably did not have to be here, so he decided to offer his help. Meanwhile, on the knees of Sarah, Mu, with an offended look, watches someone drinking from her favorite cup. Tori is interested in how long their hunting is on these lands. The average of them sighs in response, confessing, it has been over 2 years, and this horrific blood-red water has been in the white world. Thori notes that these people seem to be his neighbors, although on the way he did not meet them. The middle of the Trinity explains. They stood just below the stream, because the shore there is much wider. Tori is interested. How then with prey? In response he hears, none, as well as below, everything is equally deserted. Tori proposes to move in the opposite direction. But the middle, with a gloomy expression, sadly states that this path is closed for them. There is a lack of money. An unknown reports that access to such a place requires a huge amount of money for them. Tori asks to share the details with interest. He agrees with the idea and proposes to divide the prey on a bloody river into 3 main categories. The upper water artery is considered to be the most fertile. It is here that the fiscal hippos, red-first crabs, and other spooky creatures that bring considerable profits and points. But, as he noted, the popularity of this place is great, so it is not easy to get there. Next comes the average route. They were already traveling. There are often red water snakes and frogs, and with the onset of rain you can see other residents. The tour is interested in what a sign with a black cross in the way here. He notes that he warned this. If they tried to hunt in the place, they would certainly face serious troubles. The lower currents in which they now find themselves are too far, so the fish are found here, but mostly it only interferes, turning this place into the worst for hunting. Tori explains that is why there is almost no one here. Toto adds that it will be wiser to wait for the opening of the middle areas than to hunt in this place. According to him, although there are more games, this place is hardly suitable for hunting because competition is too big. Tori notes, if you remember, he was expelled from there only because he stood quietly at a moment when Uriel suddenly zoomed. He suggests, obviously they think they are going to rob. Tori does not understand what such suspicions are about and asks, why could they think so? Sighing, he replies, many people look like just walking past, and then instantly grab prey and disappear without a trace. He assures that they were almost around the finger, and now neighbors can see in them the main danger. This echo will fly everywhere. Hunting in the middle reaches will not save. Once you will still have to rise and leave this river. The second time seems whether the situation is so serious. He assures that it is. There is only one fraction. She appropriates some of the trophies, usurping the profit depending on her racial affiliation. Tori asks if he is one of them. In response, there is a confident objection. If it was true, they would not have been here for a long time. The brother immediately stands on his side, emphasizing the confidence in Tori. Thinking, Tori is interested in how to get to the upper levels. Slowly drinking hot tea, the interlocutor is responsible. It can be done only for big money. A clumsy smile slides on the face of the Tori, and he confesses that in such situations, not everything is amenable to simple observation. The average of them assures that he is able to stand up for himself, although in the event of a victory attack he is unlikely to achieve. The senior emphasizes with sadness, no magic they can do. The younger stately confesses, does not like fights, because they always end with bloody wounds. The atmosphere discharges when the Urals with a casual smile offers a fillage of tea. The average of the audience gladly thanks her for the care. The man admires that tea has an extremely refined taste. The younger, awkward, confesses, it is difficult for him to restrain the excitement. The dried throat reminds how many magic beauties. The Euro laughs playfully, fluttering his mouth with a tiny fist, and thanks sincerely for his compliment. With fragrant hot tea in the hands of the hostess, returns to the room. Tori asks whether those who manage this place are familiar with them. Sighing, he shares his thoughts. The lands of the tribes of Red Thunder, the Purple Eye and the Red Tail are famous for rich hunting lands. It is in their territories that almost half of all river hippos live. In fact, they were the carriers of the Violet Eyes themselves, which was the reason for the invitation. However, the leader of the Dedro clan has always left the impression of an extremely unpleasant person. The outrage of Tori takes the mountain, because everyone stubbornly is silent without noticing the situation. Rumors are spreading the city. Rebels had a tragic fate of the rebel. They disappeared in the river waters and leaving no trace. The deep silence prevailed, and in the memory of the Torah, the Richie face had emerged when he asked about the reasons for the controversy. Continuing the story, the old man explains. Now these people in black suits allow themselves to be pleased. It turns out that they belong to the adventurer's safety department. Toro asked with interest what would happen next. The brothers were only surprised to look at, without understanding his words, and asked what he was trying to convey. Breaking the question whether they intend to continue right now, the Toro receives a tricky smile from the man in the middle. He notes that the guy is not amiss, and with an ambiguous intonation adds, the plan is already ready. The senior charming that if they were able to revive it, everyone would have drowned in tears. The younger, thinking, confesses, his time has not yet come. The senior, having discouraged, asks the Torah to throw it out of the head. The Torah silently agrees. The average jokingly suggests to show a few tricks, but first begs to give him a moment to rest. She is wondering whether the fisherman is interfered with when they try to deal with frogs. MJ states that it is, and Sarah adds, it is difficult to cope with it. Despite this, the interlocutor assures, to solve such a problem. Elementary. Sarah wondered how to pull the frogs away from the river. In response, the advice came from the frogs. The less likely that the fish will notice and even less likely to get under the hail of water shells.